very specific in relation to an article that they gave that said her scores don't fit more in what this article says will be malingering. And so what I want just is to have that raw data so I can just go through more than likely, and I have a social worker who knows who has some experience in scoring it and so forth, and to look over that exact raw data in an effort for cross-examination.
Can you point to the part in Dr. Gray's report that you're referring to? I mean, what
I can says? Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but I can bring that over for the lunch, and also the article that he referred to on that, and then I can give that to the court. And so, like I said, I understand the general thing with the raw data needs to go between the experts, but this is something that's very specific, and also this is not something that I don't
believe is copyrighted or anything like that. So like some of the structured interviews, I understand there's some copyright and there's some issues why they don't write the raw data on the structured interviews. This is strictly a multiple choice question.
Yeah, because I would agree. It sounds like what you're asking. Article was it that he was relying upon that said that perhaps the MMPI-2 may not be applicable, and you want to see that article so that you can.
So let me rephrase.
Okay.
I have that article.
Good morning, everyone.
Article says that certain
Hope you had a wonderful weekend.
on the MMP2,
That started a couple
if
minutes
answered
ago.
in this way, indicate malingering.
It's turning a
Other
few things
answers on this
down.
indicate
Hope you had a wonderful weekend.
Dissociated disorder. And the article actually says what
I'm
questions,
gonna test
what
the
group of questions are
sound.
referring to that indicate
Gonna
this
go
one
up
way or the other.
camera here.
And Dr. Gray said he relied upon that article in scoring the MMP2 to come to his conclusions. And so I'll bring you Dr.
Should
Gray's
be
report
another
where he
interesting
says that.
day
Bring me
with
the
our
report
favorite
And the article. And then so
psychopath,
Your Honor can see that. Yes, yep.
Letecia.
Because we're not getting to Dr. Gray today, so
No,
we'll
it
have
was
some
next
time.
week, and I put the SCT for Monday. I don't necessarily need it on Monday. I just picked
Oh,
the day
Rumble
certain
didn't
like it
go
would
through
work.
again.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
but
see you in a
I'm fine,
bit.
And we can move that down.
Send me a comment or something and I'll pop back
I don't know
on.
if we're going to get to them even next week, and so if I could, even like if I could have that stuff by Thursday, if the court's
That's fine.
appropriate, that would be totally fine.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
Not my people there, thanks.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
Again,
morning,
we're going to
Your
start the same
Honor.
way that we have every other day, and that is with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to
Just
serve as
checking
a
to
fair
make
and
sure the
impartial
rumble
jury in this
is
case?
on.
If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were towards the end, but still in the midst of a video deposition, and I think that, or not deposition, I'm sorry, a video interview of the defendant, and I think that's where we're going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, a video interview
We're in.
Defendant, and I
We're
think
in
we're
Rumble.
going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry, a video interview.
We're in.
Defendant, and I
We're
think
in
we're
Rumble.
going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right.
Go fix the
Sorry, a
lights
video
now.
interview.
We're in.
Defendant, and I
We're
think
in
we're
Rumble.
going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right.
Go fix the
Sorry, a
lights
video
now.
interview.
We're
There we go. Yep. Certainly not me.
I thought I lost them for a second. That was not me.
I just accidentally peed a little. Now my pants are wet.
I was unaware we had more video to watch of her. Oh, goody. Said no one ever.
What? Hey, Keith. We're gonna take you to the restroom. Okay. We're gonna stay in there. The hall door is gonna be. You can leave your. Some secure area, huh? I'm sorry? I said I acted like I wasn't in like some secure area or something. I guess I'll go to sleep. Can I go to sleep?
I'm fussing with my hair. I made the mistake of doing an apple cider vinegar rinse this morning, and it's not good. Normally, it's good. Today, I must have not rinsed it out enough. So we're just having a bad hair day. That's why I'm putting these on. Aren't these fancy? Don't I look great? Okay, I'm gonna move this over here. Yeah, that's better. Is there no audio from the court? I thought they scrubbed out all the blank parts. I thought wrong. Let's see if we can't. Oh, I could test out my little sound thing I made. Yes, yes, I'm monkeying around with my whatnot. So she's just sitting over here. Oh,
Hmm. Ooh. Hmm. Hot.
I don't know. I do not know. Here we sit. You play a game? Just kidding. So strange.
I just want to stretch.
Okay, here she comes.
Oh. Is there anything I can read or do?
We finally have some action in the window here. How in the world? It's been like 15 minutes. It's 20 after. You would think that they would have scrubbed the dead air out. What's going on? Who's running the show? Oh, have you guys watched or I should say listened to any of the Lori Vallow trial? So I had some time over the weekend and thought, you know, maybe it'd be kind of interesting to just peruse through, you know, at like 1.5 times speed, see if there's anything interesting. I know some of the detectives that like dug for the bodies and uncovered the bodies in Chad Daybell's property. I know that was supposed to be really powerful. So I thought, oh, well, I've got some time over the weekend. I'll just, you know, put that on. Holy Moses. So it starts and all you can hear is the clickety clack of typing and rodent clicking, mouse clicking. Click, 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 type, 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 click, click, type, type. So on, I think it was Law and Crime, or no, East Idaho News, they're posting it. And I'm like, you know, could somebody please move the court microphone away from the clickety-clack keyboard / rodent clicker? Because that's super annoying. It's like it's so distracting you can't pay attention. So I don't know if anybody else has that issue. What the world is going on here? Look at everybody's just sitting around. I think I'm out of coffee. Someone can write in the chat. Let's see what's going on in chat. Where did I put it? I'm going to move this over here. There. So this interview was conducted on the 29th. I believe that was a Wednesday. So, I mean, he just went missing. Someone said their video says a minute left. I don't know where they're getting that from. Someone else is asking what's on her head. I think that's supposed to be a bun. Although, considering my apple cider vinegar gone wrong rinse this morning, I shouldn't talk. Another person said this is part of the read technique. They leave a suspect alone for a while to see how they act. Let's see if I can go back and see that. Read technique. Plus, if guilty, then the longer they are in there, the more tense they become, I think. Very interesting. The read technique, REID. What's going on? Someone else says her hair bun triggers me. That's funny. Same. Again, I shouldn't speak because of the apple cider vinegar rinse gone wrong thing. I I think during break, I'm gonna wash my hair again. Yeah, and this person makes a good point. Anyone who was looking for their child would be begging the police to go out and look for him. They'd give any information to find him. She's cool as a cucumber, no psychosis in sight. Totally true. Very good point. I would be. I have 4 kids. I couldn't imagine someone being missing for a couple of days. I certainly wouldn't have my hair in a bun on the top of my head. I'd have streaked face and not even bedhead. I probably wouldn't have even slept.
See? I'm having really bad chest pain.
Oh, now she's saying she's having
Like
chest.
right here.
Goodness.
Okay.
This one.
My chest is so much
Hey, sit down. We'll call for help.
bad chest pain. I need to probably
Okay?
get out of the plead in.
Just sit in the couch.
So you tell me we can't do it.
I'm telling you, we're going to call for help right now, but I want you to
Oh,
sit down.
another
can't
person
breathe.
makes a
I'm
good
just
point. Her
asking to
being
be out. I can
anxious
breathe.
No,
Tight
means
clothes,
she
not
knows she did wrong
need to
and
sit
is
down on
getting
the couch.
caught, not insane.
Sit
Totally
down on the
agree with
couch.
that.
I can't breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door.
Someone else rolled their eyes. Bad chest pain.
Response.
I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door. That's all.
No, we're going to have to call you an ambulance
Someone
because you
else
said you got chest
please
pain.
make heart attack.
My chest
Totally.
pain. Just test the
Totally
I can't
true.
breathe.
So we're going to call you an ambulance.
I asked you for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now, so
Yes,
sit
but
down on the
I
couch.
can't breathe, but I just wanted the door open and you refused that. That's all I have.
You're being detained and the door helps.
Someone else just said that room is
Okay.
so much nicer than
Where?
where
So sit down on the
we'll be
couch.
the rest of her life. Totally
Can you
true.
just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
I told y'all earlier I had really bad anxiety and I take aspirin for it.
Yeah, well, you just trust the public until
No, excuse me, I take lorazepam every day, and if I don't take it, I could have a panic
Is
attack.
that
I take my own panic attack.
No.
So you are misquoting what you heard, sir. I just said open the door.
Okay, well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous. You said you're having chest. Yes, I just said since the door's been closed, I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row. I'm having. You told me I don't ever take it except on panic attacks.
Lorazepam
Yes,
is
you told me
Ativan.
earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis, but whenever when I put in
Exactly.
5 days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So
Kinda
now
like
this
Xanax.
gentleman thinks that I'm being
Category.
frustrated and deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
Would it be helpful? Like, do you have your lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Was it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house?
That's why I asked that I open the door.
Like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pain. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you are having a medical emergency.
Panic attack now.
Okay. Do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack overing.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had zero anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally opened the door and asked him, could I just open the door? That's all. And he started making accusations.
Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
That really wasn't never his intention, but I think someone interviewed. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very unprofessional, what you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were gonna call medical. That's
No, that's not what you
response.
said. That's not what you
Okay.
said.
No, that's true right then. That's on recording.
But that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have testing. So like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if
Raise
you
your
want.
hand if you
Just
don't
leave the door. That's all I'm asking.
It's a ploy to get
Leave the
out.
door open.
So, we'll
She
get,
should have been having an
come
anxiety
check you
attack
out.
when she walked in.
do you have any kind of,
It is.
other than the anxiety disorder, Do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
No, I'm just hungry and tired, and
Okay.
when I get like this, I panic attack.
So, I mean, I gave you a hot pocket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a sandwich? Do you want have burrito? I have tamales. We have all
Burrito.
kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat. You just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna buy lobster, you know, but
Oh,
what would
that's
you like to eat?
disappointing.
First, I would like to can they like help me with anxiety medicine?
You need somebody to bring your anxiety medicine.
Like,
We have anxiety medicine here. So
yeah, I'm saying you
I
said
don't
you
know.
could
I'd
call
probably
medical
have it in my
professional.
purse.
sure, I can call like an EMT. Like they're gonna call an EMT, but they're not gonna be able to dispense medication to you if you have a prescription. I mean, maybe your husband can bring it. And we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry, I'm pulling up right here.
Huh?
My throat is sore now. And all I asked was for the door to be open.
Okay, well, let's open.
I know, but he was very like rude about it. So could you please read? That's all.
Well, maybe you two personalities don't click. You know, sometimes it happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I asked.
Well, let's open now.
Yes, I appreciate you saying.
You know, if there's anybody at your house that can bring your medication.
Sorry. My medication is not at my house. Probably because book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag. But my friend's over here. I don't know the number because you guys took my phone.
Well, if you want to tell us your passcode, we can get the number out of the phone. If that's
You
what
guys
gonna do.
already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something. I said the code for, I think it's the same password we use for everything. No.
I don't know what that passcode is. If you want me to get your friend's phone number out of your phone, if you want to give me the passcode, then I can.
Okay, but you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, medical people could already.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication. Like the EMT is not going to be able to dispense medication.
So I have a chest pain, but you're just telling me I can't do nothing.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're calling for medical personnel, but it's going to be an EMT. You're telling me your chest pains are anxiety related, and I'm trying to offer a guided solution to get your prescribed medication for that issue.
It's because I haven't taken it. So you,
I think
no. Let's move it. It's more air.
Do you have any, like, I know some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have, like, little, like, songs that they sing to themselves or things that they think about that kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that? Maybe like a favorite vacation that you've been on?
I'm trying.
What's your favorite vacation you've ever been on?
Aruba.
What did you do while you were in Aruba?
All right, gotta breathe. Fighting like right here, you know. Thanks, President.
Absolutely.
Oh. No, it's kind of spreading right here. Are they on my TR?
I've been standing here with you, so I don't have that answer.
I tell you, these law enforcement people have so much patience for
When was the
their
last
time.
time you took your lorazepam?
Took it. I'm saying, like, you take that, like, that policy, that amount, you can't just not take it the next day. You have to, like,
Right. So I'm asking, when was the last time you took it?
so I was taking it yesterday. What's today? I don't know what's today.
Well, a lot of times
Today
It's a
is
day
they
of the
don't
week.
give you very
Wednesday.
many
Yeah, so I didn't take it Tuesday.
benzodiazepines
Hey,
because you're not supposed to take it every day. It contributes to Alzheimer's, is what I've been told.
So you said your favorite vacation was Aruba?
Mhm.
Do you like to like scuba dive or snorkel or?
and I'm being serious. I'm getting dizzy now.
Okay, we'll just lean back on the couch.
But yeah, like boating activities.
Floating activities.
Yeah.
Oh, 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 oh. Yep, feel free to put your feet up if you need to.
I don't care about y'all taking something. Writing my thing because of evidence. So don't think because I know that's what I do. He yelled at me and said, "You're gonna take it anyway, and you can have it." That's what's part of it. But I really have a chest pain.
Believe you?
So my body is not everyday condition, and I work out a lot, and right now. I took a Tylenol. That's why I took earlier. I took a Tylenol. I started getting like a headache and all over the place. But sometimes that helps, you know.
Sure.
I'm gonna read some more comments. A few minutes ago when they were offering her food, someone said to give her a knuckle sandwich. That's funny. Totally.
What if I had like something? I asked him, could I get something to read? That might would help.
She wants the people
And she
made.
talked about purposeful in the brain or something. Like that would help, you know. But he said I couldn't have anything to read.
You know, this woman is all about herself. Poor me.
You ever have
Poor
a talk
me.
about other questions off the time path? You can hear from English. I can't hardly breathe. Okay. But I will be certainly do that for you.
Are you okay listening to me? Is that okay?
Which I have learned that really right. You can take your time to answer. I want to answer you right away, so then that would trigger that. So it's gotta take just like 3 minutes or so. That's good.
Someone says she wants a magazine. She thinks she's a spa. Now, keep in mind, this is like a day or two after
It's just radiant.
he murdered Gannon.
It's hard to breathe in here. Why does it feel like hard to breathe?
Pretty get stuffy after
Because
all
this
of
is,
it.
I believe,
do.
it's Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean,
And he was killed
Yeah.
on Monday or Tuesday. I think it was
Yeah.
Monday because the candle incident was Sunday.
We can get those shoes.
your old shoes.
That's in pattern before.
Yeah,
Mom
your old
says,
shoes.
if I was a detective, I would tell her to shut off. We've heard your lies for 3 hours. For real.
I would like to
Wow.
pretty good at that.
Well, not that same pattern. Maybe the stolen that.
No, if it's a 5-pointer,
And
different
just like
5-pointers that if
murdering
it's
an
if
11-year-old
it's the
will
same
give
one.
you anxiety. Someone mentioned.
I don't remember really.
Very true. Maybe
They're
because
probably
you
like a
brutally murdered your
2012 model.
I guess. Very true.
Like that.
Yeah, I've had my Nikes forever. They last for a while.
Are they coming? I need to get some oxygen.
That's what's coming. Because sometimes if you
Someone says
I did. I
to
couldn't
give
breathe.
her those
you
truth
can't breathe.
pills. That's
If you have
clever.
a bit of anxiety, is that right?
Well,
A body panics when in fear.
I just really bad with my diet changes and like workout changes, and I can't breathe. So I asked that guy to open the door, and he told me no and shut it and like leave. Is that light blinking out there?
Yeah, it blinks.
There.
There we are.
Someone's just said, remember, she doesn't have to be there. She
Sure.
could have
Yeah.
left at any time. That is true.
Hold on.
But
I have a little
remember
bit
when we
of touching.
left on Friday,
It's like right
they
here now.
were
I breathe. I
basically
just try to get
saying,
him to open the door so I can breathe,
nothing,
but
you can't leave.
wasn't.
But like they did not want her to
I didn't
leave.
have like I took a residue, so I don't know if they might be anxiety related, but I don't want to check it. I had anxiety since I was like I was 16.
Anxiety? Why, yes. I
You just took the last meeting?
does.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I had taken it like a few days in a row, so without taking it, I feel like I'm doing
You can lay back if you're more comfortable.
being sick.
Okay. We have chest pain right now?
Yep,
What does it feel like?
right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
No, it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay. You nauseated? Abnormal sort of breath?
Well, I could breathe in here, and I kept asking them to open the door so I could breathe.
Okay. We're just gonna check your heart. Check this on you and give me your heart there. Any other medical problems other than anxiety?
Any other one? I mean, like dealing with that area in general.
Do you have any other medical problems like cancer,
Yeah.
diabetes,
Yeah, like-
pressure,
Yeah, like asthma,
asthma?
but not those other ones that you
Do you
said.
have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
So diagnosed now.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
What other medicines do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Mhm.
Vital. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the birthday? Yeah, this one not too. How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
And what's your date of birth?
Uh,
What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year? Okay, we're gonna come up with. Test. Good look at your heart, okay?
Did I add anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is. And you keep putting 35.
I'm
What
not
day in
gonna
August?
remember when her birthday is.
Well, we're gonna have to put
Mine is.
stickers right underneath your left front.
Gemini.
What year?
Split personality.
1983.
Like,
No
hey,
offense to you Geminis out there, but that's kind of the thing.
Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me a name, please.
My name is Crazy Pants.
Letecia.
you spell teacher, please? Same one.
Oh shoot, I was
Right
gonna
after.
make a list of all of her aliases. There's been quite a few.
Then when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it every once in a while, like whenever I don't eat and don't get enough like exercise and different routines.
Or maybe when you've got
Can
a
you talk to alcohol
box
today?
suitcase in the storage room.
Yeah,
What have you spoken?
that's them. Earlier before we went to the bathroom.
I'm asking if you took drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, like Tylenol.
Well, I guess it says X-Freeze strong. Very strong. I wasn't anticipating that. We went from 30 degrees to
You can't really
80
do these.
degrees in like 5 days here in
Thank you.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
It's supposed to go back down to like normal 50, 60 tomorrow.
Your vital signs look good. I'm gonna take a look at your heart rate, okay?
Okay, cool.
Well, I wish they would have warned us that the first hour of today's trial was going to be listening to her complain about eating her medication. Who wants to listen to this in
Let's get
one
up, take
time
a break.
speed? This would be like 2 times speed. Fast forward, fast forward, fast
Do you want to
forward.
turn your legs over here so you can sit down and lean against the back of the couch?
Okay.
Doctor?
Yeah, I'm busy.
Your, hold on, yourself.
Yeah, somebody mentioned they could throw a couple vital measurements on her. You know, those little machines. EMT you could, maybe.
I'm going down to my stomach.
Monitor like her pulse
Like right
and
here.
heart rhythm. Yeah, someone says when you have a panic attack, your heart rate goes up. Of course, if you have a small child in a suitcase in your storage room, that would make most people's. I can't believe what she did. I don't know if you were here last week.
Can't really breathe. So.
I
You're
had
getting enough oxygen?
I couldn't really breathe. I just want like you got is it like some oxygen, air?
That's what I'm saying. You're getting enough oxygen. Right now, you need to control your breathing.
Okay, I'm trying.
Slow your breathing down, okay?
I'm trying.
As you know, with anxiety, if you start over breathing, then you're
so
getting
her heart rate is
develop that chest
75.
pain. Right? So that's probably what's going on.
I'm trying.
I think that's gonna work. Right now, the paramedics are discussing what they're looking at on the monitor.
Okay, right here.
Yep, they're looking at it right now.
What am I doing this? I just am breathing. That's all.
I'm sorry?
You just am having a breathing problem. That's all.
Pretty consistent with your anxiety.
Not like this. I don't need this.
Yeah, I got me. Here you go. Well, I'm sending it right now. Then would you like to hospital?
Yeah.
Your heart looks good, everything looks normal.
Yeah,
Mine is
I'm
84 right
Would you
now.
like to go to?
I mean, I don't even know where I'm at.
Okay, we'll do that. Someone more else is closer. Okay. Sounds good.
They say normal's like 60 to 80, but I don't know.
I thought it was stickers.
My resting is 70.
I think we're gonna have to do it when we get down to the.
It's getting cold.
Oh, and now the poor thing is cold. God, she's such a complainer.
Hang tight there. If you feel like you're gonna get and go ahead and hold
What
on
if
to the
she
tag
hadn't
here. We're
moved
just gonna
anyone
figure out what we got going on here. Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
go
a lot
ahead
of
and.
people are saying, oh, okay,
Back out here
so
for the-
Gannon is in a suitcase now,
How are you playing?
and she's doing this. Same thing I said.
Are those your sunglasses? Yeah, your shorts and your sunglasses.
And put the video.
It's all right.
Someone says, if the EMT starts singing her a
You
lullaby,
get
I may
that,
fall out
okay.
of my chair. That's funny.
Yeah, right out the. Yeah, just kind of on that top there. Okay. Your oxygen saturation are 100%. Oxygen saturation are 100%. If you're having an anxiety issue, anytime you have anxiety issues or a common symptom is feeling like you can't breathe, all you're doing is kind of. You can just blow in through your nose, out through your mouth, and take deep breaths.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Yeah, so just take deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth.
Oh, someone mentioned Harley knew something because she was telling her mom not to answer any questions. I said that last week. The girl had to have either been an accessory or an accessory after the fact, in my opinion. The way she acted when they were approached outside of Michael's, when they were only asking to seize the car and the phone. Harley acted all banana pants and they're shouting at each other to be quiet. Okay, the kid is missing. They're,
Prosecution?
you know, there to
I
help.
just would bring Jessica Bethel back to the stand, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat. in the
Okay,
witness stand
so we
and
got
remain your
Jessica
manager, still
Bethel
under oath.
coming back. She is a I think she's full-time mom now.
Good morning, Miss Bethel. How are you
Former
doing?
Detective
morning, I'm
Jessica
well, thank you.
Bethel.
Good. You told us on Wednesday when you were here how many homicide investigations you were involved with. Can you remind us again how many that is?
Over 100.
I think she's a stay-at-home mom now.
Is it fairly common in your experience that when people are at the sheriff's office on a murder investigation and detained that they can get very nervous?
Yes.
Is that what was apparent with the defendant there at the end of that video?
Yes.
Overruled, I think she can offer an opinion regarding
Overruled it. Nice
her
job,
experience
Judge.
based on other, the responses of other people that she's been in contact with.
So go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
Early in the, I guess I shouldn't say early in the interview, but at some point in the interview, it appeared that the defendant was trying to leave the interview room and then a separate person comes in and has her phone. Do you remember that portion?
That was on
Yes.
Friday, right?
Who
before
was
we
that other
closed.
person, first of all?
That was Lieutenant Mitchell Mahalko.
Is he with the sheriff's office also?
Yes, he is.
Was it very apparent by her actions at that particular time that she wanted to leave and wanted to take her phone with her?
Yes.
When she showed up at the sheriff's office, do you know how she got there that day?
She drove herself in her Tiguan.
And is that when we had testimony from another detective? Is that when it was observed
Tell me
that
if you
it
like
has,
this view
appears
better.
to have just been recently washed prior to driving
the
down to the
judge
sheriff's
go?
office?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, he's
We
there.
see
I'm helping him
the
up. How do I undo
medical
that?
folks come in, the ambulance folks. Where did they take the defendant after leaving the video there?
They took her to Memorial Hospital on Boulder.
Is this, and we've already had testimony from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest. Is that interaction with the FNE, the nurse, does that occur as soon as she gets to the hospital when she leaves the sheriff's office here?
Oh,
That interaction did not occur immediately when she got to the hospital, no.
I mean, the same day.
Yes,
That's what I mean. I shouldn't have said the word immediately. But she goes from the sheriff's office by ambulance directly to the hospital, and then at the hospital is where she interacts.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Sure. Does she leave directly from the sheriff's office in an ambulance?
yes, she did.
Did the ambulance drive her directly to Memorial Hospital?
Yes,
At Memorial Hospital, is that when she had contact, she being the defendant, had contact with forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest?
yes, that's correct.
At that hospital, after being there for some period of time, did the defendant walk away from the hospital before completing a sane exam?
Yes, she did.
So did this purported anxiety attack achieve her goal of wanting to leave the sheriff's office?
Ultimately, yes.
oh, so they did let her leave after this.
Would
Okay.
committing a murder
Yeah,
and being
the
detained in the
judge's
sheriff's office
face.
cause somebody to have nervousness and potentially have a panic attack?
Sustained.
So I want to jump ahead in time. After the defendant left the hospital on January 29th, were you aware of where she was?
Throughout the investigation, I was aware at certain times, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when she actually moved things out of her house on 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes,
What day was that?
the 31st of January.
So 2 days after your interaction with her at the sheriff's office.
Yes,
In between those two events, did you have any other personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Did you attempt to have any personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
By a blessing.
Once that occurred at the house on January 31st, where she moved things out, are you aware that she had a TV interview with Spencer Wilson from KKTV?
That's the one
Yes,
where
I
her back was
observed that.
turned.
In that interview, we've had testimony from Spencer Wilson earlier. She complained that in her interaction at the sheriff's office, she was not allowed to eat or drink or take bathroom breaks. Was she allowed to do those things at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was offered those things.
In that interview that we just watched over the later in the day on Wednesday and then this morning, at some point the defendant made a reference to you about, well, you've been in my house, you know what it's like there. When did you actually ever go to the house?
I went to the house, I believe it was in February.
February 21st, sound right?
That does sound correct.
Is it typical that the lead detective potentially wouldn't have to go to scene like that, at least early on?
Yes,
Thank
they
you
would
to
go
my new
typically
follower
early on.
on Rumble.
What about the
Yes,
idea
appreciate
that
it. I'm halfway to
at the beginning
25.
it's reported as a runaway and you don't know necessarily that where a scene might be that you need to look at? Does that play into the fact that you don't go as early?
Yes,
No, does not suggest the answer. Overruled.
Overruled
Right.
again. Ding,
Yes.
ding, ding.
Do you remember getting text messages from the defendant into February of 2020?
I know there were several times that she sent me text messages. I can't recall all of the dates specifically.
Sure. But were you getting text messages from her after she left the house on January 31st?
Yes,
Did you become aware of the defendant attempting to get her passport and bag back from evidence?
yes.
You remember when that occurred?
I believe that was also on the 31st.
Okay. Did you get a text message specifically about those things, needing to get her passport and bag back?
Someone
I do
asked how much
recall
Gannon
asking
made.
about a
What did I
passport.
say? I think it
Do you
was
remember when
like
that was?
I don't recall the date
70
now.
pounds.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with her report, which is pagination 010980.
You may go ahead.
Take a look at this report and put it up when you're done. Do you remember that text message?
Yes, I do.
What was, first of all, let me ask you this. Was there anything odd about that text message? Was it coming from, strike that, was it coming from a phone number that you recognized?
No, it was not.
Did you, based on context, were you able to determine who it was coming from?
Yes.
What was that context that gave you that information?
The person texting said that they did not do anything to Gannon and that there was no negligence on their part.
Okay, and so that led you to believe that it was coming from who?
Letecia.
I'm gonna retrieve that report from you.
I'm not hearing anything. See, they've got a green box up here.
At some point,
But
was a decision
there's a
made
glitch.
to travel to
my
South
little,
Carolina?
Yes.
When was that made?
Early March.
Why was that decision made?
like signal strength thing on the
Letecia had
stream
fled
says
to South
like
Carolina.
1. No, it's 2.
And
But
by
then
that
my-
time, I had
my
obtained probable
internet
cause
is
and
3.
authored an
Oh,
arrest
no,
warrant
it's good,
for
I
her,
think.
which was signed off by a judge at the El Paso County Courthouse. And so we went
Where is it?
to Myrtle Beach to arrest her.
When you say we, can you tell us who all was involved in that
I'm not
process?
hearing
It was
anything.
members from the local FBI, Detective Mark Riley and myself,
Looks like
and
the judge
also
is
local
frozen.
law enforcement
Oh, you
and
can't see
members
'cause I'm
of
in
the
the way.
FBI in Myrtle Beach.
Oh, now
Was
I
that
looked
a
up.
arrest actually affected in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Oh, what's going on?
Was the defendant interviewed in South Carolina?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember by who?
Gruesome.
Who is John
Let me check
Gruesome
and
and who is he
see.
with?
He is with the FBI.
Okay.
Please hold, I'm gonna
And we're
look
going to
and
hear from
see.
him at a later time, so I'm not
And
going to get into
another
her interview
stream
with
if
you.
they've got an audio issue.
Was there some discussion had as to how the defendant would get from South Carolina back to Colorado?
Yes.
What was the ultimate decision made as to that transportation?
That she would be driven back to Colorado in a rental van.
Who was involved in driving her back?
Myself and Detective Riley, and later on Deputy Michaela James.
So did you actually stop somewhere in the middle of that drive from South Carolina to Colorado to pick up the other deputy that you just mentioned?
Yes, we did.
How long did that drive last?
More than
Was she able to have conversations?
Yes.
Conversations that were not related to the investigation?
Yes.
Were they appropriate conversations, meaning if she's saying things, did they make sense?
Yes.
Was she able to eat and drink?
Yes.
I'm
Was
sorry,
she able to use the
people.
restroom?
Yes, she was.
And you mentioned trivia and singing songs. Was that something that all of you were sort
I'm
of
gonna
doing in the
hit
vehicle?
refresh.
Yes, just to pass the time.
Reload.
And was she participating?
Very strange. I'm apologizing.
So I want to bring up to you People's Exhibit 338.
Very weird.
Please take a look at that. And let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it, first off?
Initials and date are on it, and it is a GoPro video of the extradition.
Can you say that it's a what video?
GoPro?
Oh,
Is it only a portion of that
Well, I
hours-long
can do that.
transportation from South Carolina to Colorado?
Yes, just a very small portion.
Have you had a chance to review
How
that?
am I going to get to 25
thumb drive
subscribers when this
containing that
thing's all
GoPro video?
mucked up?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair and accurate representation as to the contents and
I don't have to start all over. This has never happened before. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over on YouTube, and I'm just going to grab Crime Talks for now. I'm basically going to leave my stream, my live stream. I would too. Be like, what's she doing now? What's Crime Spies doing now? She's messing everything up. Maybe it's because I made that mouse extra big giant. I'm sorry, lo siento mucho.
all right. Exhibit
It's
338
a belly
will be admitted.
band.
Go ahead.
permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may, go ahead.
Well, actually, before I get into publishing that. So what are we about to see in
Now the
People's
audio
Exhibit
came back on the
338?
other
Just to
one.
give some context.
The first
You
clip
know, understand.
is a view of Letecia along with Deputy James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letecia moving around slightly. And that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist.
Oh, that's what a belly
And
band
she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs. And she obtains a Monster Energy can and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can of Monster Energy drink and then struggles with Deputy James. I myself have noted several pre-contact cues where she is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70,
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
about 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
We immediately start giving commands to Letecia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over, and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stauch was already suspected of murder, and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
Is it
I'm
20?
fine with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
You ready?
Stop! She keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me, and I've stopped it. She keeps on.
She got out of the streets.
She keeps on threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down. But she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me your
I
arm.
will to you, but not
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. And I wouldn't use this.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. Let her not touch me.
Go ahead. I got it on.
I have the song.
Tisha, stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put it behind her back.
Yep.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
Stand up. Stop trying to turn.
I'm not trying to turn.
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Here's what we want to do. We want to the nearest detention facility. Oh, right in this quick.
Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands?
Not right now, teacher.
Yes, it's all my arms.
Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the cloth.
Eating you.
You good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on. Lock the doors. I got her what?
Can you turn the air on?
Your white t-shirt.
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day. I can't breathe.
Stop.
I can't breathe. Just open it so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue. Right by Pretty Horses. On 70.
I'm not resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone is jacking up cold.
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just
Stop.
my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm up. It's hurting my arm.
The more you press against me, the harder I'm going to press on the.
I understand. It's not the pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting. Can you just take
Yes,
pressure
ma'am.
off
This
my
is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Please, off my arm.
Need a march unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist, please.
I have Letecia Stauch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisted.
I didn't try to
Hold on.
escape.
You did try.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600
We
block.
were calm. We were not doing anything, correct?
Can you please,
But as
with
soon-
my wrist.
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do you
door,
remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Letecia.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Ow, my arm is hurting.
I am in a gray Chrysler minivan bearing Michigan plates. We have the hazards on and we're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell them to pick it up.
And we need a code 3 response, please.
You said you would help my arm. I pressure.
Nope. He's assaulted.
Oh, it's hurting.
Boy Edward Tom Henry Edward Michigan.
Hurting my arm. It's hurting.
8/4 of 83 is her birthday.
I did not try to escape.
No, man, I have
Wait,
2
no,
other
Tell us
deputies
the
with me.
story.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got Kansas coming out here now. Well, we're gonna get some
Yes, ma'am.
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have them. Somebody take us or escort us to the border and then have one of our people come to the border.
We're hurting my arm,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. Hit her. With a fist, she got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She
hit
slipped them.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are from.
Nope.
But
We're all
as
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the.
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
Yep. We're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado
Are
border.
you having a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man? Before you maybe ask me where you trying to go, okay?
Okay.
I just want to get off my arm. It's hurting.
I understand, so if I feel like you're trying to pull against me, if I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
Lift my head off.
We look like we're good. Use your time to understand. We'll see what we can do. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna put my partner, Detective Riley, on the phone with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Nice. Let's see.
Yes.
You okay?
Can you please lift up my wrist?
No. Not up for that.
After what?
Once you're.
Yes, ma'am. We're doing an expedition.
I didn't try to
Keisha's
escape.
back.
I opened the door to breathe.
Back
You
to
know that.
Colorado. She
Yes, I
slipped her
did.
cuffs and
You know-
assaulted a deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I
it.
just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
And then we'll have our state patrol meetings, if that's possible.
Relax.
I
Or
can't.
the pressure will get
But
worse.
if it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
On that, 650-719. Should just be able to look it up.
That's correct. We're at the 284.
284 westbound.
My wrist, it's hurting. My wrist is hurting.
Relax.
I can't. My wrist is breaking.
Your wrist is not.
It's
breaking.
hurting.
The more you wiggle, the more it's going to hurt.
Thank you.
Relax.
I'm trying, but it's hurting. Like things are hurting my
Stop
wrist.
moving.
No, that's fine. We'll wait here for officers.
You're pushing down on
Thank you,
me.
ma'am.
We've got some.
Bye-bye.
Right now.
They're coming right now.
Got 6 en route. Stop trying to.
I'm not trying to resist.
Then stop turning.
To you, you're holding me for
Okay,
nothing.
stop trying to turn against
I'm
my
not
hand.
going to turn against you. You're holding me.
Go ahead and buckle her. We're gonna make sure she's not gonna get out of her restraints this time. I'm gonna see if they have a belly belt, a real one.
I'm hurting my wrist.
This isn't gonna happen again.
Hurting my wrist. I'm not doing anything. She's doing that. I'm not doing that.
Not turning against.
I'm not turning against you. You're doing that to me on purpose.
Good. We've got her in the.
See? Look what she's doing on purpose. Look.
Stop turning.
I'm not turning.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Relax your body.
My body's relaxed.
So.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything to you. You're trying to choke me now.
Turn your head.
Okay, you want to bring her out? out for tough right now? No, we got her back in. But
The vehicle.
they're slapped on. I mean, they're not good. We'll bring her out. We'll double lock them.
Pull them out.
Bring her out.
Step out, Keisha. Oh, she choked me now. It hurts.
Yeah, redo her. You're not gonna get too far. You don't get a dog. You understand?
I'm not doing anything. I didn't try
You better run fast as you
well, I didn't try to run away. I opened the door so I could breathe.
Yeah. You guys have where you going? Colorado? Oh Lord, you got a wet. Yeah. And we have a what? You have a better belly belt than this? Because you're better. I don't have a friend. I don't. Here, let's do this. Let's go out here in the ditch. Let's get her down on her knee. That's what we need to do. No, they has three of them transport one person. Yes, they do. They were all, he was outside, two women inside the firm, they got everything up.
If we could just have Miss Bethel come back to the stand, or do you want to take a break?
I was gonna request you take a break now.
that's
Is this a good breaking
Yeah,
point?
we're good.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Are we still going to finish the rest of that video, or is it?
No, I don't think there's anything more on
Okay.
of her on there, and then I'm just going to jump into finishing up with questions.
Okay. All right. Just asking. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Right. And Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your, I assume that's what you were doing, right?
Absolutely, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good anticipation. You must have done this a couple times yourself, Judge.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bethel, in that video that we just watched, there's references made by you and I think maybe Detective Riley about escape, and then we can hear the defendant say, "I'm not trying to escape." What was she doing that was leading you to believe that she was trying to escape?
The fact that she had slipped her handcuffs, assaulted a deputy. Then later, she opened the back door of the van, which is why I returned to that position. Led me to believe that she was trying to escape
How did she open the door?
with her foot.
So when in that second clip that we watched, when you end up back in the back seat again, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You can't really see that necessarily on the video though.
No, you cannot.
There's comments made in that video about stop resisting and that sort of thing, but maybe can't see what those resisting efforts might have been on the part of the defendant. So can you describe that for the jury, please?
She was tensing her body, and she was also using her hands to try and manipulate around in the cuffs. I was afraid she was going to slip out of the handcuffs again.
In that second clip of the video, are you actually holding her feet down?
I had placed my knee onto her thigh area to hold her leg down.
Okay. Were you actually injured during that interaction?
Later on, yes.
Okay. What happened to you as a result of that?
We placed her in a mechanical advantage control hold, or a mock hold, myself and another deputy, to escort her to a patrol car. And when we did, she dropped all of her weight, and I was carrying her, or escorting her with my left arm. She dropped all of her weight, which caused me to have a shoulder injury, which needed surgical repair.
Was that another effort to resist or potentially cause you to exert law enforcement authority with her?
Yes, we'd call that passive resistance.
I want to go big picture with you for just a moment, Ms. Bethel. There were a number of searches of the home 6627 Mandan Drive. Why were there so many subsequent searches that build on each other over time in this particular case?
Initially, we did not, as I said earlier, we did not have a scene per se where there was a body and evidence lying around for us to look at and evaluate. And the information that we learned was during the course of the investigation. Letecia was the person that could provide us with that information, yet she had given us several different stories. And so as the investigation proceeded, we learned new things, which made us have to go back in and then look for these new developments in the home.
So the fact that the investigation developed the way it did, was that driven largely by the defendant's own deliberate actions?
Yes,
Did she mislead the investigation?
yes, she did.
Did that misleading the investigation start at the very beginning of the case?
Yes,
Did it continue until her arrest?
yes,
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away, is that part of that misleading the investigation?
yes, it is.
Are you aware of whether a sharp object was ever located in the home that was used to cause those sharp force injuries that Gannon suffered?
No, I'm not.
There were reports that we've heard from already from the medical examiner and people in Florida that there were 3 gunshots carried out, 2 that hit a pillow and 1 that hit Gannon. Were there any shell casings ever found during the course of this investigation?
No,
Were there any of Letecia's clothes, the defendant's clothes, that had Gannon's blood on them?
yes,
What were those?
her shoes.
Okay, but what about her clothing?
No,
Does the fact that those things were missing, a sharp force instrument, the shell casings, and bloody clothing, did that complicate the investigation?
yes,
You mentioned earlier that the drive from South Carolina to Colorado was many hours long, but you also had contact with her prior to that as well. During the totality of your contact with the defendant, did she ever talk with a Spanish accent?
no, she did not.
Did she ever appear to be in a different personality than what she had been in any other time that you had contact with her?
No,
Was her personality and persona consistent throughout your time with her?
yes, it was.
Were you able to develop, based on your interactions with her, an opinion as to her sanity during the time that you were with her and during the course of this investigation?
All right, overruled.
Were you able to develop an opinion as to her sanity?
Yes,
And what is that opinion?
I believe she is sane and she is manipulative and very calculated.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Miss Bethel, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Miss Stauch. I know you're familiar with. So your first contact with her was with Gannon's father, and it was at a Starbucks in Fountain?
That's correct.
Okay. And we listened to that recording?
Yes,
Okay. And you testified that she seemed to be apprehensive
that
during
was
that interview?
during the phone call
Okay.
leading up to the ultimate in-person meeting with her and Albert. Yes.
Okay. And why do you say apprehensive in the phone call?
When I contacted Letecia, I explained who I was and that I was assigned to the investigations division. And Letecia said, I've already spoken with 8 other people. And I asked her if I could meet her at the home. And she did not want me present in her home, stating that there were several young children in the home and she did not want them to overhear our conversation. And that later turned out to not be correct.
Okay. Now in the video interview at the sheriff's headquarters downtown, was that the office just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it seems at times that she's very cooperative. Like she won't talk, or stop talking. She just keeps going on and on and on, and she seems very personable. Is that your recollection of what was going on in the video?
In terms of her willingness to have a conversation, yes, she was willing to have a conversation.
Okay. So she didn't seem apprehensive at that point, as far as talking and meeting with investigators.
I wouldn't say that to be completely correct.
Okay. So in this, at least the first couple of hours, you say that she was still apprehensive?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay. Did during this interview at Starbucks or at the interview room at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, did she ever try to physically assault you or any of the other deputies?
No, she did not.
Okay. And in one of the interviews at Starbucks, speaking with Gannon's father, do you remember when he said that they had put Gannon into counseling because of custody issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gannon's father ever mention that Gannon was put into custody or put into counseling because of issues between Letecia and Gannon?
No.
How long would you say you were in the car or the van total with Miss Stauch from South Carolina back to El Paso County?
Oh, we'd never made it back to El Paso County.
Well, yeah, but to where it stopped, I'm sorry.
Over 24 hours.
24
I would
hours.
say close to 24 hours at least.
Now, did y'all stop in a hotel at one point, or were y'all just switching off drivers and doing it straight?
We were just switching off drivers.
Okay. Was this some sort of police van? Was it marked, or was it just a white cargo van that you rented somewhere?
It wasn't a cargo van. It was a commercial. It was a passenger van that the sheriff's office had rented for us.
Okay. What was Ms. Stauch's demeanor during, other than the video that we were watching, what was her demeanor for the other 23 and a half hours or 24 hours you were in the van with her?
She was calm.
Calm? And you said y'all were doing trivia, singing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Where was everybody seated in the van when she slipped the cuff or slipped the cuffs and threw the drink at the other deputy? Who was driving?
Detective Riley was driving.
Okay, your front passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay, where was the other deputies?
Deputy Michaela James was seated next to her behind Detective Riley.
Okay, and was Miss Stauch seated directly behind you?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did you nap during this ride any? Fall asleep? Or were you awake and aware the whole time?
No, I wasn't able to sleep.
Okay. Now, you said that Ms. Stauch and your encounters with her seemed calm and collected.
I said she seemed calm, yes.
Okay. And that she seemed like she wasn't switching between personalities?
No.
Okay. So there was no switch in her personality from when she was calm for 24 hours in the van till she slipped her cuffs and assaulted a deputy? Was there no change in her behavior at that point, in your opinion?
There was a change in her behavior, but I don't believe a change in her personality.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you know what this is?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
Okay. And you see right there, it says DSM-5?
Yes.
Numeral 5. Do you know what this book is?
It's a mental disorder book, I assume?
Okay. Have you ever seen it before or ever read it?
No.
Okay. Did you know in the field of psychiatry that this is more or less the Bible for diagnosing psychiatric disorders?
No.
Okay. And did you know that borderline personality disorders is listed in this DSM-5 manual?
Objection. She's already said that she's not familiar with the book.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where you're going. She's not being.
Your Honor, can we
qualified.
approach?
Objection sustained. You can rephrase.
So, Ms. Bethel, your definition of sanity that you told Mr. Allen that you believe Ms. Stauch was with your dealings with her, it is not based on the definition of sanity as contained in the DSM-5.
Judge, I would just further object. There's no definition of sanity in that.
Well, you can examine somebody about that to your heart's content, but the question is a fair one, overruled.
And let me rephrase. When you told Mr. Allen that Ms. Stauch was sane, you're not basing that opinion on anything found in this book, the DSM-5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long have you been in law enforcement prior to you leaving the sheriff's office?
14 years.
During your time with the sheriff's office, what were your different duties?
I began my career as a civilian and I worked with inmates incarcerated at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. From there, I became a deputy in 2010 and received my post-training to become a peace officer. And then from there, I worked on patrol and ultimately into investigations.
In your experience of working at detentions at the jail, would you have contact with people that are suffering from mental health disorders?
Yes.
Would it happen fairly often?
Yes.
During your time with the sheriff's office, did you also have contact with lots of people in the public?
Yes.
Did you see people in the public that had mental health disorders?
Yes, I did.
During your time as a working at the sheriff's office, did you encounter people that had severe mental health disorders?
Yes.
Did you have contact with people that had that you might have had concerns with that they may be a threat to themselves or others, their safety?
Yes.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that during your interactions with her?
No.
Thank you.
The jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel? All right, looks like we have at least one. Council approach, please. I've received a juror question and you might be sort of thinking ahead. There are some other witnesses. I think that those questions are, these questions may be able to be answered through, but not this particular one. So with that, Ms. Bethel, you can step down. Thank you.
I'm going to retrieve the exhibit off the witness stand, Judge. You already did it.
Oh, okay. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Christian Leewer.
I'm sorry, who was the witness?
Christian Leewer. Leewer.
All right,
L-I-E.
you would step forward, raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear from the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. see too many people bring a camera up with them. Okay.
I'll explain.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record and also spell your last name?
My name is Christian, and my last name is spelled Liewer, and it's pronounced Leewer.
And where are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed with the Metro Crime Lab?
I've been employed with the Metro Crime Lab for a little under 4 years now.
And in terms of your role with the Metro Crime Lab, generally, what do you do?
As a crime scene investigator, we respond to scenes, vehicle processings, autopsies, and person processings for general documentation and evidence collection purposes.
Can you tell the jury a bit more about what type of educational background you need to perform that particular role?
I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic investigation, and I also have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
In terms of certifications that you hold, can you explain the jury some of those?
Current national certifications, but through our crime lab training program, we have to go through a 6-month training program where we are reviewed and observed by a certified crime scene investigator until we are deemed competent enough to perform crime scene investigations independently.
What about continuing education or things that you do on an annual basis to ensure that you're up to date with the current technology and science? What do you do?
We go to many trainings within our scope of work. That includes blood stain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, latent print processing, and whatnot.
And how many scenes have you responded to over the course of your career thus far?
I've responded to approximately 75 crime scenes and a total of approximately 220 total callouts.
And the 75 crime scenes, was that specifically as your role as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct, yes.
And how many times have you testified in an expert capacity?
A little bit under 10 times now.
And specifically, what capacity was that?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. And were all those in this jurisdiction?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the people who tendered to the court, Christian Leewer as an expert in crime scene investigations.
Oh, good. Witness will be so qualified.
All right. Mr. Leewer, I'd like for you to explain to the jury your role as it relates to the disappearance of Gannon Stauch as you understood it from the get-go. How did your role start?
Absolutely. On February 3rd, I was informed that I was requested to respond to 6627 Mandan Drive to complete a search for latent blood stains and or projectile defects within the residence regarding a missing child.
And what was the specific address you were tasked with responding to?
6627 Mandan Drive.
And is that in the county of El Paso?
That is in the county of El Paso.
State of Colorado?
In the state of Colorado.
You mentioned that particular response. How many responses did you ultimately have to that residence?
I responded to that residence 3 times.
And can you break down for the jury each one of those responses, the dates and the times approximately?
Absolutely. As I alluded to before, I responded a little bit before lunchtime on February 3rd. I responded later in the evening around 6 p.m. also on February 3rd. And then I also responded on February 5th around a little bit after lunchtime.
And in terms of the Metro Crime Lab, how many people were you generally working with for your role in this case?
Each of my responses, I had an additional CSI that was in training with me. And then there were 2 other crime scene investigators that also responded on multiple days to the address.
So subsequent to your last time at the residence on February 5th, were there additional crime scene investigators that were present that helped process the scene or collect evidence?
Yes, there were.
Now, you mentioned that you were tasked, briefed with some additional information regarding looking for latent blood stains. Can you explain to the jury in very basic terms what you mean by blood and blood stains?
So blood, as you all know, is the red fluid that runs through your body that does contain genetic code and carries oxygen. When I refer to latent blood stains in a crime scene, I mean blood stains that are either very dilute or cleaned up to where you cannot see them anymore. So we have to use additional processing to make them visible.
And generally, what is contained in blood? Why is it important to you and what you do?
In a broad sense, what we're concerned about when it comes to blood is the genetic code or your DNA that we are trying to collect with blood stains.
And so in terms of your processing, is your role related to collecting, preserving blood or DNA for additional use by your team?
Yes, it is. Our role is to document and collect as much as we can.
Okay. Now you mentioned collecting, documenting. What is the specific tool that you may use when you're given information that a scene may involve blood?
There are multiple options that we have when it comes to looking at blood stains. However, when we are looking at latent blood stains, we will use a chemical called Blue Star that will assist us in visualizing the blood stains.
And generally, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, meaning that it will react with blood, but it can react with multiple other substances. However, with Blue Star, when it reacts with the heme component of blood stains, it will chemiluminesce or glow a bright blue color in the dark.
You said heme?
Correct. Heme.
What do you mean by that?
It's a molecule in the blood that specifically is targeted by Blue Star in our presumptive testing.
So while Blue Star can presumptively test positive for blood, can it presumptively test positive for other substances?
It can. Most of what it will react to is any oxidizing agent, which can include cleaning agents, bleach, even horseradish. So it's presumptive in the sense that we can search for blood, but there has to be additional testing to determine if it is blood and if there is any DNA present in that sample.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Leeward, do you generally recognize what I'm holding here, which has been marked as People's Exhibit 442?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a diagram that I created of the main level and the basement level of 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, are there various markings on this exhibit 442?
Yes, there are. It has the address, it has what level of the scene it is, and then there are also additional blue, yellow, and purple dots within the diagram that I placed, indicating positive Blue Star reactions on my multiple visits.
And is People's Exhibit 442 a fair and accurate representation of what you created with regard to floor plan?
Yes, it is.
Right, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 442.
No objection. Exhibit 442 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lure, there is a pointer. I'll ask you to use that as we walk through your testimony here. Is this the right positioning that you prefer for this? It's very big.
It's fine. It's most important that the jury be able to see it. I think maybe if you cant it a little bit, turn it the other way.
Which way, Your Honor?
Like this. Other way.
Facing the. Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
We're good now?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Leeward, can you walk the jury through the diagram that appears in People's Exhibit 442, basic layout of the house?
Absolutely. Is it okay if I stand up next to the diagram as well?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
But if you're going to do that, you'll need to stand to one side or the other so that the jurors at the far end will still be able to see. So you just need to stand at one side or the other of the diagram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you can see on the top of the diagram of the first section of this, that is going to be the main level of 6627 Mandan Drive. And when it relates to my crime scene processing, my first response was predominantly focused on in the upper right-hand corner over here. That is the garage. We were tasked with searching for latent bloodstains in the garage earlier that day. As you can see at the bottom left corner of the garage, there's a doorway that will open into the laundry room, which the laundry room will continue to open into the main level of the home. Towards the center of this top half of the diagram, there is a stairwell. This stairwell leads to the basement, which the basement is highlighted on the bottom level or the bottom half of this diagram. Can you guys see the bottom half over there? Is it okay if I move the diagram slightly?
That's fine.
And Your Honor, if the jurors need to stand up or move around to see the diagram, would that be permissible
Yeah,
in
that's fine.
their chair?
Yeah, if you need to, especially the guys in the hole over there, that's.
And Mr. Leeward, just so we can make sure that your voice is projected, just make sure that your voice is projecting.
Absolutely. Can you all see the whole diagram now? Fantastic. So
Can all of the jurors hear him? We have a microphone if it would be helpful, but if everybody can hear him, okay. Everybody's nodding, it's all good.
So on the bottom half of this diagram, this is the basement level. And towards the middle of this bottom half of the diagram, you can see the stairwell again. This is the stairwell that connected the upper level and the lower level. But now on the bottom right side of this half of the diagram, you'll see two rooms. The room to the bottom is the southeast bedroom, which I was informed was Gannon's room. And then the room above Gannon's room, that is a storage room or storage closet that I also searched for Blue Star. And then towards the left side of this diagram, you have an entertainment area in the bottom left corner. In the upper left corner, you have a bathroom, an additional bedroom, and an additional walk-in closet.
Great. And so when you responded initially to the residents on February 3rd of 2020, can you walk the jury through what your method of approach when you approach a scene is?
Absolutely. When we respond to a scene in any capacity, we will always go at it in the least intrusive measures. That means I will work outside to inside. So in this case, I was tasked with searching for bloodstains within the garage, between the garage
I
and
think
his
it was hot
bedroom.
outside.
Because I don't want to go
I was
to the
coming
most
in
intrusive
than I
method,
expected.
I'm not going to go straight to his bedroom. I'm going to start in the garage
Minnesota.
and work my way
It
down.
was
And
30
that's the same
degrees
with
a
any
week
crime
ago,
scene.
and now it's like
We'll always start outside and get closer to what is of interest.
Okay. And you can take a seat. I'm going to ask you to look at a set of photos. You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 443 through 450.
450.
443 through 450, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Leeward, can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that set of exhibits?
Absolutely.
And do you recognize People's Exhibits 443 through 450?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took during my initial visit or my initial process.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to stand in front of the diagram so I can turn and show the best way for you, for the jury.
Now, Mr. Leeward, you've explained that you approach a scene from the outside moving inwards. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 443, what are you documenting here?
I hope I didn't mess you up, but I switched it back to the regular stream.
South towards the garage. And what's important here is during our overall photographs, we want to document what address we're at. So along the right-hand side of this image, you can see 662 and then something covering the bottom part. But this is the overall view of the front of 6627 Mandan Drive.
People's Exhibit 444, what are you documenting here?
This is an overall photograph of the interior of the garage. I'm standing in the northeast corner, facing southwest towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 445,
Now I'm standing in the southeast corner of the garage. And again, I'm facing west towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 446.
Standing in the southwest corner of the garage, facing east. So I'm standing right in front of the stairway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 447.
This is right at the base of the stairs to the laundry room. And I'm showing that there's a rug there and stairs leading into the laundry room.
Now, as you're walking through this garage area, how do you know which areas of the garage to specifically focus on?
Need 12 more.
There are multiple things.
Tell your friends.
For example, the question was if there were latent bloodstains between the garage and his bedroom. It's not observed in these photographs yet, but there is a woodworking shop in the garage that would have been difficult for a vehicle to be parked or anybody to be present. So what we focused on were the open areas where you could walk or park a vehicle.
And in terms of the scope that you're allowed to document and process when you're on a scene, is that dictated by anything?
Yes, we have to work within the parameters of a search warrant. If there's something that we want to collect that are outside of the search warrant, we have to apply for another search warrant to be able to collect that.
And that goes directly to my first question really should have been, are you just allowed to walk into a house and start processing?
No, we are not. We are initially first requested by a law enforcement agency, traditionally the sheriff's office or Colorado Springs Police Department. And once they receive a search warrant, we are able to enter a home for documentation and evidence collection purposes.
And so now what we see in People's Exhibit 447 is a piece of carpet. What was important for you to do next when you observed this piece of carpet?
For the purposes of what we were doing, again, we were searching for latent bloodstains. So our next step was to start spraying the garage with Blue Star to see if we could get a chemiluminescence.
And can you explain for the jury the steps very basic steps of even just beginning to spray Blue Star? Where do you get it?
So Blue Star is a proprietary chemical and it comes in 2 vials. We have to put these 2 vials with a certain amount of distilled water and mix that up. Once it is mixed up in a spray bottle, we will lightly spray over wherever we are trying to search for bloodstains. And we lightly spray over it because it will fluoresce or it will chemiluminesce very quickly. And once we see the chemiluminescence, we'll try to photograph it. But what's most important is that we swab it and note it.
In terms of timing, is that important when you know that you're going to use Blue Star to when you start spraying it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Timing, is that important when you're using Blue Star? Can you, mix the reagent and use it for 3 hours later? Is that important? Does it matter?
So there is a shelf life to Blue Star, but we are able to use it for, if we mix it when we initially get to a crime scene, we're able to continue using it throughout the duration of the crime scene, whether it be a day or not.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 448. Again, what are we seeing here?
People's Exhibit 448 is another photograph from that same location. However, now I've slightly moved up to show in relation to where the doorway is, where I was standing.
People's 449.
This is another photograph of the rug, but it's taken facing southwest now. So it's just an additional angle of the stairwell and the rug itself.
And specifically with regard to those stairs, is there a difference how these stairs appear now versus the other photos that we've seen?
Absolutely. In the previous images, the stairs were dry and kind of a lighter shade, but now you can see that they're a darker shade. That is because I had sprayed Blue Star on these stairs, resulting in them being saturated.
People's Exhibit 450. What are we looking at here?
Oh, that's showing it fluoresce, I bet.
Is a Blue Star photograph showing chemiluminescence of the reaction with Blue Star.
I wonder if we
predominantly
could
on the
see
rug
this.
and slightly west.
I'm going to take a snip of this.
And in terms of photographing Blue Star, are there anything that you encountered when you were there on February 3rd of 2020 that morning?
When it comes to photographing Blue Star, it is difficult to photograph because you have to manually control many settings on your camera that force a certain amount of light in for a certain period of time. So we have very high powered cameras that we can adjust those settings to take photographs like this.
And would now be a good time to use your camera?
Absolutely.
Okay, we did see you walk up to the stand with the camera. Would explaining how Blue Star is photographed and using that camera be helpful for you in demonstrating that to the jury? Your Honor, permission for the witness to use his camera for demonstrative purposes only?
Defense.
Oh, yes, please. We like
You may, go ahead.
demonstrations.
Now, Mr. Lewer, you started to explain the fancy settings of your camera. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. So what I have here is a Nikon D500 camera. And the reason
Nikon
we use these, like I said
D500.
before, is that we can manually adjust many settings on this camera to take photographs that you normally wouldn't be able to on your cell phone. So we're predominantly concerned with 3 settings in general. The aperture, which if you look at the front of the lens here, that's the opening in which the light will come in. That's kind of like the pupil of your eye.
700.
We're concerned with the ISO setting, which is simply saying how sensitive the camera is to light itself. So if I have a higher ISO, that means photographs will appear brighter because it's more sensitive to light. And then additionally, when I take this lens off, being very careful, you can see here, there's this mirror. There's going to be a shutter in here. That's what opens and closes when we're trying to capture a photograph. And the reason that is important is because we have to focus on the shutter speed of our camera. And what that means is if I have a very fast shutter speed, it means it opens and closes very fast, not letting much light in. But if I have the shutter speed open for a very long time, it allows more light to come in, meaning I can take photographs in the dark that are brighter, but that can also show the chemiluminescence of Blue Star. Additionally, I
Did
didn't
not know that.
bring it up, but the aperture is an additional way to allow light in. But for the purposes of Blue Star, it is predominantly the shutter speed that we are concerned with.
Now, what are the ideal conditions to even do this photography in?
With Blue Star, you have to have a dark room. It doesn't have to be completely dark, but to see a reaction, it has to be mostly dark. So with that being said, we have to have our camera settings allowing us to take photographs in the dark with very minimum light.
And
I apologize. I was going to say, but as you can see here in the bottom portion of this photo, you can see that there is some light. We have to have some light present within the scene to show what the conditions look like with the Blue Star chemiluminescence, because it doesn't really tell much if we have bright blue but nothing behind it to show what it's on.
can you walk the jury through the different areas where reaction is being observed here in People's Exhibit 450?
Absolutely. So this is at the base of the stairs leading to the laundry room in the garage. So this is along the south wall of the garage in the southwest corner.
And would you point that out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury as well?
Like I said before, the upper half of this diagram is the main level of the residence. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the garage. You can see along the south or the bottom wall of this diagram that there are many blue dots. Each blue dot represents a Blue Star reaction that I had on my first visit.
That's a lot of blue dots.
Going forward, the green dots will be my second visit and the purple dots will be my third visit.
That doesn't look like Gannon cutting his foot on a board.
So
dot.
after you see this positive reaction in
opinion.
People's Exhibit 450, what is your next step?
When we have a Blue Star positive reaction, we have to consider the substrate that it's on or what the Blue Star is reacting with. So in this case, we have a rug that we could easily collect. So we just collect that easily. However, if we have Blue Star reactions on a wall or floor, we can't collect the wall or the floor. So we'll have to collect a sample of that Blue Star reaction itself.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 451, and I will show it to the defense as well.
All right.
I'm wondering if we're going to be able to see all the spots, because if you remember from testimony, I think it was Thursday, it started in the garage, went through the laundry room, dribbled into the living room. Then there was supposedly quite a bit of luminescence at the top of the stairs, a shit ton of luminous on the stairs with evidence of cleaning. A shit ton more on the basement, like landing.
Recognize People's Exhibit 451.
Could I handle it real fast?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then Gannon's room was horrifying, in my opinion, at least from all the Sharpie marks. And then from Gannon's room down the hallway to the storage room where she put his suitcase was a trail. And then there was
How do
some
you recognize
luminous
it?
over by the
This
candle
is
incident
the
from
rug
Sunday.
that I collected from the base of those stairs. And the reason I recognize it is the label has the description of where it came from. It has my employee ID number as well as the item number. And then there are additional tape seals on the back with my initials and the date that it was sealed up. However, there are additional tape seals and markings on the rug indicating it has been examined by further lab personnel.
Aside from those differences that you pointed out, would you say that it is in the same or substantially same condition as when you last observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 451.
Exhibit 451 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, after you note the reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what do we see now in People's Exhibit 400 and, oh, sorry, whoops. Went ahead myself, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Exhibit 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Thank you.
So that was 451.
No, no objection to those.
I'll lay the
exhibits.
foundation, Your Honor. Mr. Lewer, would you take a moment, familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 452 through 458?
Absolutely.
Oh, no. Those are the boards supposedly Gannon hurt his foot on, cut his foot on. I don't know. Does that look like he cut his foot on that? Maybe. Well, what happened here? You've just been watching me. I'm so sorry. I'm out to lunch today. I apologize.
Boards were collected.
And can you just clarify for the jury on
Lo
People's Exhibit
siento
442 where that reaction is taking place?
Absolutely.
I was watching it from the other window.
As we can see on the top right-hand portion of the main level in the diagram, we have 3 dots on the southeast corner of the garage. That's going to include the box as well as the boards in the photograph that you see here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
You may.
Thank you.
I'm curious if we're going to see
So
the
that
stairs.
set of exhibits,
I
Mr.
bet.
Leewer, do you recognize those?
Let me take a look. So much. I appreciate you.
This guy seems friendly for such a dark occupation.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. These are slippery.
Sorry?
Permission to approach the witness. The pictures are.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let me know if you like this view. I figured I'd just keep this one big giant because then we can have a better look at the exhibit.
All right. Do you generally recognize People's Exhibits 460 through, I believe, 477?
Yes, I do. These are additional photographs that I took during my first scene processing.
And Your Honor, sorry, just to clarify, 460 through 476 is actually the number of exhibits there.
Right. Go ahead.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
So 16 pictures, people.
476 will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Leewer, behind you is People's Exhibit 460. You'd mentioned some presumptive positive reactions that you noticed with the boards. What are you documenting in People's Exhibit 460?
What I'm documenting here is that there was initially an additional black bag right in the center of the photograph to the right or the east of the last board. And I moved that bag, and that's what I'm photographing in this depiction right here.
In 461, what are we seeing here?
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph slightly east of those boards and on the boards as well.
462.
This is a photograph directly of the boards at their south end.
463.
Again, a blue star positive reaction photograph. It's difficult to see, but it's on the farthest bottom board or the farthest east board in this photograph.
And Mr. Leeward, would you use the pointer just to point that out to the jury?
So using the pointer, it's going to be slightly in the middle of this image, but it's going to be the board that we are going to refer to as, I believe, 4. And it's this blue chemiluminescence towards the center on the screen right here.
People's 464.
This is another photograph of the boards, but as you can see towards the bottom of the image now, I've labeled the boards. I've labeled north, and I've given them arbitrary numbers as 1 through 4.
And would you point that out to the jury as well?
Absolutely. So I previously testified that that board was number 4. It was actually number 1. I apologize for that. But here on the bottom side of this image, you can see towards the center of these boards, I've labeled them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've indicated a north
Remember
arrow,
the
and I wrote
reason
the
that
top,
these were on the
indicating that
floor
that
in
is
the
top of
garage is so it would stop the cars.
465.
People on my
This is a
days to
close-up of
hang
the
a
image of
tennis
that
ball
image.
from the ceiling.
466.
This is after I cut the boards. We decided to do this because the boards were very long. They span the entire length of the garage. So instead of having to contain all of the board, we cut the samples that we had presumptive positive reactions on.
And would these boards now be made available to other members of law enforcement or other people for additional access?
Yes, they would.
People's Exhibit 467, can you orient the jury as to where we're at now?
Absolutely. This is kind of a difficult photograph to discern where we are. But along the left side of this image, you can kind of see the end of a stairwell.
Yeah.
And on the diagram here, in the bottom left side of the garage, we're in the southwest corner, looking directly in that corner. So where the rug initially was, it'll be slightly west of that.
People's 468.
This is a blue star reaction underneath the items within that southwest corner.
It's smart of him to move all.
469.
We've moved some of those items to better visualize what was under those items.
470.
An additional blue star reaction photograph of that same area.
Now, you did explain that you like to work outside in, and so as you've documented various areas around the garage, what is the next area of focus for you?
Naturally, our next indication would be to move into the garage. So what we did after we blue star this area was move further into the laundry room.
The mud room.
So in People's Exhibit 471, what are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of the door to the laundry room, but we're within the garage. We have not crossed that threshold yet.
And People's Exhibit 472.
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph, and it's kind of difficult to see, but at the top of this image, towards the middle of the screen, there's a blue marking on the door.
People's Exhibit 473.
This is a photograph once we've opened up the doorway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 474.
This is a photograph of blue star positive reactions on the floor of the laundry room. Again, it may be a little bit difficult to see, but it's right on the floor, right as you cross the threshold, and it's towards the center of the image.
People's 475.
Now we're standing within the laundry room, facing the doorway and looking at the ground towards what would be the entrance of the home.
People's 476.
Additional blue star reactions along that
There's
floor
little dribbles
between the doors of the home and the laundry room.
And Mr. Leeward, would you go ahead and point out those different spots for the jury?
Absolutely. So we can see the washer and dryer along the left side of the screen. And we can also see some laundry baskets on the right hand of this image. And we're facing south now. So you can see some of these blue speckles along that walkway between the washer and dryer and the laundry.
And are you also documenting that on People's Exhibit 442?
I am. So you can see, we believe that the garage is in the upper left-hand corner. Now, as you move south, you can see the doorway. And this linear stretch that orients north-south, that is the laundry room. And you can see three blue dots indicating the positive blue star reactions that I viewed. However, the 3 is arbitrary. It's documenting the location. It's not the number of reactions we saw.
And People's Exhibit 400 and let's see. And you can take a seat now if you'd like. Now, at some point, you'd explained that certain ideal conditions for photographing blue star. At what point in the day are you now coming back? Can you explain that again to the jury?
So as I mentioned before, we are there around noon, the noon time, so very bright outside. You can see that in this image depicted that there's light coming in underneath the doorway, which can be troublesome when we're trying to take very dark photographs for a blue star. So at this point, we decided with the amount of blue star reactions that were observed, that it would be beneficial to respond to the address in the evening hours to search for blue star. So because we could make the house darker.
And did you actually respond later in the evening hours on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, I did.
So
I
these were all
responded
taken
around
February
6 p.m.
And did you respond with anybody else from your team?
CSI Robert Zaleski responded with me in a training capacity.
And Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
You.
Oh.
Sure. I was confused as well.
I really appreciate the
All
fact
right,
that they.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our
Well, I bet it's lunchtime.
lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room, say 1:20, we should be able to start on time.
Oh,
at
that's
that
probably
point.
good because the
Again,
next
don't
set of
discuss the case among
pictures
yourselves.
going
Don't
through
discuss the case
the
with anyone else, and have a
laundry
good lunch.
room,
We'll see you
and
back
like I
at
said,
1:20. All right. for the jury,
top of the
please.
stairs, and then the stairs, supposedly, according to the sheriff, is horrifying. And then the bottom of the stairs also. And Gannon's room, just the Sharpies alone is so frightening. I don't know if you were here last week when we went through that. And then from Gannon's room to the storage room, there's supposed to be a trail. So from the laundry room up into like the main part of the house, top
1:20.
of the stairs, down the stairs, and then
Thank
bottom
you.
of
May
the
all be seated.
stairs.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecutor,
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
defense? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Court will be in recess. then.
All
Thank you.
right. Look at her. Look at her. The Wicked Witch of Colorado. Horrible woman. Okay, now I missed what time. Usually they're gone until like 1:15 their time. So that will be 2:15 Central, 3:15 Eastern. Anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Let me look over here. I'm going to try something with you people. Hold on a second. I worked on this yesterday. It's 3 seconds. Let's see. Did work. That's my swoop fireball. So, sorry I missed. I had to go run an errand quick, and I ran into the most beautiful aloe vera. It's like a big giant box with these huge aloe vera, sections. I'll bring them back. And then I got some spearmint. So that was kind of fun. So like I said, here in Minnesota, we went from 30 degrees about a week ago with big giant piles of snow everywhere. And like the last week, it's been 60, 70, 80. And now tomorrow it's supposed to be 50, and then Sunday's supposed to go 50 and then 40 and get really windy again. So we had this like weird, this never happened, but we also never have snow this long, but finally all the snow's gone. Anyway, well, I'm glad my swoop worked. See, I'm getting better. Tell your friends. We're up to 13 on Rumble now. I need 25 to stream directly on Rumble. Oh, one thing I wanted to say, for these lunch breaks. So at the end of the day, usually after I'm done with this, I like to watch the Dan Bongino it's live stream, but it's taped by the time I get to it. He's exclusively on Rumble now. Steven Crowder is exclusively on Rumble now. And I heard through Dan Bongino's show yesterday that the GOP presidential first debate will exclusively be on Rumble. Not NBC, not Fox, not CBS, not ABC. It'll be only on Rumble. Isn't that exciting? So Rumble's the place to be, all you Rumblers. Well, I don't see any questions. Hopefully that will change. So have a great lunch. So I think what I'm going to do, unless I hear otherwise from people, is during these little lunch breaks, I think I'm just going to turn the Dan Bongino show on. It's about an hour-ish. So that'll eat up most of like the lunch hour. And If there's any time after that, I'll try to come up with something clever. How's that sound? So thanks so much for being here. We're not going to do the outro, but we're going to go over on Rumble. These ears, oh my God, it hurt my head. And those little in-ear ones. Okay, so I hope you don't mind. I mean, if you're on Rumble, I'm assuming you're conservative. We just don't have any action over on YouTube. I think, I don't know, when you're just starting, maybe you just have to just park it over there for a while. I don't care. I like Rumble better anyhow. So I'm going to share this tab instead. And let's just put Dan Bongino on, people. Have a wonderful lunch. I'm going to make this full screen. And then after I scooch out of here, maybe I'll do the fireball again. After I scooch out of here, I'll just put on the screen what time to come back. Thank you so much for being here. We're getting better. This is day 7. Okay, oops, I think I have a good lunch.
In that movie, I've seen it probably 4 or 5 times, start to finish. Remember? Hold, remember? With the spears and the horses. Remember, if you haven't seen it, see it. It's a really good movie. I'm going to hold on this story. I'm going to hold until I draw any conclusions about the leaker or suspected leaker, alleged leaker. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, correct? I'm not sure I'm ready to dive into the pool yet. And I'm going to tell you why, because as someone said in the chat, thank you all for joining the 11 a.m. chat. I appreciate it. Dan always brings the receipts. Yes, I do. I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of useless speculation without producing some receipts as to why I'm speculating that we may want to hold. Not suggesting there's some grand conspiracy here or the individual arrested had nothing to do with it. I'm just saying there's something awfully suspicious about this thing and how it just snap, crackle, popped. Stay tuned. Today's show brought to you by ExpressVPN. Everyone's talking about how ChatGPT and AI is going to change the world. Tech companies are all investing heavily in AI for search. But guess what? They're the same companies that have the power to censor search results. That's why I use ExpressVPN to add a layer of protection between me and big tech. The ExpressVPN app hides my unique IP address on all my devices. It makes it difficult for big tech to identify who I am and match my activity back to me. It's super easy to use. Listen, I'm not that tech savvy. It is really easy. All I have to do with ExpressVPN is tap one button on my phone or computer to turn it on. That's it. But ExpressVPN doesn't just protect me from big tech. It also encrypts 100% of my online traffic, keeping me safe from hackers and prying eyeballs. The best part, one ExpressVPN subscription covers up to 5 devices at the same time, so my whole family uses it too. Stop letting big tech spy on what you're doing. Go to expressvpn.com/Bongino today. Don't wait another day and get an extra 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/Bongino, Bongino, to get protected with the VPN rated #1 by CNET, Tech Radar, and most importantly, the Dan Bongino Show. expressvpn.com/Bongino. All right, Joseph, it's Friday, so let's go, Daddy-O.
It's Friday!
I try to lip sync sometimes, but I never know how long you're going to hold that. So I have to wrap it up a little prematurely.
I'll follow you next time. Yeah.
So you saw, everybody's seen Braveheart. Hold. Everybody should just hold. I want to be clear here because, I don't get out over my skis and get crazy time or stuff, anything like that. But don't you think this story's awfully suspicious about the suspected leaker of these documents? 21-year-old kid pops out in gym shorts like, oh, we got him. And then coincidentally, folks, or maybe not coincidentally, right afterwards, after the Restrict Act goes down in flames, which is a government vehicle to enable the Biden administration to censor basically everything you do online, that goes down in flames the other day. And Joe, it's so weird. This guy reappears with these leaked documents appear online. And then all of a sudden, the media and the Biden administration are like, you see, we definitely need to be censoring stuff online. I'm just saying, I feel like I'm getting played. But to
I
get
do
played,
too.
you have to agree to get played and not answer any, and not ask any questions, which, as you know, I ask a lot of questions. So let's just start with this one. You guys remember this, Joe? Joe's probably cut this poor clip at least 1,000 times. Maybe it's in his evergreen file. I don't know. But remember this gem from Chuck Schumer? Chuck Schumer told Rachel Maddow this a long time ago when Donald Trump was taking on the intelligence community. The intelligence community, obviously at the heart of this leak, going, oh my gosh, catastrophic leak. Look at this kid. He got all this stuff. It's so crazy. Wow. Schumer told Rachel Maddow, hey, man, don't mess with the intel community. They'll get back at you quite a few different ways. Take a listen yourself.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
What do you think the intelligence community would do if they were
I don't know, but from what I am told, they are very upset with how he has treated them.
They're very upset. Are they upset about something now, too? Because it seems like an awfully coincidental tie-up. But look, all these documents got out there that may change the course of our activity with Ukraine involvement and other allies. Was someone in the intelligence community angry? I don't know. So we're told they arrested the leaker yesterday. The suspect is Jack Teixeira. He is supposedly a low-level, low-ranking member, I should say, more precise, member of the Massachusetts Air National Guard. Wow. You got access to all that stuff? That's so weird. I was a Secret Service agent with TSSCI clearance. I didn't have access to any of that stuff. What was he doing over there? Well, listen, let me just say up front here, I hope it's true. I hope it's true. I hope everyone else in the show does as well, that they got the guy and plugged the leak. I mean, I don't want our secrets out there. It could get people killed. I just think it's really sad. I have to hope that we're being told the right story. Now, why would I say that? Because it's just kind of weird that Republican and Democrat members of Congress seem obsessed with censoring what happens online. And the alleged leak happened in a Discord chat room, which is an online mechanism for people to talk and they can game with each other and that kind of thing. If you haven't heard of Discord, it's very simple. That's what it is. It's like an old, for those of us born in the 80s, party phones used to call in the party line. Everybody talked. Yeah, Discord. It's a fancier version of that. So the documents were on Discord. And I find it unbelievably convenient that the administration's pushing the Restrict Act. The Restrict Act, they say you're using it to target TikTok, but it's really strange because it allows an unprecedented amount of government interference into digital speech. And the Restrict Act is flailing now and losing support because people like me and Tucker and others exposed that the Restrict Act may be about a little more than restricting TikTok and maybe about restricting you, even outside of TikTok, and I mean conservatives. So that's flailing. The Restrict Act, Joe, it's a plane, right? And they thought it was taken off. They're like, TikTok, man, we got them. Everybody don't like TikTok. Plane's taken off. And then all of a sudden people start talking about what's in the Restrict Act. And you see, this is the advantage of social media. Before social media, you could pass something like the Restrict Act. And if you didn't read about it in the New York Times or Wall Street Journal, it didn't happen. Now with social media, people like me could snip it out and go, hey, did you see this? Section 2.3 sub A sub 265? It says that the Secretary of Commerce can do this. Now, FIRE, which supports free speech, has covered this. In their piece, the Restrict Act's vague and overbroad language is a threat to the free and open internet. The bill would grant the Secretary of Commerce enormous power to regulate transactions with foreign technology companies. I don't know about you folks, but I trust foreign technology companies before I trust the Secretary of Commerce. That sounds hard to hear. It should. So this thing's going down in flames. So hold that thought for a minute about the Restrict Act going down in flames, and all of a sudden we get a guy who's alleged to have posted secret documents in a chat room, and now the government's like, man, we really need to regulate those chat rooms, and media people are like, yeah, man, yeah. Media people who were supposed to support the free flow of information. So strange. So the Restrict Act, they were pushing it to basically ban you from social media, conservatives. This was a perfect vehicle to do it, to empower the Secretary of Commerce. Yeah, man, go for it, right? And one of the stipulations in there is they had to prove some connection to a foreign adversary, right? The Restrict Act. So this is so strange because a couple days ago, April 7th, it's now what, April 14th? I don't even know. I lose track of time. About a week ago, when the leak was discovered, this is so strange. This Reuters article popped. Man, again, look at the date, April 7th. Russia is likely behind U.S. military document leak, U.S. officials say. Now, Guy, Joe, can I ask you guys a question? It's not a trick.
Yeah.
Foreign adversary, Russia, maybe, kind of, sort of?
Oh, yeah, they don't. Yeah, bad guys.
Yeah, okay, good. Just checking. Want to make sure I'm not crazy. Now, it's really strange that the U.S. intel community went out and reached out to Reuters, journalism, folks. Here we go. And they said, quote, Russia or pro-Russian elements are likely behind the leak of several classified military documents posted on social media that offer a partial month-old snapshot of the war in Ukraine. 3 U.S. officials told Reuters on Friday. Thank you. Joe, he says it sounds oddly familiar. Yeah, sounds like just about every other intel-derived hoax we've heard about in the last 10 years.
We're getting worked.
It certainly sounds like it. It's just how everything, sir. Donald Trump is in a PP tape in Russia. 3 U.S. officials told him. Oh, they did. Benghazi was due to a video. 3 U.S. officials told him. Really? Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian disappeared. 3 U.S. officials told us. Now, listen, in my line of work in law enforcement, and you guys were not in law enforcement, but feel free to answer the question because you're very smart. You get a source who comes into the police station all the time, and everything he tells you is fake. Hey, CeeLo on the corner slinging crack. You go and you watch CeeLo for 3-4 days. The guy's headed to his job at UPS. Don't look like he's slinging crack to me. Okay, wasted my time. And then you find out he just had a beef with CeeLo. Then he comes in the next day. He goes, hey, Tommy there on the corner, he's slinging coke to these high-end Wall Street guys. Then you follow him and you find out he's got a beef with Tommy and he's not slinging coke at all. He's an ice cream salesman. Then he comes in and goes, hey, you see Cynthia on the corner? Yeah. Cynthia's dealing guns. Then you find out he's got a beef with Cynthia and Cynthia works at the local post office. Now, I'm just asking, when he comes in again with information about Guy and Joe, you going to believe it? It may be true. It may be true. He may say Guy likes Star Wars. That is, in fact, true. He may say Joe digs his dog. That's really true. What's the dog's name, Joe?
Yeah,
Kit?
that's Kit.
Joe loves Kit. Kit's a good dog. The point I'm saying is you're going to be skeptical, right? Because everything they've told you before is fake. Not the media, not suckers out there on the left. They're like, we got him. We got him. You do? Let's go through a few stories here, some headlines. These are other things we were told by the intel community. Fox News, September 2016. Blamed for Benghazi, filmmaker jailed after attack, now lives in poverty and fear. Remember that guy? After the Benghazi terror attack, remember that? Oh, it was a guy with the video. Put him in jail. Nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with anything. It was a terror attack on the Special Mission Complex. The dude in the video had absolutely nothing to do with it. Did it stop them from putting him in jail? Cuffs? Cuffaroos? Nah. So forgive me, I'm going to do actual journalism, although I hate the word because it means nothing anymore because actual journalists have destroyed it. But I'm going to do real journalism, old school style. And I'm going to wait. Hold. This is the ultimate application of the Bongino rule. Let's go to some other things we were told were true, and everybody reported it. Senate panel backs intelligence agencies on Russia-Trump conclusions. Who's it? Reuters, 2018, baby. So not only did the intel community tell us there was collusion, Joe, the Senate Intel Committee backed them up. Nothing to see here, folks. They got the guy, Jack Teixeira. It's all good. Oh, Discord. Ban everything online. Remember this, Jim? This wasn't 3, fellas. This was 51, 5-1 for the liberals watching. This was 51 intel officials. I mean, at the highest levels of government who told us what? That Hunter laptop story, totally Russian disinformation. Despite the fact we had to, wait, do we have it here? It's time now. whip this thing out. Pervs, get your. Oh, here it is. Here it is. We have the actual receipt signed by Hunter, dropped off by Hunter. I keep it in my desk. We had the receipt. And yet what happened? Didn't matter. 51 very serious intel officials, probably the same one who told Reuters that the leak was Russian disinformation, or the leak was from Russia, this recent one, I'm sorry. 51 very serious people told us a completely BS, made-up garbage story. We were supposed to believe that too. Eight. Signals Heil Hitler. And nobody's talking about this. Nobody's talking about it because you're a freaking moron, Fugazi. Some of you will get that. The P1s know exactly what that's about. Probably chat room people know exactly what that's about. Here's another one. Why they went after Trump for so long. New York Times, Bob Draper. Unwanted truths inside Trump's battle with the U.S. intelligence agencies. Now let's tie this thing together here, okay? Put a little bow on this. Not a big wrapping guy around Christmas. I'd rather give it to you in a bag, throw some stuff in there, whatever. Hey, look, hey. I don't wrap stuff, but let's wrap this up, okay? So this is awfully convenient timing. There's a leak in a Discord chat room of some documents. The intel community and cabinet and the Biden administration are clearly looking for an excuse to spy on Americans online. The leak is discovered in Discord. A guy's conveniently locked up. Look, we got him, 21-year-old. Oh, my gosh. And then, as if on cue, after the intelligence community's lied to us over and over and over again, I'm just suggesting, could they be lying to us again? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe this thing is as simple as a 21-year-old who got his jollies leaking some documents. Maybe it is. I'm just telling you, when a source lies to you multiple times, I'm a little skeptical, and I get even more skeptical when I see this. Here's a little video, hat tip Glenn Greenwald. Greenwald has a show on Rumble. It is excellent. I think it airs at 7 p.m. Eastern time at night. Glenn Greenwald, System Update. Glenn Greenwald, who does actual journalism, he's like, this is really weird. They got this leak of these documents showing pretty conclusively that we're being lied to about the status of the Ukraine war, that the Russians are doing far better than we believe, which is a problem, which is a real problem because they're not saying that. So if the if U.S. citizens are going to make a decision about our tax dollars and bodies about potentially World War III, Joe, I think we should at least know what's going on. I'm not suggesting we should get super classified briefings every day, but you should at least be honest. Hey, the war's not going that well. That gives us an opportunity to say, okay, it's time to pull back or it's time to double down, correct? Don't lie to us. Don't bull us, okay? So all of a sudden this pops. You would think the media would be fascinated. Oh my gosh, guys, you've been lying about Ukraine. No, the media is pushing the Pentagon at this briefing yesterday. Hey, listen, shouldn't we be monitoring what's going on in these chat rooms? Shouldn't we be shutting this information down? This is the Pravda media at its finest right here. It's a little supercut of the questions from the media. They don't want the information. Take a listen yourself.
General Ryder, you say that there are strict protocols in place, and yet a 21-year-old airman was able to access some of the nation's top secrets. How did this happen, and isn't this a massive security breach? What is your message to anyone who might be thinking of leaking these kind of documents in the future?
Can you tell us, are there less people who have access to this type of information today than there were a week ago?
To follow on that, these documents were available long before April 5th and 6th. So what took so long for DOD and the intelligence communities to locate these documents?
Are you going to release this airman's service record?
What technologies is the Pentagon applying right now to both spot leaked documents online and track potential indicators of leaking type practices? Do you plan to be investing in more?
Given the gravity of the situation, are you actively paring down the distribution list now? Is this a process that's moving quickly? Or is it going to take time for there to be meaningful substantive changes to the distribution? And then is DOD or has DOD taken additional measures to restrict the access to classified information of others in the Massachusetts Air National Guard?
Sort of as a follow-on to Carla and Brandy's questions, can you say whether DOD has anyone looking at chat rooms on Discord, for example, or other social media platforms right now for leaked information? And if not, should DOD have these people?
Husky Mom says in the chat room, something's not right here. We never met Husky Mom, but Don't you find this awfully convenient too? Right, Guy, did I not send this to you right before we came up on the air here? Look at this. And this pops. Exclusive from NBC News. The Biden administration is looking at expanding how it monitors social media sites and chat rooms. After U.S. intelligence failed to realize classified Pentagon documents circulated for weeks, officials briefed on the matter say. Wow, that's really convenient. So let's just tie this together here because it seems quite suspicious. Swampy Republicans and Democrats are pushing the Restrict Act so they can spy on you online. But they need, allegedly, some connection to a foreign adversary to do it. Then they leak to Reuters that there's a really devastating leak of intelligence that tells the truth about the status of the war in Ukraine. They leak it to Reuters and say the Russians did it, which would fit the definition of a foreign adversary. And then all of a sudden, the media people start calling for more censorship and spying on chat rooms and other things where you can go and speak freely. And then all of a sudden, the Biden administration gets the cue and goes, we really need to be doubling down on our efforts to spy on these chat rooms. I don't know. I don't know, folks. I don't know. I'm really sorry that these media people are so willing to take the first version of events when they have been lied to about Benghazi, Russian collusion, the laptop, about Trump. I'm not willing to accept that. I'm not telling you this kid didn't have something to do with it. I'm not even telling you that this kid isn't the primary guy here. I'm just telling you the intelligence community has lied to us over and over and over again. I'm holding on this story until I get a firm set of facts from people I actually trust that indicate to me that this is the full and complete story, because it doesn't sound like it to me. Doesn't sound like it to me. All right, I got an election update, the pros and the cons. This DeSantis-Trump fight getting hot. Got a whole bunch of stuff, including just a stunning interview with the White House stenographer under Biden, who's basically admitting like Biden's a criminal. Straight out. First, let's get to our next sponsor. We always appreciate your patience. Good companies that want to talk to you. Hey, in these crazy days, we got to recharge and refresh in a natural way. You know, I'm into that. I'm into life hacking. That's how I discovered Bone Charge, a holistic wellness brand with a huge range of evidence-based products to optimize life in every way. One of my favorite new products they sent me is Bone Charge's infrared sauna blanket. It helps me ease stress after a really busy day. I like to just sit under it and chill. The sauna blanket raises my heart rate to exercise levels, helps me sweat away all the junk in the body, and it sets up in less than a minute. It heats super fast. I relax. Sometimes what I do is I put my neck underneath the thing to stretch my neck out a little bit. I do like a 30-minute session. I love it. I kid you not, the sauna blanket from Bone Charge is a game changer. It's great. You got to give it a shot. Bone Charge ships worldwide, and the sauna blanket ships free with no hidden costs. Plus, Bone Charge offers a 30-day free trial with easy returns or exchanges and a 12-month warranty. Relax, revitalize, and refresh with Bone Charge and the sauna blanket. It's amazing. It feels really good when you're done. Then take a cold shower when you're done if you can. It's pretty awesome. Right now, go to Bone Charge, BONCHARGE, bonecharge.com/Bongino, and use coupon code Bongino to save 15%. That's bonecharge.com/Bongino and use coupon code Bongino to save 15%. Pick up that sauna blanket. Then right in the cold shower if you can. It's great. Okay. Again, I'm holding on this story, and here's another reason. The intel community told us as well that there was nothing to see here with the whole Biden Inc. scandal, that the laptop was Russian disinformation. 51 of them went on the record, ruined their entire reputations. Well, actually, they enhanced their reputations with the left because they lied for them. But among sane people, the reputations are now tarnished forever. They signed their name to a letter that was obvious bull, saying that Hunter Biden's laptop wasn't his. This is what apparently they were hiding. Now, this interview is a little strange. I only cut about a minute of it here, or Joe did, but it's the White House stenographer. The White House stenographer is apparently on this trip with Biden. He notices something very funny. When the stenographer comes in, and they'll basically record and transcribe official meetings with upper-level White House executive office of the president officials. I've seen these guys before, right? This guy is willing to go on the record and testify under oath that Biden's a criminal. And what he's saying here is Biden's son is working for a Ukrainian gas company where hydrofracking would benefit them, right? That's where you frack for natural gas, how you make money. And it's a little weird, but he's basically what he's trying to say is Was Biden making money off this deal by pushing the Ukrainians into this energy space while his son was profiting from the very same energy company? Take a listen yourself.
So, Mike, what went down on that trip that you're aware of?
Thanks for having me on, Jesse. Well, what happened on that trip was Joe Biden was in the front of the plane. My job as a White House stenographer was to be in the back of the plane in the press cabin. And if Joe or a senior administration official came back and did a briefing, and then I would record it and make a transcript. Well, that's exactly what happened. That senior administration official was Jake Sullivan, who's now our national security advisor. So I didn't see anything wrong with it at the time. Years go by. I've left the White House. I'm writing books, and I get a hold of the Hunter Biden laptop from Marco Polo. They're a nonprofit, anti-corruption nonprofit. About a year and a half ago, I started writing a Substack based on what I find. And then I go back over what I knew happened when I was working for Joe. I found the transcript that I wrote about that briefing. That's when Jake Sullivan starts talking about fracking. And because of what I'd read in a laptop and reported in my Substack previously, I'm like, wait a minute. Joe Biden knew Hunter Biden was already on the board on April 18th. Joe Biden knew. He directed Sullivan to go back and talk to the press. This is a conspiracy. This is a crime.
He's not equivocating at all. I don't want to beat this thing to death, but it's now clear as day that everybody who's been around Joe Biden, Tony Bobulinski, the business partners, it appears other sources on the inside, Jim Comer says, have surfaced. The White House stenographer, everybody knew Biden was a criminal, was engaged in potential criminal activity. And they're now, it's his allegation. I'm like, you just heard his words. He was there. This is what the intel community is hiding. And that's why I don't trust what's going on here. That's why I don't trust what's going on with this leaker. I don't trust the story at all. I don't trust him one bit. It's someone with an axe to grind who had some different position on the Ukraine war. I don't know. But this story got wrapped up way too conveniently, just like the other ones. And all these people in the press, oh, you're promoting conspiracy theories. Listen, I'm not promoting anything. I'm doing your freaking job for you, you imbeciles. You've been led and you've told us this bull over and over and over again about Benghazi and all this other crap, and you got burned, not me. I'm not telling you this isn't the kid. There'll be a court of law proceeding where we'll figure that out, where people will be under oath. I'm telling you, I accept nothing at first pass anymore because you guys in the intel community have lied to us over and over. And none of you should accept it either. All right, it's time for an election update. Haven't done this in a while. I promised you here, whatever candidate you support, Trump, DeSantis, Haley, Tim Scott, appears like he's going to jump in as an exploratory committee. Vivek Ramaswamy's in the race. Everybody's going to get a voice here. I promise. I owe that to you. You all know where I stand. I'm the Trump guy. We get that. I mean, it's not, it's fairly obvious at this point. It's been for a while, but everybody deserves their voice on this one. Okay. And I want everyone to feel at home. So we're going to do kind of a quick update, election update, pros and cons, because this is going to be the most important election of our lifetime. You said that last time. Yes. And last time I meant it too. The Miami Herald is a joke. It's a clown site for morons. This makes the New York Times look like conservative review, the Miami Herald. But the premise of this piece isn't exactly wrong. So we're going to start with some of the cons first. For both DeSantis and Trump. And I hope this helps both sides to tighten things up. Folks, he's waiting too long. If Ron DeSantis is serious about jumping in this race, he's got to make a decision soon. He's got to announce some kind of exploratory committee. I get it. There's a session going on. He's the governor of Florida. I totally understand. But here's the problem. Miami Herald, what are you waiting for? DeSantis 2024 supporters worry he's launching too late. Folks, the history of Joe, you and I have been doing this for a while, right? Just in the 8 years Joe and I have been together, how many Republican governors who were the next big thing didn't even make it to Iowa? Paul Lenti, Scott Walker, Chris Christie or made it and just flamed it. I mean, we could go on and on and on. The list of like next big thing guys who turn. Here's the problem with waiting, too. I ran for office. How I met Joe. I ran for office. I went up to do an interview in his radio station. Folks, the longer you wait, volunteers and activists get antsy and they start signing up for different campaigns. I saw it. That's why when I ran for Congress and that's the one race we almost won. Almost horseshoes and hand grenades. I get it. I got in first, right out of the chute. I campaigned for like a year and a half. The minute the old congressional race was over, I got in a new one because I wanted all the volunteers and I wanted all the money. Now, there's a downside. The longer the campaign's up and running, the longer you got to pay for it. But DeSantis never had a hard time raising money, so that's a non-issue. He doesn't have a name ID problem either. He needs to start locking up donors and activists. And if he waits against Trump, Trump is a unique threat in a primary. Nobody has moose nuts like this guy in a primary. Nobody. He is the apex predator. You may not like his style, but the ads down here, have you seen them, Guy, about DeSantis? Are running, how many times they run a day on Fox? 100? It's all day, folks. It's all day on Fox. Like Adrian Peterson, the running back. All day. DeSantis did this, DeSantis did that. It's all day. There's only so much political capital you can hemorrhage from your bank account. And I'm not talking about money. And the thing with Trump is he is the apex predator. He is not going to stop. If this guy's going to get in, he better get in soon. Do you remember this? You know, libs laughed. They thought this was hilarious. When I said this after the first debate with Joe Biden, when everybody said Trump lost, and I said, no, he didn't lose at all. He's the apex predator. Here, take a listen. So Trump is an apex predator. He's the Lion King. Trump went out there tonight and did what Trump does. Everybody laughed. What an idiot. Trump is the apex predator. He exposed Biden. That wasn't the greatest debate, but it was Trump. It was Trumpian. And it didn't hurt Trump like everybody on the left swore it did. Folks, if Ron DeSantis is going to get in, he's got to make a move fast. Because I'm telling you with politics, what do we talk about all the time here, fellas? The big Mo. The big Mo is a very real thing. It stands for momentum. And once you lose that momentum, man, and your balls get cut off, it is impossible to get them back. Ask Paul Enti. Ask Chris Christie. Ask Scott Walker. Don't do it soon. So that's the cons. We'll get to some pros for both of them in a second, too. I want to talk about Trump in a second, too, because he's got to clean something up as well. They need to clean this up. Let me get to my next sponsor first. Folks, are you tired of the same old monotonous liberal flavored coffee? Well, if you are, get rid of that crap right now and try my new friends at Blackout Coffee. Someone said in the chat room in the beginning of the show, who was it? They said, Dan, you seem a little hyped up today. Well, it's because I had a couple of cups of Blackout Coffee. They're not woke either. They are straight up conservatives and they love this country and they want you to know. It's not like they hide it. Oh, let's be cutesy time. Blackout Coffee's like, no, Dan. You tell everyone that this is what matters to us, conservative values. And we make coffee too. That's all they care about. Coffee and conservatism. From sourcing the beans to the roasting process, customer support or shipping, Blackout Coffee is an incredible work ethic, and they're dedicated to promoting conservative principles, and they accept no compromise on taste or quality. The coffee is delicious. It's strong. I love that strong coffee flavor. I want coffee that tastes like coffee. You want water? You got to buy another brand. Don't get Blackout Coffee. You want coffee that tastes like something out of a water fountain? Go get something else. You want a bold, strong coffee taste? blackoutcoffee.com/Bongino. Use coupon code Bongino for 20% off your first order. Ditch the other clowns. Blackout Coffee remains true to our values. That's blackoutcoffee.com/Bongino or use coupon code Bongino, Bongino, for 20% off your first order. It's a great company. It's good people there. They really care about the country and they love their product. 100% committed. blackoutcoffee.com/Bongino. Okay. I want to focus now on, we're doing the cons first because I want to help out. I want to place here for everyone. The Trump team's got to clean this thing up with Social Security. They're running ads attacking DeSantis from the left, not from the right, which is strange because there's a primary. There's going to be a primary. It's just very strange. I mean, think about it, right? If I'm running against Guy in a Republican primary, I'm going to advertise myself as the strongest Republican, right? And it's weird. Trump is running ads from the left down here in Florida saying, well, DeSantis voted to cut your Social Security. The ad slightly exaggerated. That's not exactly what happened. But, you know, the journal, David McIntosh wrote this piece of journal. He's not exactly wrong. And it's something I've spoken about in this show many times outside of the perspective of the campaign. So no one's going to tell me, oh, Dan, you never addressed this before. No. The Biden-Trump plan to cut Social Security. And he notes correctly so that doing nothing with Social Security is a plan. It's a plan to cut Social Security. Folks, that's just a fact. You can read this piece yourself. McIntosh, regardless of your feelings about him, McIntosh isn't lying. These Social Security actuaries have already said if we do nothing, there will be an automatic 23% cut in 10 years. Well, Dan, they'll just take it from the general fund. Nah, actually, they won't unless they pass legislation because they're prohibited from doing that. So it's not exactly accurate. So I really think they need to clean that up. Now, he can introduce a plan, and I think he should, Trump, to say, listen, people who are 55 and older, you guys and ladies, you design your life around this program. Here's how we're going to fix it. That's the smart thing to do. But in a Republican primary where voters really care about economic issues and limited government, attacking DeSantis from the left in Florida, I'm not sure that's the best advice. I think it's just honestly bad advice. Well, where are you getting that voters want limited government? I'm getting it from voters. Wall Street Journal opinion. U.S. voters want limited government. Contrary to common belief, economic policies and electoral strength for the Republican Party. They note that despite a few short dips around economic crises, the number of people preferring a smaller government over a larger one ranges from 5 to 28 percentage points. In 2021, independents reported the same preference by 19 points. The Trump team's got to be careful that the DeSantis team doesn't ice him out in a limited government fight. This is still a primary first. Again, there's going to be a home for everybody here. Now let's do some good stuff, the pros, for both of them. DeSantis has had a really good run down here in Florida. I live down here. So, you know, there's a lot of people getting paid by campaigns to tell you stuff about both guys. DeSantis people getting paid to tell you about Trump. Trump people it's just part of campaigning. It's fine. It's just part of the business, right? You want friends, get a freaking dog, okay? Right, Joe, you've been in this game a long time, right? Politics ugly. People turn on each other. It turns people into animals. It really does. I ignore most of that. I'm telling you straight here. I've been down here. No one's going to tell me what the Florida economic miracle is or isn't because I've lived it. I've been down here 8 years, and I came from a blue state where Joe lives, sadly. We'll talk about that another day. Report, Florida was tops for economic performance over the past decade. Yeah, it's number one. Florida is, folks, the home values down here, the businesses. Now, there are downsides. There's been a lot more traffic than I've seen since I moved here. But if you're looking to work in Florida and you're manual labor or even high end, right, you're in like high end kind of service spaces too. There's just almost endless pools of money down here in Florida. We just passed the 6-week abortion ban too. Do we have that video? Did I tell you guys about that one? The one with them causing an insurrection on the floor? We do have it. Okay. This happened as well yesterday. This is the good news for DeSantis. The economic miracle. Also, I'm a major pro-life advocate. Now we have a major, densely populated, extremely important state that just passed a ban on abortion at 6 weeks. And of course, the liberals lost their mind, engaged in another insurrection on the House floor. Did you see this video? Check this out.
Members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
35 yeas, 77 nays.
Show the amendment fails. Members, we will take a short recess, 10 minutes, and then we'll charge it. Would you please secure the chamber and remove the gallery?
So we got another insurrection. It's like Oprah. You get an insurrection, Tennessee. You get an insurrection. Everybody's getting an insurrection now. I'm going to give you some stunning numbers too next, but just in the chat, there are a couple of Floridians in there. One of them said, yeah, no kidding. Like you could find, if you're an HVAC technician down here in Florida, because it's hot all the time. There's an endless amount of work for you. There's probably 1,000 companies in this county alone, and they're all making money. I mean, that's Florida's been a real miracle. And I credit a lot of what DeSantis and Rick Scott did too. It wasn't just DeSantis. Let's be honest about it. Now, here's something that I think benefits Trump. But I got to tell you, I think DeSantis gets a lot of credit, and he deserves some of it. But I think a lot of this is Trump. These numbers are shocking. This is from Interactive Polls. It's a tweet. Look at this number. Guy's like, dude, this can't be real. It's real. There's a link right there. In 2018, not that long ago, folks, we're talking about 5 years ago, okay? The Democrats, yes, the Democrats in Florida, held a voter registration edge of 263,000 people. That's a decent sum of people, more registered Democrats than Republicans. I was here. I was in Florida. By 2020, it was Democrats plus 97,000. Now you're seeing the Trump effect, right? December 2021, the GOP takes the lead by 43,000. By April of 2023, this month, the GOP has a voter registration edge of 454,918 people for a net change of 718,000. Listen, that is extraordinary. You're talking about a dipsy-do flipperoo of voter registration like I've never seen. A lot has to do with DeSantis, but I'm telling you, a lot of that is from DeSantis's policies and people moving in. But don't accept any political narratives that tell you otherwise. It's probably people getting paid. That advantage isn't from everybody moving in. It's partially. But that 718,000 flip, folks, Trump flipped an unbelievable amount of Hispanic South Florida voters over to the GOP. He just did. DeSantis got a lot of black voters to flip on the school choice issue, but an insane amount of people flipped their registration over to vote for Trump. It isn't just all people moving in. Those are the pros. All right, let me get to my next sponsor. And Biden apparently, Joe, I don't know if you saw this. I mean, you cut the clip, but I don't know if you're listening. Sometimes you got headphones on, or maybe, feeding a dog or something. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to sniff now anymore. He's not. Biden wants to start licking things now, which is. Joe, I'm not. Am I making? I'm not making this up. So this is the pros section. I just gave you the Trump DeSantis pros. The pros is are going to be running against this guy, who's apparently wants to start licking now, which I'm not good with that. I'm not good with that. Our last sponsor, MyPatriotSupply.com. Listen, it's getting hard to trust anything and anyone these days. You think after this show? Institutions are collapsing all over the place. Let me ask you, you prepared for the worst? Because you know what could happen. Don't get caught unprepared. Folks, you insure everything in your life that matters. Insure your food supply. Just think about what I'm telling you. You insure your health, your teeth, your house, your car. How do you not have a food supply? Do it today. I do it. I don't speak with forked tongue. I am a customer, and My Patriot Supply is knocking now $200 off their popular 3-month emergency food kit. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. Grab this special price before it ends. Your 3-month emergency food kit provides over 2,000 calories each day for optimal strength and energy when you need it most. Best of all, it's delicious. Your whole family will love it. They have breakfast, lunches, and dinners. And most important, they have calories, 2,000 calories a day. And calories are survival when the panic hits. Don't sit waiting on government food lines. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today and save $200 on each kit your family's going to need. Get at least one kit per person. Don't put off your preparedness. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com. Well, let me get some water here. It's my Bongino Report mug. You guys go to Bongino Report in the chat room, BonginoReport.com. I hope you're not using Drudge. We have a good one for you, a better aggregator, BonginoReport.com. Drudge went full left. So here's the good news. They'll be running against this guy who said yesterday, he was in Ireland, that we should start licking the world. Joe Biden would say, not a joke. Check this out. That is not the video. It's the other one. Play the other one.
There's nothing our nations can't achieve if we do it together. I really mean it. So thank you all. God bless you all. Let's Let's go lick the world. Let's get it done.
Okay, he wants to lick the world. I'm not down with that. He should go back to sniffing. It's equally gross, but I don't want his saliva on him. I don't know what he was going to say, because the weird thing, Joe, you listen to it. The weird thing is he says he was probably going to say, I want to light the world. Let's go light the world or something. But he changes from light to lick, not from lick to light. In other words, he corrects himself in the wrong direction. Cue up that other one, because I want to. So here's it again. Here's this not going to play well on audio, but for the folks watching on Rumble, here's Biden. This is the Irish, the speaker over there. He has to kind of vector Biden in the right direction because he's constantly lost. Now, I told you, having been an agent, this is really unusual for these guys to get lost like this all the time. The guy's always lost. Here, take a look. The guy never knows where he's going, man. The guy never knows where he's going. It is the weirdest thing. They give him like footprints. Hey, here's where you're going, and he never knows. It's because he's cognitively impaired. And by the way, who's ever elected better shut this down in the military stat. This is what the Navy, apparently, I saw this on Rubio's feed, is putting out in their feed. Listen, we've got Russia and China threatening nuclear war right now. I really don't want to hear about your division, sexual identity, politics thing. This went out on the Navy's feed. Take a look at this.
I was able to deploy on the USS Gerald R. Ford last fall, and the coolest thing I did on board was to be able to participate in a LGBTQ spoken word night, and I was able to read a poem that I wrote to the whole ship, and that was probably the culmination of the whole deployment.
That's the coolest thing you did on board? You know what? The coolest thing you're doing on board should be learning how to kill the enemy at sea. Call me crazy. All right, I'm going to get to questions in a second, but I just want to go over it just fast. The biggest phony in the house. The biggest phony in the AOC? No, there's an even bigger phony. It's this Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna is the biggest fake and fraud ever. Don't expose this guy. He's a Democrat. I'm really getting sick of this guy's drill. Here, play the video. Here's Ro Khanna, who says, we got to get Democratic Senator from California, Dianne Feinstein, out. She's too old. He's attacking his fellow Democrat. And whenever Ro Khanna says something, you always have to ask why, because there's always an agenda. Check this out.
Why are you asking Dianne Feinstein to resign? First of all, let me just say this. I have an enormous amount of respect for Senator Dianne Feinstein. She has had an extraordinary career in public service. She's been an icon on issues of gun violence and women's rights. But it has become painfully obvious to many of us in California that she is no longer able to fulfill her duties. She doesn't have a clear return date. We haven't been able to confirm judges at a time where women's rights and voting rights are under assault.
Okay, no one's voting rights are under assault, you dunce. Oh, and then we find out from Kim Strassel, this is awfully convenient, Joe, that Ro Khanna, that Gavin Newsom, the governor, who will make an appointment if Feinstein steps down, is vowed to appoint a black woman. Oh, and Ro Khanna happens to be co-chairman of House Rep, a black woman, Barbara Lee's campaign for the seat. Oh, that's interesting. Ro Khanna, maybe he's kissing Gavin Newsom's ass for a potential POTUS run. Does he already have some cabinet seat lined up? Here's phony Ro Khanna, too. Remember after January 6th, Ro Khanna thought it would be cool to attack Parler because he didn't like that Parler hosted a free speech platform at the time? Here he is. Parler is hosted by Amazon Web Services. Amazon should deny Parler services until January 21st unless they commit to removing all posts related to incitement of violence. Notice, he didn't care about him. It's just Parler he went after because he's Ro Khanna. He's a total fake. And here's the same Ro Khanna. December of just a few months back. Twitter's duty to protect free speech. Censorship of 100 story may have helped my party, but it was bad for our democracy. Cut the crap, dude. Just cut the crap. The routine is so pathetic.
Ro Khanna.
Totally. Huge, enormous fraud. By the way, now I'm really worried about central bank digital currencies. Paul Krugman says it's a conspiracy theory. Did you guys see this? He's like, all you guys worried about the government monitoring what you do with your money? It's a conspiracy theory. He says it's a right-wing thing for a while, and the theories are getting crazier. Now I'm really worried, folks. Here's Paul Krugman. Here's the top 5 things Krugman's been wrong about. Denied the recession, convinced the euro's about to die, Krugman's Trump-era predictions, He thinks Argentina is an economic success story, and he thinks that this internet thing isn't really going anywhere. Good job, Krugman. Now I'm really concerned. Jim Cramer record, right? Jim Cramer tweeted something out about Boeing yesterday. Everybody was like, "Do not get on a Boeing plane." Did you see that? All right, it's time for questions for Dan. All right, let's turn the paper back at the radio show afterwards, firing it up. Hey, Dan, how do you get through the very real depression of these times? I'm a Christian, so I pray a lot, but finding peace for even a moment is difficult. Show me to the mall. Show me. Listen, I did a locals video before I came on the air today. And the answer is I don't sometimes. I'm having a really rough couple weeks, if you really want to know. I thoroughly enjoy being here. I always promised you I would never fake it. Emotionally or physically, if I couldn't do the show, I'm not going to do it. But I've been going through a lot. I can't really talk about why. It's not that I never hide anything from you. It's just if you're not given permission to share stuff, it's disrespectful to do it, right? We all agree. Like, if Paula's telling me something about her personal life, I got to share it with the audience. It doesn't work that way. But I've been going through a lot, and sometimes it's hard. But when I really, really need to chill out, I definitely go on a bit of a slight digital detox, and I just put the phone away for a little while. That helps a lot. This thing can sometimes be a curse. Hey, Dan, at Freddie M.O., how is it possible the FBI has not caught the January 6th pipe bomber? I don't think they want to catch the January 6th pipe bomber. I really don't. I've already told you there's no way they don't have surveillance footage of him getting out of a car or something else. There's no way. I don't think they want to catch him. That opens up a whole other can of worms. Julie Kelly's got great stuff on that. At Bobcat Bruno, hey, Dan, with all the talk about Bud, I was wondering what your adult beverage of choice is. Listen, if I got to turn in my man card, it's okay. I drank tequila forever. I used to talk about it all the time. I love Casa Dragones. I drank a lot of Don Julio. I like tequila straight. I don't put any fancy margaritas, all that crap. Whatever. I don't need the sugar in it. I just drink it with a rock in it. That's it. But it was giving me brutal hangovers. I mean, ruined the whole weekend. And, you go out Saturday night, you don't want to be in church hungover. It's just disrespectful. You look like a slob. So I started drinking wine at Cabs. I like Opus. I like Camus, too. Camus is pretty good. I just try never to drink that Gavin Newsom. But I like wine, Cabs, a lot. And I find if I have a glass of water before I go to bed, and as long as I don't, overdo it, that I can enjoy it and not wake up the next day and be a total train wreck. So that's my alcohol choice. Hey, Dan, at LEB3. Even if we shut AI down in America, what's to prevent other countries like China from developing it while we're on pause, allowing them to destroy us? Yeah, exactly. Don't put a question mark at the end of that. That's a statement. That's what has me concerned. That's exactly what has me concerned. That even if we shut this thing down tomorrow, and by the way, Unfiltered, my show tomorrow night, I have an entire monologue on this, and I have this an actual expert, not like a Tom Nichols expert, an actual, some of you will get that joke. An actual expert coming on to tell you how dangerous this stuff is. AI. Don't miss the show. Unfiltered, Saturday, 9:00. Don't miss it. Power of Titus. I worked in a prison, Dan, currently at jail. I'm disheartened with the drug use in the young. They're destroying their lives. Any idea on how to help the community besides locking them up? This is a very sensitive topic. With me, I've spoken about it with Joe a lot. Joe's a friend. It's been a problem with people in my family. And I find that once they go down that road, folks, there's almost sadly nothing you can say. You can love them and you should love them. You should. But you just have to know that they have to hit that bottom on their own. They just do. It's not, which is one example either of this. I can tell you about 100 friends of friends, people I knew from the gym, family members, close family members. Once they're down that path, there's nothing you can do. You got to let them hit the bottom. But the best way to stop it is to intercept them early and speak to them early and often about the dangers of these chemicals in their body. I talk to my daughter. Even my daughter drinks energy drinks. I tell her, why are you drinking that? You're burning out your adrenal glands. Dad, I don't care. I'm going to tell them the truth. That way, if they make dumb decisions, they can make them on their own. At Sicka57. Hey, last one. Oh, thanks. Hey, Dan, with the government trying to go digital, is there an alternate currency we could go to? If the government goes digital, folks, there's no way to go alternate currency. Alternate, what are you going to do? They would make, essentially, if the government goes digital, I suspect that they would somehow find a way to ban crypto. Now, crypto is not distributed through one server. So there's no way to take it away from you. The problem is at some point, there's got to be an intersection point. If you're not doing a point-to-point transaction with someone personally, where the crypto, you're going to want to go buy something. And if it's a tax-regulated enterprise with a tax ID, there's going to be no way for you to use it. That's why I'm so worried about central bank digital currencies. And that Paul Krugman injected himself in the debate makes me even more concerned. All right, folks, thanks again for tuning in. Don't miss my show tomorrow if you really want to know what's going on with AI, Unfiltered on Fox. And I also got a special guest, Dana White from the UFC. Looking forward to that. We'll talk about their new acquisition of the WWE. That's going to be pretty awesome, so don't miss that. And also, please subscribe to the show here, rumble.com/Bongino. Join the live chat 11 a.m. every day. We really appreciate you following and subscribing. It means a lot. I will see you back here on Monday.
Good day, sir.
You just heard the Dan Bongino Show. Get ready to hear the truth about America on a show that's not immune to the facts with your host, Dan Bongino.
He just reminded me of something really funny. You know, it's a live stream. And Guy's like, don't be nervous. It's kind of an inside joke me, him, and Joe have. I did an interview at a radio station. I'm going to leave who it is out of it. About 2 years ago. It was a local radio station, you know, decent size, but local station. And they were like, listen, man, it's live radio. Don't be nervous. It'll be okay. I'm like, okay, man. I'm like, it's like telling Joe, 30 years in live radio. Don't be nervous, dude. Just hit the power button. It'll work. We got this.
Okay.
Yeah, don't be nervous. Keep it together, Joe. Look at my hands shaking. Listen, I got a show for you today. I promise you're going to enjoy it. Listen, I'm not going to spin your wheels. It's not the greatest news cycle out there. Not a lot going on. The leaks, obviously, the big story. You can hear a lot about that on cable news. Sometimes on days like that, you don't get a lot of inspiration. That's where a good host comes in, right? You just got to make a good show out of it. Today, it came naturally. I watched what happened in Tennessee, right? I'm sitting there brushing my dientes this morning, my teeth, and I'm like, it's early. It's like maybe 5 o'clock in the morning. And I watch these Tennessee lawmakers, the insurrectionists, get reappointed by Democrats back to the chamber. And Joe, I thought to myself, man, this is FU politics at its finest, isn't it? And I thought, there it is. There, because it's everywhere. So today's going to be a little lesson plan. Because if you can't beat them, join them. We'll get to that in a second. Folks, our first sponsor, AmericanFinancing.net. Bank uncertainties and inflation is creating havoc with a lot of Americans and the economy. If you're a homeowner, I'm sure you've thought about refinancing and using your equity to get your finances in order. But then you second guess yourself because you don't want to lose your low interest rate. Well, it's time to throw that low rate badge of honor out the window. Mortgage rates are considerably less than the credit card debt you're carrying every month. Most people don't realize how long it'll take to pay off that debt. If you're making only the minimum payment, it'll take years. American Financing is helping people pay off their credit card debt and saving them up to $1,000 a month. I know most of you could use an extra $1,000 per month right now. Wait no longer. Just pull off the Band-Aid and do what's right for you and your family. Call American Financing today. Don't wait. It doesn't cost a thing to get started. It's a good company. I've spoken to myself. 888-994-7660. AmericanFinancing.net is the website. The phone number, 888-99-2660. Or again, visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net, not .com, .net, AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Check them out. All right, so let's go.
Don't get excited.
Now, you've probably heard the expression before. When you were a kid, it's not particularly profound, and it's nothing you're going to see in Descartes' work or anything like that. But the expression Joe may have heard is, you can't beat them, just join them.
Yeah.
I'll give you another one. I used to do some volunteer work at this place, a little bit. Once in a while, talking to younger folks about, how you can get your life in order and stuff like that, considering mine was out of order for so long. And it was an expression in one of the groups I volunteered with. I'm going to leave out of it because the liberals are probably going to burn the place down if they figure it out. It was copy genius. Don't create mediocrity. Pretty simple rule, but a good one.
Yeah.
So since me and Joe and Guy and Jim and Mike from the radio show have tried for 2 years and then 8 years with the podcast for a very long time to pull the swampy GOP into a different direction. And it is I've tried every other approach to get them game, and the country is in a dangerous, perilous spot. We're going to announce today, and this show may not be for everyone. Cutesy time is officially over, and we're just going to go for it right in the title, and we're going to start practicing things. Now, I get it. This show may not be for everyone, so I'm warning you in advance. If it's not for you, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I love you. You can come back tomorrow. I hope you do. Love you to death. But this show is going to be a kick in the nuts. Not an actual kick in the nuts, because that would really hurt, but a rhetorical kick in the nuts, which may hurt too, because cutesy time's over. And if the Republican Party is not going to engage in political tactics that are going to move this country back in the liberty direction and are going to allow it to fold into complete chaos and socialist tyranny, I'm not going to be a part of that. And the way to fix it is to say, well, how are the Democrats getting us to tyranny and complete chaos? And the answer is they're doing it by practicing FU politics. So let's take our cues from the Democrats, right? Why create mediocrity? Why not just replicate genius and copy? So we got to learn just this morning from the Democrats. And I think we should incorporate them in a tactical political plan. How do you feel about that? Again, this show ain't for everyone. That's all right. So let's get right to it. Won't waste any more time. That's lesson one we can learn from the Democrats in the new world of FU politics is tell political opponents, and not only that, make sure you do it publicly. I mean, why hide it, right? If you have so little respect, fish and political, but you're right over there? You okay? Something fall? Oh, he sneezed. Oh, that was a sneeze? My gosh, you okay? It sounded like Chewbacca. Tell your political opponents to go F themselves and do it publicly. Why? Now, why would you do that? Well, you do it for the reason the Democrats do this, and I'll give you an example here in a second with this video. The reason the Democrats do this, give you the go F yourself, and they do it publicly, is because they want to let you know, number one, that they're not scared. They want to let you know, number two, that you can go ahead and do something, but we will respond in kind, and we will not back down one bit. That's another reason is it creates self-questioning and uncertainty. I mean, think about it. Now, again, we're trying to, I'm not suggesting obviously the Democrats, but their political tactics, I'm kind of starting to admire them a little bit. Fire a few lawmakers, I should say, I did. It creates uncertainty. I'll give you an example, right? Most of you out there, most of you have been in some fist fight. So I know Joe has, I certainly have. When you were a kid, not have to be some UFC fight, but you get in a fight with the neighbor kid, whatever it may be. That kid can be 2 inches shorter than you and 100 pounds lighter. We had a perfect example, Joe. Remember Vinny? I bring him up all the time. Vinny from Joe's heard this story. Yeah. Joe, he probably feels like he knows him already. We had this kid, Vinny, in our neighborhood. The kid was probably probably 5'6". Probably. His dad was a real badass, right? Filter. Just who he was. And although I don't recall him a fight ever. Ever. Nobody wanted to fight Vinny. You know why? You'd get nothing out of it. You'd be like, dude, you got. What's wrong with you? And he would probably bite you or kick you in the nads or rip one of your ears off in the process. So nobody wanted to fight the guy. I'd give you his last name. I promise you he's real.
It would. Fight.
He would not back down from anything. And everybody was like, I got a nice shirt on. I want to fight this guy. He's going to rip my shirt. This is the Democrats. You don't have to like it. I'm not kissing their asses. I'm not pretending I like them or their policies. Nope. I'm just saying they give you the big FU. They say it doesn't matter how guilty we are of anything down. We're going to give you the FU publicly, and we're going to do it. Here's an example right here. So the GOP's got Hunter Biden and Biden Inc. dead to rights. I mean, we've got documents, we got business partners, we got bank records, SARS, suspicious activity reports, emails. We got evidence of jobs overseas and money transfers. Classified documents in Biden's. You're never going to find a hook, line, and sinker case. He's done. Now, call me crazy, but if I'm running a business or I'm a politician and I've got a potentially extremely corrupt, possibly criminal family member, I don't know about you fellas, but I'm kind of eager to make that story go away. No?
We're back. Court's not back yet. How was your lunch, everyone? Mine was very fast. Let's add a little background music. I downloaded this funky retro, like 70s cop music. See? It's not funny. Boy, it's hotter than blazes here today. In Minnesota, normally. Oh, they're coming back. Just in time, people.
Not from the people, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So right before lunch, we were starting to look at the
once the jury gets in and whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do that.
The I don't know, CSI people who were taking photographs of the luminol hit spots or black star. I think they're different, but they used both in this case. So yeah, they were. So I'm gonna make this one large until the witness comes back. So I don't know if you were here before lunch, but if you were, there was a sheriff last week that did like a body cam walkthrough of the house and noted where the blue star and or luminol illuminated in the house. Started in the garage with those boards that supposedly Gannon cut his foot on. And then trailed into the, up the stairs, into the mudroom, across the mudroom to the top of the stairs.
Please.
All rise for the jury. And then supposedly the staircase lit up like crazy. And then there's evidence of like lots of cleaning evidence. And then the base of the stairs also was very bad. And then Gannon's room, from what we saw like all kinds of like Sharpie marks around the splatter.
Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has.
And then there was
when we took our break,
a little trail that went from Gannon's room down the little hallway into the storage room. And then from the Sunday candle incident, apparently there was some luminol over there too. So at the bottom of the stairs, going off to the right. And we'll continue on. Well, you'll see.
Well, good afternoon now.
Everyone.
Your Honor, permission to approach to move the easel?
You may go ahead.
So we've got some exhibits for, I would assume, for a while. So I'm just going to leave this screen very large because this is as big as it's going to get, and then that way we can see that. We can always look at Letecia.
Mr. Lee, we were at a good point where you've now transitioned to another part of the house. I would like to take a moment to take a step back. There are two exhibits, I believe, in front of you.
I just have the one.
Sorry?
I just have one photograph.
One photograph. And what photograph exhibit is that previously admitted?
Thank you.
This is
if you
People's
haven't
Exhibit
followed me, can you
446.
please? I promise I'm getting better.
Project that.
I need 25. I'm at 13. Okay, so I got more.
Mr. Lever, if you can take a moment to point out some specific items that we see in People's Exhibit 446. Next to the boards, you testified about a bag that you'd moved, done some blue star on, but can you point out that bag in People's 446?
Absolutely. So as you can see in the center of the screen, you see a blue bag next to the boards that I testified about. This bag appeared to be a softball bag or used for softball materials, but I did not open it to examine what was in there.
And can you point out that bag, to be clear, there may be maybe two bags in that particular photo. Can you point out each of those bags?
Absolutely. I'm going to stand up if that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So as you can see in the center of this image here, the blue bag I was referring to earlier, there's a big E in the middle of it. But additionally, there's a box to the south end of the boards. There's also another Easton bag with what appears to be a pink softball bat as well.
Thank you. Now you'd explained that your work on February 3rd of 2020 was split basically into two parts. The second part was to maximize the advantage of what?
We wanted to respond again in the evening to take advantage of the darkness so we could see the blue star reactions if present.
Okay. And in terms of that, were you able to document any blue star reactions that you noticed?
Yes, we were. We were able to document it via notes and some photographs. There was a camera malfunction during my response, which I can explain in further detail.
Go ahead.
So I mentioned before the shutter of a camera is what opens and closes for a photograph to be taken. And that when we take our blue star photography, we want to make sure the shutter is open as long as we can to let as much light in. So traditionally, if you shutter that is open for a very long time, you're going to have a brighter and brighter photograph. With my camera, there was a shutter issue where I had my shutter open for a very long time, 30 seconds, and my pictures were coming out almost completely dark. And there was a weird noise that my camera was making. So we equated this to a shutter malfunction. So instead of trying to photograph and continue diluting the blue star reaction, we decided it would be best to make a note of it and sample it directly. Because if we kept trying to photograph the reaction, eventually that would continually dilute the sample, which would, in a long-winded answer, we had issues with the camera shutter. So instead of trying to photograph it, we took swabs and noted it immediately. And the camera was eventually replaced that year as well. So,
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, previously provided to the defense.
All right, go ahead.
To familiarize yourself with the exhibits that I've handed you.
absolutely.
Mr. Leeward, do you recognize those?
I do. These are photographs that I took during my second visit or the evening of February 3rd, 2020.
And in terms of the documentation that you did, you were able to actually use your camera, but as far as some of the documentation for lighting and things like that, that became problematic with the blue star, right?
That is correct. During the second visit we were there, the CSI Robert Zaleski had his camera. I did switch to that momentarily to photograph some blue star reactions, but overall my camera was having those shutter issues. So again, we predominantly decided that it would be best to note and swab.
And our People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502.
That's, exhibits 477 and 486 through 502 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. Mr. Lee, what we have projected here is People's Exhibit 477. Why did you document this?
This is an overall photograph of the storage room that's in the basement. And depicted on the diagram here, we
That's where
have
Gannon was.
the child's bedroom in the southeast corner of the bottom half of this diagram. And that storage room just north of it, that's what I'm photographing here. And when we do our crime scene processing, we will take overalls of every room to document how it looks before we begin our processing. So this is one of those photos. In relation to where this location is at, it's in the northeast corner of this room facing east. So when you walk in, it's the wall on the farthest.
And as a part of the Metro Crime Lab, fair to say other members of the team also did crime scene work in that room as well?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if we can mute the screen so I can move forward.
Yep.
Great, thank you, Your Honor. You can go ahead and unmute it. Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Wonder why they had to mute the screen.
Oh, I lost it. Thank you. And now as you move forward throughout the house, continuing your documentation with specific areas of the house, what are we seeing in People's Exhibit 486?
This is a difficult photograph to recognize because we don't have any labels for it. Traditionally, when we see visible possible bloodstains, we will label them. But with how small what I observed here was, I didn't want to lose it. So what we're looking at here is that first landing. And when I refer to the landings, the first one, we're referring to going downstairs. So the first landing is the first one you hit when you're going down the stairs. The second one is the second landing when you're going down the stairs. So in this diagram, in the center of the first of the top level, it's going to be this north wall of the first
diagram, sir.
And it's kind of, you can't see it, but there's a zoomed in photograph.
Okay. The zoomed in photograph that you're referring to, would that be People's 487?
Yes, it is. That there was a red possible biological sample on that north wall that we thought it would be probative to take a sample of.
Okay. People's 488. Can you orient the jury as to where we are now?
So now we are
That's
in
Gannon's
the southeast
room.
bedroom or Gannon's bedroom. And this is the location. This is right when you're standing in the doorway. So we're standing in the doorway at the top left side of his room on this diagram, facing the southeast corner.
People's 489.
This is another photograph of that corner. However, now we're standing in the northeast corner facing southeast.
It's so sad.
People's 490.
This is the direct east wall of that corner we were just referring to.
And based on what you're looking at here, photographing this particular wall,
where the bed
are there
was.
any apparent abnormalities that you're seeing when you look at this photo in terms of blood?
Actually, I know that's where the
Overall,
bed
no,
was
but
because
there
there's
were
one video
observations
of him
we
on
made that
YouTube.
at the times are warranted.
People's 491.
So this is another photograph of the southeast corner. It is very yellow because we will take a photograph before we do any blue star without any flash photography. So it will come out usually this yellowish hue. So this is the photograph I took before any blue star processing. And then any photographs subsequent to that will be of that blue star reaction in the same exact location.
And Mr. Lewer, are you familiar with what object generally is in that corner of that bedroom?
The bed.
I was informed that there was a bed there at one point.
And by the time you'd enter that room, had that bed been removed?
Correct. I did not observe a bed in that corner. However, I did observe a bed in the southwest corner, so on the opposite side of this corner.
Yep.
People's Exhibit 492. Can you explain to the jury what you've documented here?
This is the photograph from that corner. This is a blue star reaction. This is after I did switch cameras on the second visit or the second processing. But this is a blue star reaction with blue and whitish blue chemiluminescence around that southeast corner.
And Mr. Lewer, would you be able to use the pointer to distinguish between the floor versus the wall area?
Absolutely.
I wish I could
with this
remember
photograph
where I put
being
the
so dark, it may be difficult to tell.
screenshot
But towards the bottom
of
the
when
screen
it was
here,
like
you can see kind of a
sharply
white
marked.
upside down V.
Circles.
To the upper left side of that V is the east wall of the room. To the upper right hand side of that V is the south wall. And then directly below that upside down V is the floor of that corner of the room.
And based on the color of the reaction that you see here, is there anything that you can say or opine as to the color and what that means?
So with it being a blue chemiluminescence, it is presumptive positive, is a presumptive positive reaction with blue star, indicating that it could be blood.
People's Exhibit 493. What are you looking at and documenting here?
This is another photograph of the same reaction. However, the spray has been distributed differently, so that's why there's a different appearance now. But again, this is another photograph of the presumptive positive reaction in that corner of the southeast bedroom.
Compared to People's Exhibit 492, would 493 show a greater height of the wall, or is that just additional spray that you put to document that?
I wouldn't make any conclusions based on that alone, but because when you're spraying with blue star, you're spraying where you can. You may not be hitting every single possible area, possible blood stains, but I will say the reaction does span a higher level in this photograph than the previous photograph.
People's Exhibit 494, what are you documenting here?
So once we saw the blue star reaction in that corner of the room and some discoloration on the carpet, we thought it would be probative to cut the carpet up to see if we could see any visible possible blood stains. And at that point, when we cut the carpet up, we saw a reddish brown stain consistent with blood stains on the underside of the carpet.
And as we had gone through the prior exhibit showing the carpet, was there any discoloration that was apparent on the top of the carpet as you documented?
Yes, it was darker and brown, but it was faint, but it was still present.
And can you point out, let's see, on People's Exhibit 495, what are you specifically showing in here?
This is a zoomed in photo of the underside of the carpet, kind of highlighting that reddish brown the area of possible blood stains.
And given that you're seeing some possible blood stains soak through the carpet, what's the next level or layer that you're interested in?
When we're concerned about absorption, we're going to continue on to see how far down it goes.
Yeah, because always cement in here.
Padding underneath, so we pull that padding up, which will then have the concrete sublayer. So we're just trying to see how far down that absorption of any biological material would go.
People's Exhibit 496. What have you documented here with regard to the padding and the concrete flooring?
So as I alluded to, we're going to keep searching further down. This is after that padding has been pulled back. So now you can see there was an amount of saturation through the carpet and the padding that resulted on the concrete subfloor.
And to be clear, the padding that we see with a large reddish spot, would that, if it laid back down, would that go directly over the corner area of that room below the socket?
Correct. Any of the reddish stains you're seeing in this photo would have been superimposed on top of each other.
So you're essentially peeling back layers of an onion, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And People's Exhibit 497, what are you documenting here?
The zoomed in photograph of the underside of that carpet padding, highlighting that reddish brown possible blood.
In 498?
Similarly, we're looking at that same staining on the concrete subfloor now.
499.
As we kept pulling carpet back, we observed additional possible blood on the underside of the carpet. And here we're showing how far we pulled the carpet back and seeing additional possible blood stains.
People's Exhibit 500. This is a close-up photo, but what are you focusing on here?
So this is slightly rotated from the previous image, as you can tell by that cutout L. But now in the center of the screen, you can see sort of a brownish stain there as well. We thought that was consistent with possible blood stains, so we wanted to document and collect that as well.
People's Exhibit 501. I do see what you see here is now some layers of measurement that you've applied to the back of the carpet. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at that same photograph that we just observed, but this time I put a scale down showing the size and dimensions of that possible blood stain.
People's Exhibit 502.
This is a further zoomed in photograph of that same area.
Now, as you explained, noticing that you likely think that it may be blood, are you going to blue star these areas?
No, when we are using Blue Star, we will exclusively use that for latent blood stains. And the reason is if you have visible blood stains, you can sample that and test it later. However, you do not have that opportunity with latent blood stains because they are invisible, you can't see them. So if we were to have visible blood stains, all we're doing is diluting it further for any subsequent DNA testing. So when we saw this, we didn't want to test it any further. We wanted to cut it out and collect it in a way that it would be preserved best as possible.
You're on our permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 503 and 504, previously inspected by the defense.
You may, go ahead.
I wonder if we're going to see the stairs.
Now, Mr. Lewer, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as People's Exhibit 504 and first here.
Oh boy.
503.
Perfect.
Boy, you sure a friendly
You recognize
gentleman
it?
for such a dark.
I do.
knob.
Could I look at the seals real fast? Yes, I do recognize this. This is that carpet that was directly in the southeast corner of the bedroom, and it also includes the padding. And again, I recognize this based on the label indicating where it was at, having my employee number, and then the tape seals on it having my initials. However, with it being having the package been open, there were additional analyses done by additional forensic personnel.
No, and that's specific to People's Exhibit 504. I think just below that is 503. Can you also take a moment to inspect People's Exhibit 503 as well?
Absolutely.
So sad.
This one was 503.
Oh, okay, 504 then. And in terms of People's Exhibit 504, you recognize it as well in the same way?
Yes, this is the carpet sample from that second area of possible blood stains we observed. I separated them out because there was enough of a delineation between the one blood stain pattern, possible blood stain pattern, and the second one. So this is that carpet and that padding, again, with the label and the additional tape seals that it is the same item.
And would you say that's in the substantially same condition as when you last collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 503 and 504.
No objection. Exhibits 503 and 504 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, as you move forward in the room, you're continuing to document the different stains, et cetera, that you see in the room. What else, in addition to blood, were you also tasked with looking for? In terms of defects, projectiles, that sort of thing.
So when we were initially called, we were told to look for blood stains and defects, or latent blood stains and possible projectile defects. During that search, we didn't observe any additional or any defects at all, but we did do the searches for the latent blood stains.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
You may, go ahead.
Oh. I'm just curious. I think I'm going to put her stupid face on.
Do you generally recognize those?
I do.
How do
These
you
are-
recognize?
Sorry.
It's okay.
These are photographs that were taken
Bewitched.
the evening of February 3rd during my scene processing.
And they include People's Exhibits 505 through 509. Are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
Exhibits 505 through 509 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lee, we're seeing a lot of photos of carpet. How many photos would you normally take at a scene?
So during a crime scene processing, it's not abnormal to have anywhere between 500 to 1,000 plus photographs. Most photographs we use are to show the conditions of the scene before, during, and after our scene processing. However, there are times where we take photographs, we'll have placards out, we'll have labels out highlighting particular items. But during a search warrant, we're documenting as we're searching.
Okay. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 505 here, what was important again for you to document closely here?
Terrible, terrible.
As you can see along the right hand side of this image, that's the original possible blood stain that was under the carpet. What we're looking at here is an area on the concrete subfloor under that second possible blood stain that we observed.
People's Exhibit 506. We see some measurements here. What are you documenting?
This is additional possible blood stains that were on the concrete subfloor under that second pattern we observed.
And is the idea behind putting this sort of measurement indicator to give you a sense of scope, some sort of frame of reference?
Absolutely.
People's Exhibit 507.
Again, this is a photograph of that first area of possible blood stains, but now a scale is included to show the overall dimensions of that possible stain.
And Your Honor, permission for the witness to publish People's Exhibits first 503 and then 504 to the jury by walking past the jury box.
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, if you would go ahead and walk 503 past the jury slowly so that they can review it.
Wonder if any of the jurors are crying. Sad. Look at her defense attorney. He's just like defeated already. And then she's just sitting there chewing on her fingernails.
And you can see in my left hand is the carpet, in the middle is the carpet padding, and in the right hand is the original packaging that I placed the padding and the carpet into.
And based on the way that it's packaged, you're actually able to show the jury the other side of that carpet as well?
Correct. It's placed in this packaging for display.
She's not
purposes.
even
This is
looking.
not something that the lab itself would do. This is the underside of the carpet padding and the underside of the carpet itself. Now that it's flipped, in my right hand is the underside of the carpet, in the middle is the underside of the carpet padding, and in my left hand is the underside of my packaging.
Where's the body language guy when we need him? He needs to read.
Thank you,
this
sir.
attorney's
And if you would do the
body
same
language.
with People's Exhibit 504 as well.
This is People's Exhibit 504. This is that secondary carpet area that I alluded to before. In my left hand is the packaging. In the middle is the upper side of the carpet. And in my right hand is the upper side of the carpet padding.
And if you would show the jury the back side of People's Exhibit 504 as well.
Same thing now, but in the left hand is the padding, all the underside. In the middle is the carpet. In the right hand side is the packaging.
Thank you. We talked about various abnormalities that you would be interested in documenting. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 508, is there anything that's of note for you and why you photographed this?
Yes, I photographed this highlighting a chip in what looks like the windowsill. Towards the center of this image, you can see a white windowsill with kind of what appears to be missing paint. This was consistent with being in the area where the bed originally was. So I thought if an incident did occur there, based on the blue star reaction and the amount of possible bloodstains, this may be noteworthy.
And what we see in People's Exhibit 509, would this be the close-up of that defect that you observed?
Correct. I can't determine what that came from. Again, I'm sure we all have nicks like that somewhere in our home, but I thought it would be of interest to photograph just in case.
Yeah, not in a room that a poor child was shot and stabbed.
And as you noted, there were
strangled.
various reactions along the wall of Gannon Stauch's bedroom. And there's a particular area of focus
Can't
that
look
you
at the woman
had
anymore. We'll put it back.
with regard to an outlet. Can you explain to the jury what you noted there?
Yes. So in that southeast corner where the bed originally was, there was an outlet cover along the east side of the wall, kind of towards the floor trim. With that being said, when we observed the outlet cover, there appeared to be dilute possible blood stains. So we photographed it and collected that item.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 510, 511, and 512.
Go ahead.
I see the chat is lively.
Mr.
today.
Leeward, I handed you People's Exhibits 510 and 511. We'll
facetious.
take those to start. How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that I took during the second visit of the outlet cover in that southeast corner of the southeast bedroom.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's Exhibit 510 and 511.
510, 511 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish as well.
You may.
So here what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 510.
corner
Does that depict that outlet you were
that
talking about?
Gannon's bed used to be
Yes,
in.
it does. And as you can see, I've alluded to the upside down white V in the photo many times. This is, again, that southeast corner of that room. And along the east wall, you have that outlet cover towards the center of this image.
People's Exhibit 511 for scale. What are you noting here?
So I put a scale on there to outline the dimensions of the outlet cover. But then when you examine the outlet cover more in depth, for example, along the right-hand side of that cover, you can see very faint reddish brown staining consistent with dilute blood stains. So I'm documenting the outlet cover as well as any possible stains on that outlet cover.
And Mr. Leeward, can you point to those areas that you're noting specifically for the jury?
Absolutely. So
That orange peel walls.
on the bottom part of this electrical outlet, you can see some what appears to be brownish staining under that first, the bottom part of that outlet. And then additionally, you can see some, it's faint and difficult to see on this screen, but you can also see what appears to be some glow marks or very dilute marks with linear orientation.
And People's Exhibit 512 is not a photograph. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
It's
What
the
is
outlet
it?
cover.
This is the outlet cover, again,
Ding, ding.
based on the label with my initials and my employee number. And there are additional seals on here indicating it's
I told you I'm
been
getting
examined by
better.
further forensic personnel.
And in terms of, again, the method that you use to process, would you have swabbed this? What would you have done to this particular area?
Again, I would not have swabbed this because I want to make sure the sample is unsaturated as possible. With that being said, we did blue star this corner of the room. We knew there was a reaction in that corner of the room. So I would note that there was a blue star positive reaction in the outlet cover, indicating that there is presumptive blood present. So there's no further swabbing that needed to be necessary, and it would be handed off to the DNA unit.
Now, you had mentioned dilute, some dilute blood stains there. Can you remind the jury what you mean specifically about dilute?
Yes. So obviously, when you cut your finger, you have very red, thick blood that comes out. And then when you try to clean it up, like if you're in the sink, when you wash it off, it starts to appear runny and starts to become a little bit more clear. That's what I'm alluding to here, is that when I say dilute blood stains, that you have very clear, very
cleaned.
faint reddish brown staining instead of the very obvious present red color of blood.
In terms of this, you've sprayed this area with Blue Star. Is there anything that you would have noted as it related to the Blue Star reaction in this area? Is there anything that could have told you or anything that you noticed there?
Other than the reaction being blue, indicating that it was presumptive positive for blood, there wasn't anything else that I noted outside of the reaction.
And so the volume of Blue Star that you spray, how would you describe it? Is it a fine mist? Are there large droplets? What is it?
It's a very fine mist. So it's a standard spray bottle that you receive. It's not like a Febreze spray. It's more of a you pump a few times, and if you usually will get a reaction after 2 or 3 pumps. So we try to hold off after using as much as we need to see the reaction.
And so in terms of you're noting that there's dilute bloodstain marks, what appear to be that on this outlet cover, would that have been due to the Blue Star spray creating that? Or could that have been done, for example, by something like cleaning?
It could be both. Because the Blue Star is a liquid that is water-based, there will be some dilution, but the amount you're spraying isn't going to dilute it to this level.
Okay. And based on what you're seeing with the outlet cover, you're working outside in, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to take that outlet cover off. I'm going to collect it. I'm going to see what's underneath the outlet cover.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked and previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 513 through 515. $516 and $517 as well.
Go ahead.
You're under permission to approach.
You may.
Mr. Lewer, I'm handing you People's Exhibits 513, 14, 15, and 17. But before I get there, Your Honor, based on the foundation laid by the witness, people have moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 500.
Defense? No objection. 512 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, can you take a, can you take a moment to review that?
Absolutely.
Now, you explained that you collected the cover, which is People's Exhibit 512, but you also mentioned that you're going to work outside in. And so, Your Honor, if I haven't already asked, permission to publish as well, People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Oh.
Actually,
I thought
did you ask to admit those?
I thought I did without objection, but Your Honor, permission to formally admit People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
Through 517.
Through 517. I just thought I would take them in kind of different chunks or different items.
Mr. Tellini?
No objection.
Exhibits 513 through 517 will be admitted.
Great.
Okay.
Now, what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 513. Can you explain what you did now in terms of processing this area?
This is a photograph of the electrical outlet itself with the cover removed, highlighting what could appear to be on the outlet itself.
People's Exhibit 514.
This is a photograph from a different angle, slightly askew and up to the right of the outlet cover, because we observed dilute possible bloodstains. And this is a good example of that reddish brown color. Instead of a very strong solid red, it appears that there's a clear middle with some of that coloration on the outside. So this would be a good example of possible dilute blood.
People's Exhibit 515.
Another photograph just from a slightly different angle.
Great. And on the witness stand before you, you have People's Exhibit 516. How do you recognize what that is?
These are the swabs of those possible bloodstains on the cover, on the outlet itself, because I wasn't going to remove the cover based on possible electrical hazards, and it's easier to swab it than take it with us. But I identify it based on my employee number on here and the tape seals on the back. with additional tape seals on here indicating it's been tested.
And so, for example, do you need to open that envelope to know that those are the swabs that you collected?
No.
Okay. For those reasons, while the defense hasn't objected, Your Honor, I would ask if People's Exhibit 516 can be admitted as well.
No. 516 will be admitted. Go ahead.
You would think that the orange peel.
And
balls
sir, I
would
believe
have-
you have People's Exhibit 517 as well. How do you
No, that
recognize
would
what that is?
It's stuck in
This is
there.
a photograph of the room I took after we had removed the outlet cover and finished cutting out the carpet from that corner.
Okay. And when you exit or finish processing a room, are you also documenting that as well?
Yes, I mentioned earlier that when we are taking our photographs of our scene, it's before, during, and after processing. And we want to document how we left the area after we finished processing as well. So that's this photograph.
Great. And again, Your Honor, while not objected to by the defense, based on that permission to admit and publish People's Exhibit 517.
517 will be admitted. You can go ahead and publish.
Okay. And so here, this is the last documentation of the work that you did in Gannon Stauch's bedroom.
Yeah, the bed moved all the way across the room.
Based on the overall observations that you observed specifically related to that corner, what was the next step in terms of processing the scene at Gannon Stauch's residence where he lived?
So now that we had observed what appeared to be a larger amount of possible blood stains, indicating that there was a potential bloodshedding event, there was going to be, it was going to come down to trying to find what could have caused that. So whether it be a blunt force instrument or a firearm or whatnot, it would have to be trying to narrow down and collecting anything that we could regarding a possible injuring item.
And where were you directed to document and search?
During my overalls, I said I photographed the entirety of the house. There was a firearm, a pistol located in the upstairs master bedroom on a chest of drawers that was of interest now because of the possible bloodshedding event.
And Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 478 through 483.
You may go ahead.
They had several firearms. She had a shotgun. I'm curious if all were accounted for. I don't remember.
Do you recognize those?
I'll take a look real fast.
Go ahead.
It's so sad. If you have a chance, go on YouTube and type in his name, Gannon Stauch.
Yes, I do.
How do you
There's
recognize
one
those?
video on there.
These are
and
additional
it's just-
photographs that I took within the master bedroom of the room and of the handgun we observed in on the evening of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 478 through 483.
Defense. 478 through 483 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, can you mute the screen just to be safe?
Oh, yeah.
Mute. Oh, maybe the reason they mute the screen is because they don't want to accidentally put something up there that's not supposed to go. I'm thinking.
And unmute it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Master bedroom.
Mr. Leeward, can you explain what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 478?
Satan's lair.
This is a photograph of the master bedroom on the main level of that 6627 Mandan Drive. We've alluded a lot to the southeast bedroom in the basement, but referring to the diagram, you can see at the top right hand of the main level, when you walk through the laundry room, if you keep walking south, that is the master bedroom on the main level with the doorway at the northwest corner.
All right. And just for the purposes of the record, you're pointing to the diagram on People's Exhibit 442?
That is correct.
Great. Projected behind you, 479 Again, what are you moving forward in the room for?
This is another photograph of the room, but now we're standing in the northeast corner, facing the southwest corner.
People's Exhibit 480.
We're facing the chest of drawers that was in the southeast corner of the bedroom. And in the center of the image, you can see a black rectangle. That is the firearm that we collected.
People's Exhibit 481. Oh, geez. 481.
This is mid-range photographs showing the firearm itself now.
And 482.
On YouTube, I posted a
This is a
Zillow
close-up
listing of the
firearm
house,
before I've rendered it safe.
in case you were wondering.
Whenever we collect firearms on a scene, we will render it safe. We'll check the chamber for any
I have to
ammunition,
do it a different
and
way.
we'll remove the magazine, but we
Okay.
want to photograph
Please
it in its condition before we do any of that. So this is that photograph.
And again, did you collect this particular firearm?
Yes, we collected this firearm.
Okay.
Well, they're just laying
People's
around like
Exhibit
that.
400.
The car's in the gun cabinet. It's locked.
83. What are we looking at here? Where is this taken?
So now I've placed this on an envelope to show, to have a cleaner area to take the photograph. But as you can see now, the slide is locked back. There is no round or cartridge in the chamber, and there's a scale above the gun helping indicate size.
Now, you had indicated that based on what appeared to be some sort of bloodletting event that occurred in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, is this what allowed you to then seize and take this particular firearm?
Yes.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 484 and 485.
You may go ahead.
I really like this judge. He seems very fair. Oops, sorry, people. That was my notice.
Yes, I recognize these.
How do you recognize those?
So the box that I was holding that contains the firearm that we collected here. I recognize that with the label and my employee number, as well as the tape seals. And then the envelope that I was holding, which is People's Exhibit 485, that is the magazine from within the firearm.
I put a Zillow link in the Rumble chat if you want to look and see the layout of the house. Oh, you're back to my face.
Do you recognize, after you've opened the box, People's Exhibit 584 before you?
May I handle it to observe the serial number?
Your Honor, just to confirm, that particular item has it still been in the state that it's been run safe?
Yes, it is safe.
Your Honor, permission for the witness to further inspect? Sorry.
Got to put some gloves on. I'm just pointing in a safe direction.
And Mr. Lewer, why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely?
Not like Poot did during
I'm sorry, what was
Murdoch.
that?
Why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely? Is that to ensure that is in fact no chamber in the round, et cetera?
Correct. I'm ensuring that there is no chamber in the round, that it is a safe firearm, and that it has the same serial number as what is labeled on the label.
I guess I should say round in the chamber.
Correct. So I remember with this firearm, there is a particular grip cover that is covering the serial number. So to preserve the evidence, I'm not going to remove that cover, but it is consistent with the firearm that I observe here, especially with that grip cover being there. It's giving me a friendly reminder.
Okay. And would you say that's in substantially the same condition as when you last handled it and booked it into evidence?
I would. There is a yellow discoloration on it now, which is indicative of something we do when we fingerprint process our items of evidence. But other than that, it is in the same condition.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to admit People's Exhibit 404 at this time.
484.
484.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Defense.
It's 484.
484 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury by the witness walking past the jury box.
You may. Go ahead.
So as I'm walking by, for you guys to take a look at that discoloration I alluded to before. As you can see in the photograph, the firearm is black, but now there's this greenish, white, yellow hue on it. That is a process that we do when we fingerprint process, and that's why there's this discoloration. But again, there's also no magazine here, and there's no chambered round. That's I would have collected the magazine separately from the firearm.
Thank you. And now for People's Exhibit 485, how do you recognize that exhibit?
This People's Exhibit 485 is the magazine that was collected from the firearm itself.
And it's in an envelope. Do you need to open up that envelope to be sure that that's the magazine that you collected?
I do not. There are additional labels and seals from individuals within our lab, which would have it be in substantial condition as it was collected.
And Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 485.
Okay. 485 will also be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Lewer, you explained what you noticed about the magazine and the cartridges. Can you remind the jury what you observed with regard to how many cartridges the magazine appeared to have a capacity for, and how many cartridges you observed as an approximation?
Yes. So whenever we have a magazine for a firearm, there's usually an indicator on the magazine saying how many it can be loaded with. That number may not always be true, whereas sometimes someone can force an additional cartridge in. So for the purposes of this magazine, I put an approximately 17 round capacity magazine. And on this magazine, there were window spots where you could see the cartridges. And I could count 16, but sometimes that number is deceiving because one could be hidden in there. So I put there approximately 16 cartridges within. So in total, it's an approximately 17 round capacity magazine with approximately 16 cartridges within.
And specifically, again, that magazine was found in relation to the firearm, with the firearm?
Correct. It was within the firearm when I collected it, and I removed it and collected it separately.
And is that pursuant to the policy that you have with the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes. With our policy, we cannot put loaded firearms into evidence. So we will always remove the magazine. And additionally, when we have magazines with ammunition in them, we do not want to remove the ammunition from within because it may destroy fingerprints and any DNA evidence. So instead of pulling out the cartridges and counting them, I believed it would be most probative to preserve the fingerprints and DNA if present.
And based on how you make that item of evidence, that firearm specifically available, is it now available to other members of the Metro Crime Lab for additional processing?
Yes.
Testing.
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
You may go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, I'll first take 518 and 519 separately. Do you recognize each of those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 518 are the swabs of the blue star presumptive positive reactions I observed in the stairwell between the main level and the basement. And then People's Exhibit 519 are the presumptive positive blue star reactions within the basement level of the residence, which would include the storage room and the southeast bedroom at the base of the stairs.
And so you saw a number of photos in the basement level of the residence, some nearby Gannon's room and nearby those stair areas. Those swabs generally taken from those areas?
That is correct, yeah.
And just to be clear, can you also point out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury where those swabs come from?
Absolutely. So I mentioned the camera malfunction before. So again, what was most important was collecting those samples and noting it. One way to diagram where those came from is to include them in my diagram here. So on the main level or the top part of the diagram here, we're focusing now on the green dots. The green dots in my diagram represent blue star reactions on my second visit or the evening of February 3rd. So as you can see here, we have one on the first stair set going downward. We have one that looks like it's outside of the stairwell. That was an error on my part. That one was within the first landing of the stairwell. I placed that incorrectly. That is my fault. We have a blue star reaction on the second landing, the second set of stairs going downward, and then on the bottom half of this diagram, now that we're in the basement level, we have one right at the base of the stairs.
What's going on?
We have blue star reactions along the stairwell, and then
What's happening?
Point.
What's happening? It sounds like one of those 90s modems. It's their end. I've got good signal. Weird.
People's Exhibit 5.
Oh, here it comes.
Mr. Lewer, behind you is going to be People's Exhibit 520. Can you point out to the jury what you've documented here?
yes, so there isn't a mid-range photograph showing what this is, but at the bottom of the screen, you can see the red washer and dryer we've mentioned before. So what we're looking at here is the top of that washer and dryer in the laundry room. And what's of interest, or what was of interest for us in this photograph, was a bottle of vinegar on top of one of those appliances.
And based on seeing, again, the bloodletting event, or at least what had occurred, the remnants of something in Gannon Stauch's bedroom of 2020 now.
We wanted to document and search for any cleaning products because now that we had a bloodshedding event with dilute possible bloodstains, there was evidence that there may have been possible cleanup. So we wanted to search for any possible cleaning material that would have been used in that action.
I only need 11 more.
People's Exhibit 521. What is this a close-up of?
This is a close-up of a bottle of distilled vinegar from top of one of those appliances.
People's Exhibit 522. Where are we at? Can you orient the jury now what we see
That
and
looks
what
like a
room we're
kitchen.
in?
Yes, now we are in the kitchen, which is on the main level of the home, and now we are looking under the sink because we wanted to pull out any cleaning supplies that would have been for carpet or upholstery, not specifically for any dishes. But this is a photograph of the under sink, doors open with some products pulled out.
People's Exhibit 523. What are you close-up documenting here?
This is just a close-up photograph of the contents that have not been pulled out from under the sink.
People's Exhibit 524. What are you documenting here?
This is a zoomed-in photograph of smoke and odor eliminator, a bottle of it under the sink.
And in People's Exhibit 525, what are some other cleaning products that you notice below the cabinet?
Again, this is the other side of that sink cabinet now, where there's a box of Arm & Hammer cleaner under the sink, or baking soda, I believe.
People's Exhibit 526, is that a close-up of that box you were?
I've got a hot corner on my laptop that keeps glitching. I apologize. Maybe I need a server.
On scene, was there any obvious signs?
How am I going to get to
of
25
blood
if I
or
keep having this
struggle that you
problem?
observed on any of those times?
So when we responded on February 5th,
Lo siento.
it was much more lit in Gannon's bedroom, and we had many individuals focusing on the walls, and we observed very, very tiny non-diluted blood stains or possible blood stains. So we called in one of our crime scene investigators to help document those blood stains.
And another member of the Metro Crime Lab team would have done an in-depth review of those smaller, very clear blood stains.
Correct. They would have done a documentation of those stains, which would have allowed them to do any blood stain pattern analysis going forward.
That's not your area of expertise, right?
That's not my area of expertise.
To be clear, the 2 times that you were present, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not see any cartridge casings during any of my visits.
Aside from the gun, did you see any other items such as a knife that would have been misplaced or in another area of the
house?
The house.
Oh my God. I'm unplugging.
Your Honor, he's just testified that he's relying on information from other members of law enforcement in the collection of evidence.
And without further foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Specific to that particular item, were you given some additional information in terms of other members of law enforcement, either a supervisor, that had evidentiary value? Potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
Okay. And in your role as a CSI, in the collection of evidence, are you relying on information and or briefings that other members are provided to collect evidence?
Correct. There is a level of requiring information from individuals so we can place the scene. For example, if I did not know this, we would have started searching in other places. So identifying items of evidence.
Okay. And so based on a briefing that you had received, did that particular item become of evidentiary interest in the investigation?
It did. There being possible sins on it.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Hey, sir, how you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. So let's go to that, what we were just talking about. That, was it a sheet or a comforter?
It was a comforter on the bed that I collected, and I collected an additional sheet from the closet of that room that had a blue star reaction.
And that's
I
apologize. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry.
And that's from, it's from the northwest bedroom.
Correct. That's the basement northwest bedroom.
And based upon everybody that was there, and also based upon what was in that bedroom as far as color schemes, clothing, so forth, that appeared to be the bedroom of a teenage girl.
Correct.
You're aware that Ms. Stauch has a 17-year-old teenage girl by the name of Harley Hunt.
I did not know the name, but I knew that a teenage female resided in the home.
And there was actually there was a blood stain on that mattress, and that mattress was collected.
We did not collect the mattress, but we collected the comforter because the comforter was superimposed on the mattress. You could say that the possible blood stains were transferred transferred onto the mattress. So we collected the comforter in lieu of the mattress.
Okay, because it looked like there would have been whatever that blood stain was, would have been the same source of blood, both for the comforter and both for the mattress. In your opinion,
it appeared consistent with that. Yes.
And so you don't necessarily have to collect the mattress. You can just collect the comforter, and that will be enough to tell you whose blood that was.
Correct.
And then there was also stuffed in the laundry basket of that same teenage girl's room, a sheet.
Correct.
That sheet looked like it had blood on it.
It had a blue star reaction that we documented.
Okay. And a blue star reaction would indicate that there may be blood on that sheet.
Correct. It would indicate that there is possibly blood present on that sheet.
So in the teenage girl's bedroom on that February 5th search, you found 2 items that appear to have blood on them, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. LeWare? All right, looks like we have one. All right, counsel approach, please. Mr. Lewer, if Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, how is testing accomplished to separate Blue Star from an actual blood sample?
So Blue Star is reacting with the heme component of the blood.
Whereas when we have a DNA sample, they're looking for DNA within different components of the blood. So the blue star itself is not overriding the DNA because the DNA component is still present in the sample.
That may have answered this question, but I'll ask it. Does blue star impact or affect the actual blood sample?
What would impact the sample is how much we're spraying or diluting the sample, but blue star does not negatively affect DNA processing further on down the line.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question or those questions only. Prosecution?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you all.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Judge, our next witness is an expert and we need to gather some exhibits together. And I'm wondering if we could just give the jury about a 10-minute break to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or if you want to do the afternoon break too.
No, we'll probably do two of them because it's a little bit early. So what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. Again, you may not discuss the case among yourselves, may not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Who is the next one?
Stephanie Happ.
My thought would be that we go with her until like 4 o'clock, then take about another 10-minute recess or so, something like that. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there for like 2.5 hours. So,
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right.
During my degree program, I was required to complete an internship, and I did so with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department's Crime Lab for a period of about 2 years. While I was with them, I had the opportunity to work in all the different areas of their laboratory, so I got a good understanding of a variety of different forensic analyses. I had training in latent print processing and examination, crime scene investigation, controlled substance analysis, and question document analysis. After my time with them, I spent a short period of time with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and then I was hired in my current capacity in October of 2007 as a firearms examiner. And that's where my firearms training began. That first year was very much like an apprenticeship where I simply shadowed the senior examiner so that I could get an understanding of the types of things I would be asked to do. After approximately a year, I was accepted to the California Criminalistics Institute, where I completed an additional year of intensive study in all the different types of firearms-related analyses. I had training in serial number restoration, shooting incident reconstruction, a variety of armorers courses that were designed to teach me how to identify how different types of firearms should work and how to identify abnormalities if there were any present. I spent a large period of time focusing on the microscopic tool mark comparison process as it relates to firearms as well as other types of tools. At the conclusion of that year's period, I returned to the crime lab and I completed a series of competency and proficiency tests and became established as the primary examiner for the lab. To date, I've had over 1,000 hours of training with respect to all those different types of firearms related analyses and thousands of additional hours of research and study in the lab.
Thank you so much for covering all that. Easiest question I've ever asked. Have you been qualified as an expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
To date, it's been 145 in both local and federal courts.
So when you say local, do you mean the 4th Judicial District here?
I do, as well as the 18th.
So up in Arapahoe, Douglas County areas?
Douglas, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on her excellent answer on her qualifications, I would move to have her qualified as an expert witness as a firearms examiner.
Defense? No objection. Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So let's get some groundwork stuff out of the way just so that we're all talking the same language. You mentioned tool marks. Tell the jury what we mean when we talk about tool marks as it relates to firearms.
Tool marks as it relates to firearms. In this particular instance, we would be talking about the firearm acting as the tool. And that firearm has a series of components, like the barrel, for example, that impart different markings on the surfaces of the fired ammunition components, like the cartridge cases and bullets. So the tool marks are produced by the firearm on the surface of the bullets and cartridge cases.
And then when we're talking about a cartridge or a bullet, tell the jury what we are talking about there.
I'd be happy to. Would it be all right to use the demonstrative piece?
Yes, did you bring your demonstrative? So yeah, go ahead and bring that out. It's just a demonstrative of a bullet components.
Right. So this is just a large plastic demonstrative piece. It depicts, rather, a cartridge of ammunition in its unfired state. When a cartridge of ammunition is fired, the firing pin component of the firearm contacts this silver portion right here, the primer. The primer contains a shock-sensitive material that, when it's struck, ignites a powder charge that's located inside the body of the cartridge. As that powder charge burns, there's a very rapid buildup of gases, and it's those gases that are responsible for forcing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm and almost simultaneously forcing the action of the firearm open so that the cartridge case, or the empty piece after it's been fired, can be extracted and ejected or kicked out of the chamber of the firearm, readying the firearm to be loaded the next time. So the cartridge ends up in two pieces. We have a bullet or a projectile. Sometimes fragments or pieces of the bullet and projectile are recovered. And then we have the cartridge case.
In the way that you're describing using that particular demonstrative, is that for a semi-automatic firearm?
That general description would cover most firearms, but semi-automatic would fit in that.
And then as far as handguns go, tell the jury the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic.
So with a semi-automatic handgun, and to be clear, when we're speaking in those terms, semi-automatic means one cartridge of ammunition is fired for each pull of the trigger. With a semi-automatic firearm, the primary difference, other than the way it looks, but in terms of its function, is the cartridge case is extracted and ejected and often found left behind. With respect to a revolver, the cartridges of ammunition are loaded into a cylinder, and those fired cartridge cases remain in that cylinder until the operator chooses to manually remove them.
As it relates to this particular case, did you have a chance to review items that were recovered from autopsy?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to start out by showing you People's 89 that was previously admitted by Holy Smith, a crime scene technician from Florida.
You want to try one?
Did you have a chance to look at those that item?
I did not evaluate this specific item.
Okay. Those little plastic red tips, do you recognize what those are?
They appear to be consistent with into various hollow point designs of bullets.
Did you send over some pictures to give us an example so that the jury understands what we're talking about, the polymer plugs?
I did.
And, you know, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish 2 demonstrative photos of Hornady rounds of ammunition that show that polymer plug.
Has the defense seen these?
Yes, they have. And
Is there an objection?
no,
All right. Go ahead.
we're pulling them up now. So this is the first, just please describe what we're talking about there.
Sure. This is an actual live cartridge of Hornady ammunition. You'll see the projectile or the bullet is the copper colored portion sticking out at this side here. The cartridge case is the silver or nickel colored portion on this side here. You can see in this profile picture, the nose of the bullet located right here has a material that's placed inside. This particular type of bullet is referred to as a hollow point bullet. It's a bullet designed to expand when it comes into contact with tissue. That expansion is to facilitate staying within the target at the time it enters. It's also to facilitate a larger wound track.
Does that mean basically that the bullet head is the way I'll say it, expands so that it has more friction?
It opens up, looks very much like a mushroom. It's actually called mushrooming. So the top of that opens up like flower petals, and it increases the diameter of that.
The jury, what we're looking at there.
This is a photo looking, instead of looking at it like this, you're looking at it from this way. And it's just capturing an example of what that polymer plug that some ammunition companies utilize. That polymer plug is designed to prevent that hollow point cavity from filling up with other materials, preventing the expansion of that bullet when it comes into contact with tissue.
And then the item that I put on the, that I just handed you, People's Exhibit 89, those plastic red tips, is that consistent with what we're looking at in this demonstrative exhibit that would prevent the round from being plugged as it's fired through something?
Yes, they do appear to be consistent.
I'm going to retrieve that. With your job as a firearms examiner, were you asked to examine some firearms in this particular case?
I was.
What exactly were you asked to examine for this case?
I was asked to look at 3 different firearms, complete mechanical functioning examinations on those firearms. So an exam, not they work the way the manufacturer intended, and then to evaluate those firearms for comparison to recovered bullets.
So tell the jury which types of firearms you were asked to examine.
The first firearm that I have listed was a FMK Model 9 C1G2 9mm pistol. The second firearm, and this is really in no particular order, the second firearm was a Smith & Wesson M&P Bodyguard caliber .380 auto pistol. And the third pistol was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C 9mm Luger pistol.
So when we're talking about those 3 different firearms, Are two of those 9mm and then one is a 380 caliber?
That's correct.
Tell the jury the difference between 9mm and 380.
The primary difference is going to be the size of the cartridge that those fire. The 380 auto is going to be a lower velocity, smaller cartridge.
Okay. And then as it relates to, I just put the box and an envelope up there, people's 484 and 485 that were just admitted through crime scene investigator Christian Lure. Did you have a chance to look at those items?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same as what you just described as the Smith & Wesson M&P? I'm sorry, not the Smith & Wesson M&P, the Smith & Wesson model M&P 9C 9mm?
Yes, it is.
Is that one of the, so that's one of the weapons that you tested?
It is.
What did you determine as it relates to whether that was a functioning firearm?
I was able to determine that this was an operable firearm capable of causing serious injury or death, and I did not note any abnormalities in its function.
Okay. So when you test that, do you actually test fire that weapon?
Yes, I do.
Or may I approach with people 713?
May.
You recognize 713?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it from the label that I created when I created these items, as well as my dates and initials on the seal.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you packaged this up?
It is.
And I move for admission of people 713.
Defense. Exhibit 713 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So when you do a test fire, what do you do? How do you do that to compare maybe rounds or projectiles that are found in an investigation to what you're test firing?
Once I have documented all of the identifying characteristics of the firearm, like the make, the model, the serial number, and the caliber of ammunition it's designed to fire, the final step in confirming function is to load that with the appropriate caliber ammunition and actually fire it.
Okay. And then once you have an expelled round from your test fires, what do you do with that expelled round?
I recover those cartridge cases and that water serves to slow those bullets down gently and without imparting any additional markings or details on the surface of those bullets. So when I recover them from the water and I look at them, I know that any marks produced on the surface of those bullets are solely produced from the barrel of the firearm that I just fired them through. I recover those bullets from the water tank as well as the cartridge cases, and those now become an item of evidence in the case.
And is that what we have in 713?
It is both the test fired bullets, the test fired cartridge cases, and a silicone cast of this barrel.
So tell us about a silicone cast of the barrel. What does that mean?
The barrel of firearms, when we do comparison and evaluation, has to be looked at for the types of markings that are present inside the barrel, the types of tool markings that were produced when it was manufactured. It's those different markings inside the barrel that are then transferred to the surfaces of the bullet when it's pushed through the barrel of the firearm. And it forms more or less a signature of a particular firearm. I cast barrel of firearms after I complete my test firing so that I can evaluate those markings and determine if they're going to be suitable for comparison and identification purposes.
Does this process allow you to potentially compare a projectile that kills somebody to your test fire to see if the gun that you test fired is the same gun that was used to kill the person?
It certainly could be done for that purpose. It's also very often done for the purpose of eliminating a gun as a possibility.
So let's talk about eliminating. You mentioned those other two firearms that you tested, that 380 caliber handgun, the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard, and then the FMK model 9C1G2. Did you test fire those weapons?
I did.
Were they functional weapons?
Excuse me. Yes, they did operate as they were intended.
And were those capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
They were.
Did you test or compare the test fired rounds from those two guns to projectiles that were recovered in this investigation?
I did perform that evaluation.
Were you able to determine whether those were used to fire those projectiles, or did you eliminate those weapons from being used in this case?
I was able to eliminate both of those firearms as potential sources of those bullets.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you people's exhibits 103 and 88. I want to start with people's number 103, which was previously admitted by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida. 2 projectiles that were recovered from a pillow. Had you had a chance to look at those 2 items?
I did.
Were you able to compare your test fire rounds from this particular firearm sitting up there with you today to those particular projectiles?
I was.
What does that analysis tell us?
In this particular instance, I was able to conclude that one of the bullets in People's Exhibit 103 was fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, 9mm pistol, People's Exhibit 484. The other bullet had similar general characteristics, but due to the damaged condition of that particular bullet, I was not able to make a conclusive identification in that instance.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. If like you described there, that it damage, what can cause damage to a projectile that would make it difficult for you to conclude that it came from the same weapon?
The first issue to contend with is any of the target surfaces that bullet travels through. So anything it travels through has the ability to impart additional damage to the surfaces that may obliterate the markings that were left behind by the firearm. In this particular instance, the extended period of exposure to biological substances also left significant damage in the form of corrosion, if you will, on the surfaces of these bullets. And in this case, the first projectile that I discussed, I was able to clean up well enough to be able to
again by projectile recovered at autopsy. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did.
What did your analysis of that item tell you?
I was able to conclude that bullet was also fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
Meaning that the pistol that's in the box in front of you was fired and struck Gannon and was recovered in Gannon's autopsy.
That bullet was fired through that pistol, yes.
Okay. We also have some photographs.
Alan? Yes, sir. Are you looking for that stack there?
Oh,
okay.
Those were previously there. All right. Approaching you with People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682. Recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took using the comparison microscope when I was making the comparisons of the evidence bullets to the test fired bullets from the Smith & Wesson pistol.
Will these exhibits help explain the way that you do your examination of your test fired rounds to the known rounds or the rounds recovered in this case?
They do.
Are they fair and accurate? Information to public? I think you just turned the screen off, Judge.
I did.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there. I didn't want to have anything else appear.
mode. So you need to slide that back over to our side. It's, yeah. We'll just work through this. So we've got 6, go back, please. There we go. So the main picture in the center of the screen, my eyes are getting bad, so I can't read the exhibit number when it's smaller like that. Does that say 680?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so tell the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 680.
So People's Exhibit 680 is a photograph of eyepieces to look through and 2 stages. So when I mount items on those stages and look through the eyepieces, I can see both of the magnification at varying levels as I work through the analysis to look at those different tool marks that are present. In this instance, what you're looking at here is the hollow point bullet expanded. So when we talked about the mushrooming effect, that's what you see here. This is the nose that opened up, and this is the base of the bullet here. And in this photograph, it's just documenting the overall condition of the projectile, as well as one of the land impressions that I evaluated.
What is, just so we understand it, what's that opaque blob in the front of the bullet?
This material right here is just a sticky wax substance that I use to hold the bullet in place so that I can turn it and rotate it on the microscope as I work through all the different surfaces.
In this particular Exhibit 680, can you point out some of the tool marks that we talked about earlier on this particular item?
I can. So in this particular area right here, this thing that looks like tracks right in the center, that's what's known as a land impression. The area above it right here and the area below it right here is what's known as a groove impression. Those are lands and grooves are high spots and low spots that are formed into the barrel of a firearm. They're formed in a particular number and with a twist to either direct the bullet to spin to the right or spin to the left when it's fired. The purpose of rifling is for spin stabilization. It allows that bullet to travel in the straightest possible distance for the longest amount of time. That were taken during the comparison process. And what you see here is item that was known to me as item 727. So one of the evidence bullets. There's a black line that runs down the center here separating the 2 images. And on the left-hand side is a portion of the test fired bullet that I generated using the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484. And what I'm capturing in this photograph is the overall size dimension correspondence, as well as an area of detail that I'm interested in right in through here. And then there was some additional detail in through here.
When you say the item that you understood as number 727, what specifically, for your purposes, is item 727?
727 was the bullet that was recovered from the victim at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go on to 682. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 682.
People's Exhibit 682 is essentially the exact same photograph that you just saw previously. Test fire on the left, evidence bullet on the right, only now it's a much higher magnification of this area of the projectile here. And I'm looking at these lines that run through the center line and correspond to one another. As I work through my comparison, I look at all of those different surfaces of the bullet, either observing the agreement or disagreement that's present so that I can render my conclusion.
Was there agreement or disagreement in these 2 images?
In these 2 images, there was agreement not only here, but additional agreement that was captured up here and in other areas. As you evaluate those photographs for yourself, keep in mind that this photograph is taken of a curved surface and the camera sits right above the curved surface. So there's only a small area that's in focus when I'm completing this evaluation. So the stuff that you see that starts to phase out of focus is not necessarily in misalignment. It's simply not the area being focused on for the photograph.
Again, does this photo show that the item recovered from autopsy came from the same gun?
This was one of many photos taken that depict that. Yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and take the photos. At this point is using People's Exhibit number 484. If you could just open that up and show the jury. When this particular type of firearm is fired, just explain the mechanism. And
so I'll first point out that People's Exhibit 40 is secured not only into the box, but it has a gun lock running through the action of the firearm. So in its current state, I can see the chamber is open, there's no ammunition present, and it is completely safe. It could not be fired in this condition. So what you're looking at is a pistol that is not fully open or closed. When this firearm is loaded for use, the magazine is inserted into the grip located right here. It's the piece that the lock is running through. The slide, which is this top portion up here, is pulled to the rearward position and allowed to move forward again. And when that occurs, the slide pushes a cartridge of ammunition from the top of the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, or this rearmost portion of the barrel. That action also cocks this firearm and it's readied for firing. To actuate firing, the operator would pull the trigger of the firearm and that would send the firing pin into the primer component, into the primer component of the cartridge and detonate that primer component so that firing can occur. The bullet will travel down the barrel of the firearm and the action or the slide will be forced rearward so that that cartridge case can be extracted and ejected and the next round can be placed in the chamber of the pistol.
so when that particular type of firearm is fired, it kicks the shell casing out like in your demonstrative exhibit of your bullet.
It does if it's operating properly and if nothing is impeding movement of that slide.
When a shell casing is kicked out of a firearm like that, do they pile up in a nice, neat little pile?
Not necessarily. It very much depends on what surfaces those cartridge cases may hit as they exit the firearm. For example, if you're in a room outdoors and you're standing on a nice fluffy bed of grass, as that cartridge case exits, it lays. So its terminal point may be very consistent.
Is there any such thing as a meaning that if a firearm is fired like this, that a shell casing doesn't come out or it just disappears?
I'm not aware of one just disappearing. I'm aware of them perhaps not coming out of the firearm, but not disappearing.
Okay. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. Thank you.
So can you look at the exhibit with the pistol in the cardboard box?
I always
and
pay
brace
attention how long the
Are firearms or handguns,
Like,
semi-automatic handguns, are
2
they
to
like
10
a
minutes.
shotgun that's a semi-automatic where they're left-handed and right-handed shotguns? Are there left-handed and right-handed pistols?
Are we speaking in terms of the direction it ejects?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Examining that one there, would that be a pistol that is shot by a left-handed or a right-handed person?
I should say that it could be fired by either a left-handed or a right-handed person, but I will state that it ejects the cartridge case if it's being held in its conventional proper manner.
the left.
It ejects the cartridge case to the right.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, remember
So
underneath
more
the
than
window
likely,
there was
this would
that
be
tick.
a pistol that was shot by somebody that was right-handed. Cartridge goes off, is ejected to the right, so it's not going across the shooter's field of vision.
I would object as to speculation. He's asking to speculate as to the handedness of the shooter.
Well, I will allow him to rephrase the question because at one point he was talking about if it's in your left hand, the shell is going to be ejected
Go
over your
across.
field of vision. So I will allow that.
What do you base your opinion on as far as that's a left or right-handed pistol?
So I would not refer to it as either a left or right-handed pistol. I would simply address it in terms of what direction it ejects the cartridge case. And handedness, as far as shooters go, is one element to consider with respect to whether or not they want it ejecting to the right or left. But the other factor to consider is whether they're using their right or their left eye predominantly for sighting.
Okay, well, let's say generally speaking, a right-handed shooter is right eye dominant. That pistol there is going to eject the shells in a right direction.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm holding a pistol, my finger pistol, it's deadly, watch out. If I'm right-handed holding my pistol in the right hand, the shells from that are going to eject out away from my body.
That's correct. They will come this direction, so they will not cross over you.
Okay. If I have a semi-automatic pistol that is associated with more of a left-hand favorable shooter's ejection, if I'm holding that with the right hand, it's going to eject to the left, and it's a semi-automatic pistol, so you can shoot more than one time, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to have cartridges ejecting across my line of sight.
That is correct. If this ejected from the left side of the pistol and I'm right eye focused, it's going to eject this direction.
And having spent shell casings, if I'm shooting more than one time going across my line of sight, might not be optimal optimal shooting and aiming conditions to have stuff going right across my face.
For aiming purposes, yes.
Okay.
Begs the question,
So
was
if
she
you had
left or
somebody that was
right-handed?
left eye dominant and a shooter that was
Which doesn't matter
left-handed,
because if she's
it
facing
would
Gannon's
probably be
bed that was in
better
that corner, the
to
window
have
would be to her
a
right, and there's a
semi-automatic
nick
pistol
underneath the
that
window
ejects to the
and the
left.
wall.
If I were that shooter, that is how I would prefer the design.
Okay. So did you say that is a pistol that ejects to the right?
Yes, it is.
And so that would be a pistol that would favor a right-handed shooter, right eye dominant.
That's how I would prefer it if I were the shooter.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness? You can put that back. Thank you. May I approach?
So I'm questioning how that was relevant. I mean, if she's right-handed or if she's left-handed, doesn't matter. She might have just grabbed whatever gun and might have, maybe Al was left-handed or right-handed or whatever. Because they had several
So
firearms there.
if you can look at this, you have the actual bullet, the part that comes out of the shell. There's 3 of them there. Are those 2 that were recovered from the pillow and 1 that was your test fire, or are those all 3 test fires from the different pistols?
These are all 3 test fires from the one Smith & Wesson pistol. So they're all 3 samples from the same pistol.
Okay. So and that was the 9mm Smith & Wesson?
Correct.
Okay. So you did 3 test fires from there. Do you have the bullets, or can you get the exhibit with the 2 bullets that were pulled from the pillow?
That would be exhibit 103.
Sure. Well, I'll take your word for it, Judge, because I can't find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, exhibit 103. Now, where
looks like
is
he's
one of
been
the bullets
grabbing
in
his
this that
hair
was
out
pulled
of
from the
frustration.
pillow? There were 2 bullets.
Both of them. So this one here and this one here.
This one here and this one here.
Yes.
And which one was the bullet that came from the deceased boy?
That one is People's Exhibit 88.
Okay. All right. And it looks like there's a lot of, it looks like there's deformation or the bullets fragmenting in all 3 of them, correct?
They are definitely deformed to various degrees, yes.
Okay, but the one that was pulled out of the individual looks to be more deformed than the bullets
Gannon.
that were pulled out of the pillow.
Yes, I would say the nose is more fully expanded and there's slightly more deformation in that one, yes.
Okay. And if you know this, great. If not, that's fine. Would you expect two 9mm hollow points. It looks like they were Hornady, manufacturer of the shells. Would you expect those bullets to actually penetrate through the pillow?
If they went through nothing else,
Yes.
just the pillow,
Yeah.
I would expect a 9mm of this design to go through the pillow.
Okay. And is it your information that the two rounds that came from the pillow, it looks like in your report it says source or it mentions pillow. Do you know if they went through anything else other than the pillow?
I do not. I can simply state that they have hard impact damage that suggests something other than the pillow came into contact with these items.
Okay. Do you think that these two bullets, just a second here. Do you have any idea what that could have been? That the two bullets that were not pulled from the individual, what they could have impacted based on the history and what information you were giving for this analysis?
I would say based on the history and information, no. Based on some of the trace evidence that I observed present on the bullet and stuck in the bullet, there was evidence of it having passed through biological substances. So there was evidence of possible bone and possible hairs present on the surfaces of those bullets.
Okay. So can you tell the distance that the two bullets that were recovered from the pillow, how far away those bullets were when they were, or how far the shooter was away when those bullets were fired?
I cannot, in this instance, I did not have the opportunity to evaluate the pillow and there was no distance testing performed.
Okay. And were you aware that the pillow was actually taken into evidence and recovered?
I was aware of very little more than these were recovered from the pillow.
Okay. Would it have been a benefit to you and your analyses to have had the pillow where the bullets came from, to examine it and possibly do separate test fires into that pillow?
The only time that would have come into play for me is if there had been testing requested to determine how far away those surfaces were when they were shot into.
Okay. Was any of this biological material from the two bullets that were recovered from the pillow, was any of this biological material tested or collected to be submitted for DNA analysis or any type of work like that?
It was most certainly collected by me when I evaluated the bullets. I preserved that evidence in case additional testing was warranted on them. I am not aware if any further testing was undertaken after I collected it.
Okay. But you felt it was important enough to at least collect it and preserve it?
Certainly important to preserve it, especially considering that my handling would have obstructed it and destroyed it during my process. So it was important to preserve that in case it became necessary for testing down the line.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Ms. Happ, when you were talking about shell casings ejecting out of the right or left, would you say that, well, you tell us, are most guns manufactured to kick to the right?
The large majority are manufactured with a right-hand ejection, yes.
Does it require some special hunting to find a gun that will kick off to the left?
Sometimes special hunting, there are a few manufacturers if you want your firearm in that configuration that you might seek out specifically, or you can consider purchasing a different slide for that firearm to allow that function.
In your opinion as an expert, is it common for a weapon like this that the shell casings kick to the right can be handled equally as effectively by either a right or left-handed person?
Yes, it can.
Or a right eye or left eye dominant person?
It can.
That the shell casings recovered from that pillow were in a suitcase with a decomposing body?
I became aware of that later, yes.
Could that have been contributing to some of the biological substances that you found on those two projectiles?
That certainly contributed to some of it, yes.
And then as it relates to other types of scientific testing, is it very common or not very common to find fingerprints on bullets?
On fired bullets?
Yeah.
It would be very uncommon to find that after a bullet passes through the barrel. Theoretically, the way that would work is the fingerprint would be deposited before it was fired. Then that bullet is going to pass down the barrel of the firearm. And as that happens, the action of the bullet rubbing in the inside of the barrel would obliterate the fingerprint. Further, if anything should sustain the firing process, as it goes into that target surface, again, that bullet will be wiped clean of whatever was present on it, fingerprint-wise.
What about on shell casings?
On shell casings, there's a greater likelihood that fingerprints can be recovered on shell casings. One, because this casing doesn't go through anything after it's been fired. However, there are elements of contact with the cartridge case and the body of the cartridge case inside the chamber of the firearm that may obliterate that. There's also a heat buildup that occurs when firing happens that may affect the cartridge case as well. So typically when we're successful with recovering fingerprints on fired cartridge cases, it's because they've been picked up afterwards and moved.
What about, can you find fingerprints on shell casings that are never found in an investigation?
No, that would be a definite no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for us? Pass it forward and. Okay.
Nobody's talking.
Ms. Happ, did
There we go.
any of the 3 pistols you examined eject from the left?
They did not. All 3 of these ejected to the right of the firearm.
I'm going to ask this question. Let me know if you think it's outside your area of expertise. If someone is left eye dominant and a shell ejects across your field of vision, would that cause someone to miss?
No, because you've already pulled the trigger.
So in that regard, I would say there's a couple things to consider. The first thing is that first shot that's fired, nothing will be obstructing your vision. We would be talking about subsequent shot fired after that. And we
Yeah.
would be talking about subsequent shots fired in rapid succession, meaning not a shot. That cartridge case ejection is quick. So the shot is fired, the cartridge case ejects and falls, often much faster than the shooter can recognize. Where that becomes a more serious consideration is firing of multiple cartridges where those shells are constantly running in front of the shooter's field of vision. I hope that covers
Makes sense.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Are there a lot of factors that can go into accuracy of a shooter?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you list off some of those?
The firearm is one. Whether or not that shooter is practiced is a primary.
Whether it's their gun.
Probably the biggest.
Can left eye dominant shooters with a gun that kicks off to the right be very accurate in their shots?
First one.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook? Thank you. Ms. Happ, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
She
clean up the
was
witness
nice.
stand, Judge, before the next witness.
All right.
Oh, I forgot to bring in my aloe. You should see they're like this
Call your next
big.
witness,
Each
please.
leaf
Thanks,
of
Judge.
that.
We'd call Brooke Bell to the stand.
Brooke Bell. Wonder what Brooke Bell is going to bring to the table.
Ms. Bell, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
B-R-O-O-K-E or B-R-O-O-K?
Do you swear affirm the testimony
I
about to
say
give this
there's an
trial will be the
E.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
She's got way nicer hair than I have today.
Young?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Brooke Bell, and my last name is spelled B-E-L-L.
What's your occupation?
I am a senior crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a senior crime scene investigator?
I've been a crime scene investigator since July of 2017, so almost 6 years.
How'd you become a senior crime scene investigator?
So
That's
the senior
snarky.
position requires a minimum of at least 5 years of experience. It requires a crime scene certification in one of 3 levels through the International Association for Identification. And it also requires a certain number of training hours towards specializing in an additional forensic discipline.
So other than your experience, do you also have training and educational experience?
not
with
what I
regards to your
wanted.
occupation?
I do. In terms of education, I graduated magna cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology
Magna cum
and a
laude.
Master of Science degree in forensic science, both from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And in terms of training, I did participate in an internal training program through the Metro Crime Lab. I was on call 24/7 for a
She didn't
period of
spell
6
her
months.
first name, so
So
I'm
a
going
lot
with
of
the E
exposure to
because I have a
various types of
feeling.
crime scenes and documentation techniques during that time. I was required to complete relevant readings, perform practical exercises, and I worked with a qualified crime scene investigator until it was determined that I could process crime scenes independently and any of the related tasks.
That would be an
So in
interesting
addition to
job.
completing that internal training program throughout my career, I've also had the opportunity to participate in ongoing formal training and education. So I've received training courses in crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, trajectory documentation, shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, chemical enhancement of blood, photography, latent print processing, just to name some of those more specific areas related to crime scene processing.
And have you been qualified to give expert testimony as a crime scene investigator in El Paso County?
Yes, I have.
Any other jurisdictions?
I have also testified as an expert witness in federal court.
Approximately how many times have you been qualified?
I've testified 34 times and been qualified as an expert 22 times.
At this time, we'd ask that the court allow Ms. Bell to testify as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation.
Defense? The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Tell us about crime scene investigation. What does that mean? I mean, we've seen CSI on TV. Is that the kind of thing we're talking about? And then we'll talk about whether or not that actually happens once we get into your testimony.
So as a crime scene investigator, my primary responsibility is to document and process crime scenes. And ultimately, I'm responsible for the identification, collection, and preservation of the evidence for any type of future testing and to assist with investigative leads. It certainly may look very different than what you see on TV and typically takes a lot longer.
So you just can't walk in a room and then all of a sudden know exactly what happens in that room?
Not necessarily, no.
As part of as a crime scene investigator, do you attend meetings with detectives and police officers and other members of a particular investigation to get an idea of what you're looking for when you go to a crime scene?
So the most common situation is the information we receive is what we refer to as a briefing. So we just receive preliminary information that detectives or the sergeants, law enforcement personnel have regarding the case up to the point that we become involved with the case.
And I would imagine that it's beneficial to have some idea of what you're going to when you go to a crime scene before you start that investigation. Is that fair?
That is the most common situation. We tend to have an idea of what type of investigation or what type of crime has occurred when we respond. That is not always the case, though.
I'm going to talk about this case and this investigation. On January 29th of 2020, were you asked to go to 6727?
6627, I believe.
627. You think I'd had memorized by now. But 6627 Mandan Drive to search a residence.
Yes, I was.
What kind of information did you have prior to that and prior to that search on January 29th, 2020?
So the initial information that I received prior to responding to the residents was that an 11-year-old child had gone missing 2 days prior to my request to respond and document or search the residence where he lived. And the only information I was provided at that time was that the investigators had reason to believe that he may be the victim of a homicide. I didn't receive any additional information until I responded to the residents, where I received that case briefing that I mentioned previously. And that was just kind of more of a timeline of events in terms of what the detectives knew up to that point.
And what was that? What was the briefing that you received when you arrived at the residence?
So I responded, it was Wednesday, January 29th. So at that point, the 11-year-old child who was identified to me as Gannon Stauch had been missing for 2 days. I had received information that he had reportedly gone to a friend's house and didn't return home and was reported missing that Monday around 7 p.m. and that sheriffs with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had responded around 10 p.m. that evening. I was also informed that the following day, so Tuesday the 28th, the Sheriff's Office had sent investigative personnel to do a search of the residence. Part of the information that they had and that they passed on to me was that an incident, as it was called, had occurred on the 26th in which Gannon was playing video games in the basement living room. And a candle was knocked over, damaged the carpet and a couch in the basement. They had informed me there was a section of carpet down in the basement that had been burned and cut away down to the padding. And so that it was suspicious in nature. It had been covered with carpet and an area rug.
Did you receive any information about a potential sexual assault or kidnapping on the 29th of January?
So I did a little bit further once I'd been on scene for a little bit longer. I believe it was possibly during our walkthrough. The information that they provided to me was that Gannon's stepmother, who was identified to me as Letecia Stauch, had contacted an individual about the carpet repair, and that individual came to the house and she was sexually assaulted in Gannon's bedroom and that Gannon had been kidnapped.
And so did that change at least your game plan on how you're going to process that crime scene based on this new information that comes in?
So with the information I had on this very first response, the areas that I'm focused on is the downstairs living room, where this area of carpet has been burned down to the padding or basically down to the subfloor, which is unusual and had been cut out and removed. And then with this possible sexual assault information, so that was some new information, and having a location, that told me that I was going to search for evidence that might be potentially related to that in that bedroom.
And so what kind of evidence would you be looking for based on that?
So when we're in the case of a sexual assault, we use what's called an alternate light source and filtered goggles. And so we actually will check the room for possible biological fluids. Certain biological fluids will fluoresce or glow under ALS. And those tend to be biological fluids such as urine, saliva, and then semen. So in the case of a sexual assault, we're using that so that we can try and identify potentially semen.
Had you learned that the residents had at least initially been searched the night before on January 28th, 2020 by some El Paso County detectives?
Yes, I had been informed that they had conducted a separate search prior to the involvement of the Metro Crime Lab and that there were some evidence items collected during that search.
And so were you at least the first time a CSI lab personnel entered the residence to conduct the search?
Yes, so I was one of the first responding CSIs.
And Your Honor, just to kind of speed things up a little bit, there's going to be no objections to the following exhibits.
Okay.
373 through 441
Okay.
and 711.
And defense, do you agree?
I do.
All right, then exhibits 373 through 441 are admitted, and so is 711. Go ahead.
And it's a combination of photographs, mostly photographs, but also physical exhibits, Your Honor. And we'll,
Okay.
as we go through the photographs, we'll get the physical exhibits.
Okay.
If we could start with People's Exhibit 373, please. Publishing it.
Yep.
And if I may push a witness,
You may.
Ms. Bell, I'll give you the pictures and you can either use the pictures to look at or
Thank
the
you.
two TV screens that we have. And then you got a fancy pointer up here somewhere.
Is that what this is?
It's old school. So what do we see in People's Exhibit 373?
People's Exhibit 373 is a photograph that was taken of the exterior of Mandan Street. If we're looking to the left side of the photograph, we can actually see the Metro Crime Lab van, which was parked in front of 6627.
So what direction are we facing here with this photograph?
We are mostly looking east, slightly southeast.
And so could you use the pointer and point out 6627 Mandan?
May I stand, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead. You can step down if you would like to.
Thank you. 6627 would be this residence right here, and it had a bright yellow chair on the porch.
And the first house that we see on the right photograph, is that 6643 Mandan?
I wouldn't be able to tell from the photograph in terms of reading the address.
Okay. If we can go to 674 now. What do we see in 674? Oh, 374. I'm all over the place. 374.
So People's Exhibit 374 is a direct photograph of the front of the residence 6627. And we can see that bright yellow chair that I had previously mentioned.
We go 375 now. What are we looking at 375?
People's Exhibit 375, and I don't recall just from seeing this image if this is, I believe it's from immediately inside the entry. So if we walked in the door, that it would be one of the walls on the side.
Would this be the laundry room area?
It's possible. I can't really tell from seeing the rest of it, but it's possible.
Okay. If you look to the right-hand corner, top corner, would that be the entry to the garage?
Yes, it would be. So with that being said, then this would be the entry into the house through the garage, which was first the laundry room.
We can go to 376 now, please. What do we see in 376?
So People's Exhibit 376 is, and I don't know if this is the washer or the dryer, but in the bottom of the photograph, we see the red. And there were a pair of tennis shoes. So they're black with white soles turned over on top. And part of my walkthrough and briefing information I had received was that when the sheriff's deputies responded on the 28th, they had observed possible stains on the bottom of these shoes and had collected swabs of those stains.
And did you say that was done on the previous night, January 28th?
That's correct. So when I mentioned they had collected some evidence on that first response, that was one of those items.
377, please. Is this a close-up of the same shoes?
Yes, it is.
And then, Your Honor, 378 are the actual shoes. And just for the jury's benefit, we're going to be opening those with another witness.
Okay.
So we're not going to be opening those at this time.
All right.
We can go to 379 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 379?
So People's Exhibit 379 is a photograph inside the garage. And if we look in the upper left-hand corner, we can actually see the door that's open, and that's what opens into the laundry room.
Now, on January 29th, were you looking for blood in this particular garage?
Not initially. However, it was brought to our attention when a deputy had responded that while we were working on documentation in the basement, that he had located some stains that he believed to be possible blood stains.
We can go to 380 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 380?
People's Exhibit 380, we've actually moved further into the garage, so now we're closer to the entry door. And there are actually 3 sticker scales present in this photograph that were placed to identify those possible blood stains that were located by the deputy.
Could you please point those out for the
I
jury?
will, yes.
And Mr. Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
We could stop now if you like, Judge.
Okay.
Whatever you.
You can go ahead and answer that question and we'll take that
Okay.
break.
And is it okay? May I stand again? Thank you. So when we look in the middle stair in the garage right here, we can see a sticker that was actually identifying a possible blood stain that we labeled A. And then we have 2 more on the floor. So possible blood stain B and possible blood stain C.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will we'll take another recess for about 10 minutes. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 4 o'clock, we should be able to start right on time. And at that point, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 4 o'clock.
All rise.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. I want to alert the attorneys to a juror issue. And we can either discuss it now, or we can discuss it at the end of the day. I don't know what you want to do. All I know is that a juror has alerted me that it wasn't until Ms. Happ was on the stand that she realized she knew her. She did not recognize the name as she was looking through the witness list. So I don't know anything about how she knows her, anything like that. My thought was I would bring her in, ask her a couple of questions, and then send her back, and you can make a decision as to whether or not want to make a challenge, or we go from there. We could either do that before this witness continues her testimony. We can wait until we get closer to the end of the day. What do you want to do?
I think it'd be good to do that towards the end of the day, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe save a little bit of time at the end of the day to handle.
That's fine. All right. So let's stop at like 10 till. Stop your questioning there, and then we will bring that juror in, and we'll go from there. Does that work for juror 12? Third one over in the front. Yeah, well, she's in seat 13, but she's juror 12 because we only have 9 in the back. So, okay. Okay, in light of that, let's bring the jurors in then. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Ms. Bell. That's where we will resume.
So, Ms. Bell, we still have People's Exhibit 380 up on the TV screen. With regards to these placards A, B, and C that you just pointed out prior to the break, are they in direction from the door to where there are some, looks like some 2x4s on the ground there?
So if you're referring to the lower left corner of the photograph, yes, there are some long 2x4s in that area of the garage.
And when we looked at the picture of the entire garage, is that a space where a vehicle may be parked?
Typically, it appeared to be where you'd pull a vehicle in,
You
yes.
haven't turned your camera back
Now,
on.
also on People's Exhibit 380, do you see any softball equipment in there or items related to softball?
If we look to where the stairs are, there's a blue bucket over on the right-hand side of that photograph. There appears to be yellow softballs inside that blue bucket.
And on the left side of the photograph, there appears to be some kind of bag that says Easton or, right?
Yes, on the left side of the photograph on top of the green box.
We go now to 381, please. What do we see in 381?
People's Exhibit 381 is actually a photograph taken standing inside the laundry room, so we can see the tile floor, looking down at the stairs. And in the center of the photograph, we can see that sticker scale that I mentioned previously, and that was the placard A, so the possible blood stains that were observed there.
And just so Christian Luer just testified, he processed this garage on February 3rd. Obviously, you did this on January 29th. You do the blue star in the garage at that time, or did you note this blood just from your naked eye?
So this was visible blood, so it was documented because we could see it without any type of chemical processing. And when I responded, I did not do or use Blue Star in the garage.
And so we can go to 382 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 382?
People's Exhibit 382 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard A.
Ready to do some more exercise? If you can get out and just show the jury exactly where the blood's located in this particular photograph.
So we can see some dark staining throughout the center area of this photograph. Here, we can also see some slight discoloration over the left side of it.
I know we're going to talk about how you swab these, but why don't we do it with placard A so you can kind of just show the jury what you did to collect this blood so that it could be tested
So,
at a later time.
So to collect a sample of any biological fluid, we have a package that is sealed of 2 sterile cotton tip swabs. So that's opened at the time that we're ready to collect the sample. We open a new package of distilled water and then just dampen the 2 cotton tip swabs. And then those are both rubbed at the same time over the stains and then placed back into that packaging and sealed into something we call a coin envelope. So it's a smaller envelope.
And did you use 3 separate swabs for both A, B, and C placards?
Yes, I did.
And they're separated when you package them?
Correct. So when we place them in those individual coin envelopes, those are sealed separately from each other.
And then the big envelope is sealed, and then whoever gets into that envelope would have to sign something to know that someone's been in there. Is that how it works?
Correct. So when we create an evidence barcode label, and I believe in this case, all 3 of those swabs were placed in a larger envelope under the same evidence barcode and sealed by the crime scene investigator. And then any subsequent testing that occurs on evidence within that package, the evidence item or the packaging is noted, and then additional tape seals are added and signed by that analyst when the analysis is completed.
And Your Honor, for the record, the swabs from placards A, B, and C is People's Exhibit 386.
All right.
We can go down to 383, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 383?
People's Exhibit 383 is a little bit of a different perspective, a little closer, where we can see, again, the 2 sticker scales that were on the garage floor. We're close to those 2x4s that were previously mentioned.
384?
People's Exhibit 384 is now a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard B.
Could you point those out with a pointer, please?
Yes. So in this photograph, it's really concentrated toward the center, but the discoloration is in this general area and then extended into the upper left portion of the photograph.
And is that the area you swabbed then that we talked about earlier?
Yes, that would be the area that representative samples were collected.
385, you could probably stay there for this one. What do we see in 385?
People's Exhibit 385 is now a close-up of the stains that were identified using placard C. And I will point those out again, just directly above the actual sticker scale and then a little higher toward the center of the photograph.
Now, are these particular more visible, these blood, are they droplets or what are they?
So These appear to be more consistent with possible transfer stains to me, but these are a little bit more visible in this particular photograph than what we saw in B. If we look at the photograph, there's different photographs at different angles of B and C, and B is a little more visible in a different angle, and that just has more to do with the flash that occurred when that photograph was taken.
What's a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when blood is deposited on a surface from another surface.
Kind of speaks for itself, right?
It's just transferred onto an object.
You can resume your seat. Thank you. If we can have 387 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 387?
People's Exhibit 387 is a photograph that was taken in the backyard on the east side of the house. And of significance in the backyard is the trash dumpster, so we can see the green in the center of the photograph.
And were you made aware that these trash cans were searched on January 28th,
Yes, I was.
2020?
Yes.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 388. What do we see in People's Exhibit 388?
People's Exhibit 388 is a photograph taken in the basement, and this area was referred to in most of our reports as the basement living area. So this particular photograph, I believe in terms of orientation, we're looking southwest in the basement.
In the area that you alluded to, I know we have some other pictures of it where there were potential burn marks on the carpet. Could you just point that out for the jury so they could have some context with this picture?
Yes, and I'm going to stand up to do that.
Sure.
So in the upper right corner of the photograph, we have a couch here. And directly in front of that couch was an area rug, and we can actually see that here. And on top of it, in this particular photograph, you can see a section, rectangular section of carpet that matches the rest of the carpet throughout the residence.
Okay, thank you. 389. What do we see in 389?
People's Exhibit 389 is now standing in that living area portion of the room. So in the lower left corner, we can see that area rug that I had previously mentioned. And then we can also see the corner of the couch that it was in front of, and that's over on the left side of the photograph. In the center of the photograph, so we're looking east toward that love seat chair. There's 3 blankets, and they were kind of in a pile, and those blankets had burned debris
Thank you to my new Rumbler
You go to 390 now.
follow. We only need 10 more
What do we see in
left.
390?
People's Exhibit 390 is a close-up of those blankets that was located on the floor in front of that love seat. And we are able to see some of the charring and burned debris.
391. What do we see in 391?
People's Exhibit 391 is now in the search phase where we're actually looking at the items that were identified. So one of the blankets has been spread out, and we can see that there's a scale in this photograph showing where some dark burned debris is.
And did you spread this blanket out to take this photograph?
Yes,
And did you collect this blanket as evidence?
this blanket was collected, yes.
We can go to 392. What do we see in 392?
People's Exhibit 392 is just a close-up of the previous blanket in the area where we saw that scale of the burned debris.
And did you have any information as to whether or not these blankets were used to put the fire out or help put the fire out?
I don't know that I had specific information how these were related.
393. What do we see in 393?
People's Exhibit 393 is another one of the blankets that was in that pile. And on the left side of the photograph, we can see where it's bunched together and the discoloration. So where there was some black char marks.
We go to 394.
People's Exhibit 394 is a photograph of the third blanket. We can see that there's a scale, and that was also very bunched around some burned debris.
And did you collect all these blankets? All 3?
All 3 of them were collected, yes.
We go to 3.
People's Exhibit 395 is the couch that is located that I had pointed out in the first photograph when we were talking about the living room. So for context, that area where the removed carpet is directly in front of this couch. And on this couch are 3 teal pillows.
Can you also see some of what appears to be damage from hot wax, that kind of thing on this couch?
Yes, so over in the left side of the photograph, which would have been the west portion of the couch, there was some damage consistent with what appeared to be wax on the couch.
You see a remote control there? Is it just next to that remote control in front of it?
It would be in front of and then to the left of that black remote control.
We can go to 396, please. What do we see in 396?
People's Exhibit 396 is looking
Toward the southwest corner of the living room. So just for context, we can see the TV in the upper left, and the couch, for reference, would be over on the right side of the photograph. And there's an additional teal pillow in that corner on the floor.
397? What do we see in 397?
People's Exhibit 397 is more of a mid-range photograph, but we've actually turned that pillow over. And in the center of the photograph, it's actually going to be in the right corner of the pillow. There was more of that kind of burned, charred material.
We can go to 398. See in 398?
So 398 is a close-up with a scale. And yes, you can better see some of that burned material.
And did you collect this item as evidence? This
Yes,
pillow?
this pillow was collected.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's 399, People's Exhibit 399. We can go to 400 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 400?
People's Exhibit 400 is actually being positioned against the west wall in the living room. So the couch, for reference, is what's on the left, and that love seat is over on the right. In the lower right-hand corner, we can see some of those blankets we talked about previously. But in the back center of this photograph, we can see an open door where we see boxes and bins, and that was a basement storage unit.
That's
And
where
can we see
Gannon
the
was.
staircase there to the left of that poach, or in the center of the picture, but it would go off to the
where she
left to
put
go
'em.
upstairs.
Yes, you can slightly see the banister or the hand railing, and that would be the staircase that leads to the upper level.
And so as you look at that storage room, if you go to the right, would that be where Gannon's room was?
Yes, so there is a hallway behind that wall, and his door was over to the right and actually shared a wall with the storage room.
We can go to People's Exhibit 401. What do we see in People's Exhibit 401?
People's Exhibit 401, we've now moved close to the entry to the storage room. So again, we can see the boxes and bins and then the concrete floor. And then as mentioned previously, there's a short hallway on the right side. So the door to Gannon's bedroom would be over on the right.
People's Exhibit 402. What do we see 402?
People's Exhibit 402 is a photograph that's taken standing in the entry to the basement storage room. So the bins and boxes previously mentioned. In this photograph, we're actually looking toward the southeast corner, and an item of interest that was observed in the southeast corner, which we can see in the center of the photograph, is a small section of carpet.
With regards to the boxes that we see in People's Exhibit 402, is that what it looked like on January 29th, 2020?
These appear to be the original overall photographs. So that's the series of photographs that we take prior to doing anything on scene. So this would be the condition of the storage room when we arrived.
We can go to People's Exhibit 403. What do we see in People's Exhibit 403?
People's Exhibit 403 is now standing inside that storage room. And on the left side, we can see the furnace, and toward the center, we can see the water heater. Those were actually positioned on the same wall, which would be the west wall, as the entry into the storage room.
People's Exhibit 404. What do we see in People's Exhibit 404?
People's Exhibit 404 is just slightly rotated to the right from that previous photo and down so that we can see the concrete floor. If it helps for reference in terms of from the previous photo, that bottle of Gain in the previous photo, if you go back one.
We're at 403 now.
So it's shifted slightly to the right and down.
And go back to 404. Now, in People's Exhibit 404, there seems to be a box there at the lower portion middle there. Do you recognize that box?
I do. So in the lower portion of the photograph, there is a box that has Amazon tape. And if I recall correctly, based on the marker, the writing on it, that was a box that was collected in a following response out to that residence.
Did you go back to the residence on February 21st, 2020?
I did, yes.
And did you go back and completely clean out this entire storage room, look at every item that's in there, look at all the floor for blood?
Yes, so that was the purpose of that following response, was to remove every item from the storage room and inspect it for in the lower left corner with the purple handle. And if it helps again with reference, the wall over on the right side is actually the wall that would be shared with Gannon's bedroom.
We can go to 407 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 407?
So People's Exhibit 407 is at the point where we've started removing some objects from the basement storage room. So we can now see that red suitcase a little bit more clearly, and there are some carpet fibers sitting on top. And then directly behind it, slightly to the right, we can see a larger section of carpet that I had mentioned that was mostly covered in some of those previous overall photographs.
And as you're searching the storage room on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you ever see a large olive green suitcase in the storage room?
I don't recall seeing one.
Did you ever see the suitcase that Gannon's body was recovered in?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen it under the bridge or at any time?
I've not seen it at all.
If you would have saw that in that time, would you have photographed it as you photographed these suitcases here?
Well, everything was photographed as I observed it during that time. And obviously the suitcase was found sometime later, but I was never shown what that suitcase looked like.
And do we also see the tub that you said had presumptive blood on it in this photograph?
So that clear tub with the purple handles, yes, is over on the right side of the photograph.
We can go to 408 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 408?
People's Exhibit 408 is now a closer photograph of the top of that red suitcase. And toward the back area is actually where we can see some of the carpet fibers and carpet debris.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but did you later find some carpet that had been cut to kind of cover that area where the burnt carpet was?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Did you eventually collect the carpet that we see in People's Exhibit 408?
Yes. So during the search portion of this storage room, that section of carpet was actually pulled out of that room and opened.
And this point for the jury where the carpet is in this photograph, just so we all know where it's at.
So your red suitcase, and then kind of the carpet fibers and debris toward the back. And then the large folded section of carpet is directly behind it in the center of the photograph up top.
Great, thank you. We can go to 409 now, please. What do we see in 409?
People's Exhibit 409 is a close-up so that you can better see some of the carpet debris and carpet fibers on top of that suitcase. And then to the right side, we can see a part of that carpet.
410? What do we see in People's Exhibit 410?
People's Exhibit 410 is when that section of carpet was pulled out of the storage room. It had been rolled and folded. And when I opened the fold, concealed inside was a smaller piece of carpet that had possible blood stains on it.
And can you point that out for the jury just so we can distinguish between the small piece and the large piece?
So the large portion of the carpet was this entire section. And then the small section concealed inside, right in the center, where we can see some very visible staining.
Can we go to 412 now, please? What do we see in 412?
People's Exhibit 412 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains observed on that smaller piece of carpet. And then we do have a scale in the photograph.
And you collected the smaller piece of carpet, I take it?
Both sections of carpet were collected, yes.
And the small piece of carpet, Your Honor, would be People's Exhibit 413. The large piece is People's Exhibit 711.
All right.
We can go to 414 now. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 412.
412, right.
It's helpful to have these photos up here. People's Exhibit 412 is carpet that we just saw the photographs of with the visible stains. It's now been turned over. And what's of note in this photograph is that we can see some additional stains on the top surface in the lower right corner and in the center, and that the actual entire section of carpet is discolored in comparison to the rest of the carpet underneath.
And could you tell whether or not looking at these stains on either side, what kind of stain it is? You alluded to transfer stains when we were in the garage.
Not necessarily, at least on the upper side of the carpet, due to the texture of the carpet. Looking on the other side, the fact that it's gone through, typically we might call something like that a saturation stain, where it is actually gone through the carpet.
So is that what we're talking about as we see in 411?
Yes.
So that's more of a saturated stain?
Potentially. It's difficult to say, but it is consistent with some type of transfer or saturation stain.
Now we can jump ahead to 414. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 414. So this large section of carpet that I removed that had the smaller one with the visible stains, when I opened that entire section of carpet, there were two corners that had been cut off and were missing. This People's Exhibit 414 shows a section of carpet. So when we go back into the living room, and I had mentioned that there was a section of carpet placed over the area that had been cut out. This is showing that section of carpet that had been in the living room and showing the visible seams appearing to match as if that section of carpet had been cut off this larger one.
Going back to the red suitcase with carpet fibers on it, the carpet's found right next to that.
Yes, so that's that very big folded one. That's that piece of carpet.
Would it be consistent with someone cutting the carpet over the suitcase in the storage room?
I don't know where it would have been cut, but having the carpet fibers on top of the suitcase just indicates to me that that carpet had been moved or manipulated.
Okay. We can go to 415 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 415?
So People's Exhibit 415, we are now seeing that area in the basement living room in front of the couch. So for reference, the couch is in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the remote and those burn marks on the couch that we had talked about previously. We can see a patch of carpet has been cut out in a square or rectangle. And then we can see the black padding underneath. And it might be difficult to tell in this photograph, but the shape and characteristics were pretty consistent and appeared to be burn and char marks in that padding.
416?
That was from the Sunday candle incident.
People's Exhibit 416 shows a patch of carpet covering that. In the right side of the photograph, we can see that area rug we talked about previously as well that's been pulled back. So when we arrived, that area rug was in place as if it would be normally on the floor. And when it was pulled back, this is what we observed was this extra piece of carpet placed on top of that cutout. And that previous one showing the cutout corner that was matched with the seams is this piece of carpet.
We can go back to 416, please. 415.
I think I'm going to turn it back on, just the
What
witness
was your
box.
understanding on how this fire started that we see the results from in 415?
The information that I was provided was that while Gannon was playing video games on the 26th, he knocked over a candle and somehow that caused the fire.
Is that consistent with your training, your everyday knowledge, a candle falling on the carpet, burning right through the carpet, through the pad, all the way to the concrete?
That's not what I would expect to see.
Listen,
no.
people.
Why is that?
I wouldn't expect. A lot of carpet and materials are made to be more burn resistant.
Yeah,
So you
it'll
could hold
scorch the
a
carpet,
lighter
but it won't
to
burn the
carpet and it's
carpet.
not
And I know
instantaneously
this.
going to burst into flames. We've also had training with our local fire department where we've actually done that exercise.
flame
Laid carpet
retardant.
out, held a lighter or a torch, trying to set it on fire, and then doing that with different ignitable fluids to see the how long it would take to actually set and burst into flames.
Should I go
Would it
take
take
a
a
picture?
significant amount of heat to create that char mark?
It would, and it would have to be a sustained heat. So not just a quick
I have a
without
lamp
some
over
type
it.
of ignitable source.
Now, with regards to this area, the jury's heard about Blue Star, so we don't need to get into that, but did you Blue Star this area to see whether or not there's areas that you needed to swab?
Yes, so on that first response, because this is the area of the primary disturbance and things out of the ordinary, that's the room they requested I do Blue Star in, and it was done in this area, yes.
And did you swab that area based on the results of your Blue Star?
There were swabs collected from a few areas in the living room, yes, based on a presumptive positive.
Can you point out the general area where you swab?
If I remember correctly, the area on the carpet that I had a presumptive positive reaction was in this section, which would be the lower left portion of that cutout square.
And same process as you did in the garage, sealed, so others could test that swab at a later time?
That's correct, yes.
Now,
He had mentioned an unusual, and that's how it was described to me, an unusual odor in Gannon's bedroom near the center and an unusual odor near the light switch. So I did detect an odor in the room, but it wasn't one necessarily that I could place. I couldn't characterize it as something that was familiar to me as traditional bleach or cleaning products. Also of note was that there was odor of urine, so pet urine throughout the basement, including in there.
And did you know they had a couple dogs that lived in the house as well?
I did. I don't know if it showed the photographs, but in the area next to the basement living room along the south wall, there were 2 dog crates, and there were actually dogs in them at the time that I was there.
And so in between January 29th and February 21st, had other residents
Yes.
occasions as well?
I had been out there a total of 3 times, but I wasn't with each of the CSIs for each time the Metro Crime Lab responded.
And so on the January 29th and February 21st, you did a report based on what you did at that residence.
That's correct.
And others would do reports based on what they did, for instance, on February 3rd or February 5th, that kind of thing?
Yes. So complete a report. CSI Lewer was the primary, and I came to assist. And based on items that were located during that search, we also called an additional CSI Alyssa Beresford, to come out and assist with some documentation. So I assisted both of them, but since I didn't do anything independently of them, I didn't complete a report for that. Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, that he wanted to remove and search all of the objects in the basement storage room for possible bloodstains. And I don't know the specifics to why, but I know that a meeting had occurred prior to my going out that day between the Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and there was some interest in some saws in the garage.
Had there been a board found that may have had some blood on it out in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, so right before responding, I had also been informed that a particle board had been recovered near Larkspur off Highway 105, I believe it was, and that there were possible blood stains on it. And I was shown a photograph of what was recovered by one of our DNA analysts, and we observed that a corner or a small section of that particle board was missing. And so they also asked that we search the garage to see if that possible corner was in there.
And did you find a possible corner for that particular board?
No, we did not.
And before we move on, Your Honor, 417 is the swabs that were taken from the basement carpet that CSI Brooke testified to earlier. So we can now go to 418. Now we're on February 21st, 2020. What do you see in People's Exhibit 418?
So People's Exhibit 418 is a similar photograph to one we've seen before, just at a later date of the entry to the basement storage room. And we can see it looks significantly different. It's more organized. I can see more of the floor in this photograph.
So someone went through and stacked all the boxes neatly, it looks like, and there were items moved around differently than what they looked like on January 29th.
It certainly appears far more organized than when I saw it the first time, yes.
We can go to 419 now. What do we see in 419?
People's Exhibit 419 is an additional photograph inside that basement storage room. We can see again part of the floor and see that the boxes are a little more organized.
And we see a tub there that appears to have cables in it on the top left corner of that photograph.
That's correct. So that is that tub we've discussed previously, the clear one with the purple handles on top.
420. What do we see in People's Exhibit 420?
People's Exhibit 420 is same angle as the previous shot, just rotated up. So now we can actually see the top portion of that tub that we had mentioned before on the left side of the photograph.
421. Now what do we see in 421?
People's Exhibit 421 is when the tub has been removed and placed in the basement living room so that we can inspect it better with flashlights to search for possible blood stains.
And did you do that?
I did do that, yes.
422? What do we see in 422?
People's Exhibit 422 is a photograph that I actually took during the evidence processing portion. So this was taken, I believe, a few days later in the lab with the evidence barcode label, and it's an overall photograph of the item.
For the record, People's Exhibit 423 is this plastic tub that we see in People's Exhibit 422.
All right.
424. What do we see in People's Exhibit 424?
People's Exhibit 424 these are photographs taken in the lab. And what I've done in these is added the adhesive sticker scales that were used for those blood stains on the garage floor just to highlight them. And these are going to be close-up photographs showing stains that were visible on this tub.
So just to the left of this marker, we see what?
So between the purple handle and the sticker scale, we can see some visible stains consistent with possible blood stains.
425? What do we see in 425?
People's Exhibit 425 is another sticker scale, and this was placed to show the discoloration located at the corner of the tub all the way to the left.
426?
People's Exhibit 426 is that same corner. We've just rotated to the other side. And just based on the change in light, we can actually see that there's some discoloration on both sides of the corner.
427?
People's Exhibit 427 are some visible stains located to the left of the scale underneath the lid.
428?
People's Exhibit 428 is showing a stain on the right side of the tub in this photograph on the lip, the under part of underneath the lid.
429?
People's Exhibit 429 is a close-up. I believe we saw this particular stain. It might have been the first photograph that we showed. It's just a closer photograph.
430?
People's Exhibit 430 is an additional possible blood stain located on the edge after the lid was taken off.
431?
People's Exhibit 431 are some additional possible blood stains that are actually on the lip as well as the underneath portion.
And can you tell what kind of blood stains these are, whether they're transfer or drip?
So these appear consistent with a transfer stain. We can actually see the visible swipe marks that appear vertical on these stains.
And 432?
People's Exhibit 432 appears to me to actually be the same stains as the previous photograph, just pulled back a little bit so you can see more of it.
Now, do you know whether or not this tub actually went to a serologist, Sherry Holes, to do the swabbing and prepare it for DNA testing?
So this item was transferred directly to a DNA analyst. I believe I thought it was Donna Minogue, but if it was Sherry, I would have to double check the chain of custody.
But you didn't swab these blood stains?
No, so at the request of our DNA unit, they were photographed and then they wanted to collect the samples for their testing.
Now we can go to 433, please. What do we see in 433?
People's Exhibit 433 was the cardboard box we've talked about a couple of times now with the Amazon Prime tape and some of the Sharpie marks on it. And inside that box are 2 Apple iPhones. And on 2 sides of this box were stains that appeared to be possible blood stains.
434? Go ahead.
People's Exhibit 434 is a photograph taken in the lab. So we can see the evidence barcode label that was created. This is an overall photograph, and in the upper left portion of the corner to the left of the Amazon Prime tape, we can see 2 areas of stains.
Your Honor, for the record, 435 is the actual Amazon box that's in evidence.
Okay.
436? What do we see in 436?
People's Exhibit 436 is a close-up of those 2 stains mentioned previously to the left of the Amazon tape.
And would these be transfer stains or some other type of stain?
They appear consistent based on some of the movement to be a transfer stain.
437? What do we see in 437?
People's Exhibit 437 is an even closer photograph of the lower stain to the left of the Amazon tape.
And People's Exhibit 438.
People's Exhibit 438 is actually the opposite side of the Amazon box and was invisible possible blood stains located there.
I tell you, Letecia loves to
It
shop.
appears consistent with a transfer stain with that movement and kind of stirring effect that we see.
So if this is in fact blood, would that be consistent with a bloody object rubbing against the box?
Yes, it would.
People 439? What do we see in People's Exhibit 439 now?
People's Exhibit 439 is inside that basement storage room. We can see the concrete floor and we can see Sharpie marks on the floor. So after all of the items had been taken out of the storage room, we did do Blue Star on the basement, and then the areas with the presumptive positive reaction were actually circled with Sharpies.
And did you photograph the Blue Star in the basement?
So there was an attempt made and we had a bit of a camera malfunction. And when that started happening, that's actually when I decided to go ahead and circle the areas where we had that reaction. The reaction was observed by 4 individuals, but that way we could have a visual of the areas that had that presumptive positive blue glow.
440? What do we see in 440?
People's Exhibit 440 is again a photograph of the floor of the basement storage room where we can see the circled Sharpie marks. We can actually still see some of the spray from the liquid Blue Star as well. But for point of reference, in the upper left corner, we can see kind of the 2x4. So that's actually where the entry was. So this actually spanned across the storage room to the northeast corner, kind of where a sump pump was located.
Did you use the pointer again and just kind of point out where the circles are? I don't know, maybe we can, I need to go over there and turn the lights down on that switch.
It's up to you. It's the green buttons there.
Which one?
Both of them.
That helps. Can you point out the circles now on the?
So entry is going to be over here in the upper left, and we can see the furnace back here. So we have areas circled here spanning across the entire photograph all the way over to the lower right corner of the photograph.
Now, does that go towards where we saw that clear tub that you collected with the purple handles on January 29th, 2020?
From what I recall, it spanned again to the northeast corner, which is kind of toward the corner for reference where the red suitcase and that large carpet roll was. I would have to see another photograph to remember where that tub was on that at that time.
Okay. Let's go to 441, then we'll go back to that photograph, okay?
People's Exhibit photograph to where we're seeing the northeast corner. So we can see the sump pump back in the upper right-hand corner. And we have the same area where we can see the Sharpie circles going into that corner, and you can actually still see some of the liquid spray marks around them.
We can go back to 407 now, please.
And if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next couple of minutes, please.
Yep, we're going to finish up with this and.
Thought that was it.
Okay, we have 407 up now. There's the red suitcase that you alluded to. Do you see the tub there?
Yes. So based on seeing this photograph and the proximity of the tub to that area, yes. So those did go in that general direction. That sump pump I had mentioned is actually just to the left behind all of those boxes.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. No. Ms. Bell, I'm going to have you step down. And because I have some things that I need to attend to. So I'll have you step down. You'll have to come back on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you back on Monday.
Tell you this, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
like
ma'am.
he is on top of 5 o'clock.
Jar, do you mind if I go slip those lights?
Yes, please. I was going to ask somebody to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction. that you probably are tired of, but I still need to read it anyway.
Dictatorship World, thank you
You've probably
for
already
sending
guessed
me
there's
the
been some public or media interest in this
book
case. There
by
could
Chris
be more in the
Hedges.
coming
I'm
weeks.
gonna
You must guard
definitely
against
check
that, as
that
you will
out.
be
I
required to
love
decide this
to
case based on
read.
the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you.
For those of
Again, you can
you
tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go.
that
You
have
can ask
not
for their help in avoiding
read
exposure to
this book
stories or even
by
opinions from others
Robert
regarding
Kennedy
this case.
Jr.,
But
there
you
was a
cannot otherwise
movie
discuss anything
based
about
on
this
this
case with
book released
anyone, and you
last
should not
fall.
listen to any opinions regarding this case from
If
someone
you
else.
do not have this book,
You can still
Amazon
blog or
has the
communicate
Kindle
with others,
version for
just not
like
about this
$3 or
case.
$4.
You can't do any blogging
And
about your jury
I've
experience or
watched everything that Robert Kennedy
communication with
Jr.
other
has
jurors. You can still watch
broadcast,
TV. You
or
can still go on the
I've read
internet.
this
You
book several times.
still can
I have it
patronize
in Kindle
Amazon,
and
but
hardcover.
you just can't do anything
But
about
he
this
even he
case.
says to
If
read the
anything
final
regarding
chapter
this
called
case
Germ
comes through your
Games
feed, change the
first.
channel, turn the page,
It will
do not give it
blow
any
your
attention.
mind.
You are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any
And
material of any
like I
kind,
said, the Kindle
including any
version is only
newspapers,
like $2 or $3,
magazines, television, and
no,
radio
like $3 or
broadcasts,
$4 on
dictionaries,
Amazon.
medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or
And
the
the
internet in
sequel
connection with your jury service. I want to
about the
emphasize that you
Wuhan
must not
lab
seek or
is
receive any information about this case from the internet, which
I think that's
includes all social
$3.99 or
networking, Google,
$4.99 on
Wikipedia,
Amazon, the
blogs, and other
Kindle.
websites. You are not allowed to do
That
any
was
research
supposed
of
to
any
be
kind about this case.
released
So I'm going to
in
dismiss,
February, like around
or I'm going to
Valentine's
send
Day,
all
and
of
that
you,
got pushed to
almost all of you
April,
home
like the
right
middle of
now.
April. So I went to
We
Amazon a
have,
couple days
as you
ago,
know, we're referring
thinking,
to all of the
I wonder
jurors
if
by
it like
numbers,
dumped
and
into
you
my
guys are
Kindle and I
probably
didn't
going
even
crazy
get
because your
like
numbers keep
notified.
changing. Every time
And
you
it
come back, you have a
wasn't, and I
different seat
noticed
number,
that they
and
pushed the
it's
date
based
back
upon
again
where you are when you come back in
June.
that group and where you are seated.
So
in this case, I'm going to
yeah,
let
that's the
everybody
book.
leave except for
It was
juror number
released,
12,
yep,
white hoodie,
November
hoop earrings.
2021. I had it,
I
I
need
bought
her
it
to stay
beforehand, and
for
it was
just a
on my
few minutes.
doorstep that
Everybody
morning.
else is
That Mark
excused.
Levin book,
Enjoy
American
your weekend.
Marxism, that's
And
almost
juror
2
number
years
12,
old
if
now.
you
That's
can
also
remain
very
with
good.
us for a moment. All rise for the jury, please. And juror number 10,
I'll
if you
look
just want
at
to let
that
yourself out.
link that you sent me, but I've probably already watched it because I go right from this trial stuff over to Dan Bongino, and I always listen to Mark Levin, his podcast. He usually drops around 9 o'clock my time, Central Time. Glenn Beck is another one I love. So they're just excusing the
Thank you. You
jury
may all be seated. Record should reflect that all of the
now.
jurors except for juror number 12 have left the courtroom. If we did our work right, I have the right juror. If we didn't, I apologize. I think you probably know why you might be here.
You
Are you
tell
the
your
juror that
friends I
communicated
need
to Mr.
25
Combs that you knew
followers,
one of the
and then I
witnesses?
can skip
Okay.
right over all
You
this
probably feel a little weird with everybody
Streamyard
staring
and
at
just
you right now,
directly
but
live
you did the
stream
right thing.
on Rumble.
Okay. This happens.
And
It's really not that uncommon that somebody
I was
says,
weeble
looks through the
wobbling
witness list
between
and
doing
goes, I don't know
like
any of these people. They don't recognize
once the
names.
GOP
Names
house
sometimes
was,
change.
or once
Sometimes
the
they just don't
house
remember
went
the
into
name, and then they
GOP
see the
control, I
face
wanted to
and they
live
remember the
stream Jim
person.
Jordan's
And they do the right thing. They tell
select
us
committee hearings.
that they know one of the
So
witnesses. So
subscribe
who is
or
it that you know, and
follow
how is
this
it that you know that
channel.
person?
They're usually on Thursdays too, and because court doesn't have Thursdays,
Okay.
it's perfect. I did one a couple weeks ago, but
Okay.
really didn't get a lot
How
of
is it that
bites
you
on
know
it
her?
because this is so new. It's just, it takes a really long time to get a following. Apparently, I'm not entertaining enough.
Stephanie's mother-in-law.
And then
attended that church.
I don't know if
Stephanie
you were
did
here
not.
this morning when the stream first
Stephanie's
started, but
mother-in-law
Dan
is getting
Bongino
up in
yesterday
years and wanted to
announced
discuss with my
that
father and
the
I,
very
as
first
her
presidential
pastoral
debate
staff, her wishes
is going
for
to
her
be
last
streamed
for her
exclusively on
funeral.
Rumble,
And
not
she wanted to do
Fox,
that while she
not
was still
ABC,
alive.
NBC,
So
all
about 3 years
those.
Ago,
Only
this
on
person that
Rumble, the
attended our
first
church
GOP
gathered
presidential
my father and mother and
debate,
I
which
at
should be
what turned out to
spicy.
be Stephanie's house, and along with her other children to
discuss her end of life wishes. So for about a couple of hours, we were in that home discussing
so
funeral
much.
arrangements.
Now
And
we
then
need
we
10
all
more.
greeted one another warmly.
And I can just come right on Rumble because I'm not getting
Then,
any attention
as
over
it
on
turns
YouTube.
out,
There's too much.
last
And then you have
October, this
one of
same
the
church
other
member of
people
ours
that
had
streamed the
an adult
Paltrow
daughter
trial.
who
We
passed
had a
away
Biden
from
lover
stomach
come.
cancer. Because I was part of the clergy of this thing to sing at her daughter's funeral. So I did that. Saw Stephanie, greeted her, gave her a hug, told her I was very sorry for her loss, and we've gone our separate ways. So those are the 2 times that I have seen and spoken with Stephanie.
Okay. So, yeah, I have to ask this question. Did you, and I know it's going to sound kind of foolish, but did you or did she mention anything about this case to you during either one of those instances? Do you or would you be able to judge her testimony just as you've been able to judge everybody else's testimony in this case?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about the context that you've had with her that would make you say, you know, I'm going to believe her because I know her, or I'm going to disbelieve her because I know her, something along those lines? Do you think that you can weigh her testimony just as you would weigh the testimony of any other witness in this case?
I do.
Do you believe that you can still remain fair and impartial? Do you believe you can still remain a fair and impartial juror in this case, even though you've had some contacts with one witness and not others?
I do.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room. I want you to wait there for a couple of minutes while I talk with the
Off and on,
lawyers,
all day.
and then I will get back to you. Okay. And what you can tell the jurors, if somebody asks, you can tell them that you had a discussion, or we had a discussion here, because you disclosed rightly that you recognized one of the witnesses after you saw them, and we had to ask you about that. Don't tell them who the witness was that you knew. Don't tell them what our conversation was, anything else like that. But at least this way they'll know what the conversation was, and they will know that the right
Look
thing
at
to do
her.
in a situation like this is to say, hey, I know
I
one
wish
of
I
those
could draw
witnesses, and
horns
let
on
us
her
know.
little head
Okay?
here.
All right. All rise for juror 12, please.
Oh my God. Maybe you.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has left the courtroom. Are there any challenges to juror number 12 continuing to serve as a juror in this case? Prosecution?
No, Judge. The juror was very conscientious, brought this information to us immediately, it sounds like. Talked about 2 passing interactions that she had with Ms. Happ some years ago, and indicates that she can still be very fair and impartial in this case, and is not going to give her any special deference or anything like that. So I don't think there's any reason from our perspective that she would be challenged for cause.
Defense?
I'm going to move to have her excused for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm not alleging any bad faith or anything on the part of this juror, but it appears that it's more than a passing connection. This would sound, at least what I was gathering, it sounded like she was hoping to do end of life planning for Ms. Happ's. I thought it was her mother, that there was a couple hour long meeting at the house, that there was a connection with a shared church, a religious connection. Part of the issue is, Your Honor, this is not just a lay or perceiving witness. This is an expert witness whose opinion these jurors are going to have to determine the basis of their opinion and how they value their opinion and so forth. So it's not just whether she would give her more credibility. It's also how that she would weigh her expert opinion on this, and it's expert opinion that is key to this case. Ms. Happ has identified the gun in question that she testified about as being the gun that actually killed Gannon Stauch. Furthermore, they're going to have later evidence that is going to put Ms. Stauch's DNA on that gun. And so this is the key connection of all the other, there's everything else is there's a lot of circumstantial. I mean, this is pretty direct tie with Ms. Stauch to the weapon that this witness is saying actually killed Gannon Stauch. So based upon that, I would say it's a little bit different situation because it's an expert and it's her opinion that she's going to be judging, and she does have a relationship with her. Further, Your Honor, I can say that that juror was one of the ones that we had a lot of debate on as far as whether or not to use a peremptory challenge on. It was down, she was our last one. It was her and another juror. Whoever we used our last peremptory on, it, the choice was between her and that juror. Had we known that she had this kind of connection with this expert witness, we would use a peremptory challenge on her. We're, I think, more than or close to halfway through this trial. We have 6 alternate jurors on this case. I think that it's a cleaner to excuse her at this time with her things and move one of the alternates on, and that way we can go forward.
All right. I want to think about this over the weekend. I'm also going to review her questionnaire again as well, and also the seating and strike chart to see where we were, or to see how the peremptories shook out. I don't know, since she was not excused, whether that will help me a whole lot, but I want to look at 2 of those things, and then I will make a decision before we start trial on Monday.
Okay.
Go from there.
Yeah, we just have one other issue to bring up.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for it now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's come to our attention.
Hold on, just
okay.
And we'll see you back on that. Okay, Mr. Allen.
It's come to our attention that during the, I think mostly the afternoon session of witnesses today, that the defendant has been flipping the bird potentially to witnesses or to our family that are here for Gannon. And there have been pictures that have been passed to me during this process. One, it's disrespectful to this court. It's disrespectful to this process. And I would ask the court to admonish her to refrain from acting this way in the future during the pendency of this case.
Okay. I've not seen any of that, but on the other hand, the defendant is to my far right. I can see her some on a screen, but I'll just take it as is. Ms. Stauch, what you need to understand is that I can control the conduct of an awful lot of people in the courtroom, including yours. And don't do that. Don't show that kind of, don't be making disrespectful gestures to witnesses, to people, to family members, anything like that. You need to understand that if that continues, I can have you removed and the trial will continue without you. And you will sit in a holding cell in this building. And every time we take a break, I'll bring you back up to ask whether or not you can conform your conduct to what I'm requiring. If you choose to act in a disruptive behavior or disruptive fashion, I'll just have you removed and we'll continue on without you. And then we'll check and see if you want to come back and behave in a respectful manner. So I'll just leave it at that. And we will see where we are on Monday. All right. All right, court will be in recess. You can leave everything here. The only thing that I for sure want to have locked up is the gun and the ammunition. I don't ever leave that out. So that we need to make sure gets into a locker somewhere or into an evidence closet somewhere. Other than that, we'll see everybody 9 o'clock on Monday morning.
All rise.
I do my sounds, but I can't. All right, so thanks again for sending me the referral for the book. And I apologize for the glitches. Who knows what's going on? The powers that be don't want me to do this, I guess. I don't know. So I, at the bottom, or in the comments underneath the video, I put my Truth Social and Twitter handles in there, whatever, a couple. And like I said, I need 25 followers on Rumble to go directly to Rumble and stream directly to Rumble. Hopefully you can hear me. Otherwise, I have to go through Streamyard, and then there's a tiny bit of a delay. And so if you could tell your friends, and then if you haven't already, or $4 on Amazon, get the Kindle. And if you love it as much as I do, the hard copy. And then buy hard copies for your friends. I sent one to my chiropractor. I wanted to do book club on that book too because it is so good. Also, this could be another thing I bet I could do on Rumble. Couldn't do it on YouTube because I'd get kicked off. But this book came out as a 2-part movie last fall. And it was, I forget who the producer was, I guess it doesn't matter. So they had like the first part you could stream for free for a certain duration. And honestly, it's probably still on there. But then in order to see part 2, you had to buy it. And it was like $45, something like that. Since I want it, that would be another thing. I could either play it during the breaks, so like over 2 different days of court, or I could do a separate live stream, because the first part's like an hour and a half, the second part's like an hour. Or I could just, well, I'd probably live stream it, I suppose, and then it just creates a recording, and then it just pops on, you can watch the rewatch. So if you'd be interested in that, put that in the comment underneath. And then also for friends of yours that don't really get into the true crime stuff, I'm torn. I love politics so much, but, you know, these true crime trials are really interesting, especially this current point. So I'm just trying to do kind of. So if you'd be interested in doing a watch and chat for some of these Jim Jordan House Select Committee hearings that they had, follow me on Rumble for those. I probably won't do those on YouTube again because it'll get lost in some big dark black hole. Yeah, so with that, oh, I forgot to do my little swoop. I wonder if that'll go through. Let's see. Can I sign off? That's pretty cool. All right, well, have a wonderful weekend. I started off the week with like 8 or 9 followers. Now I have 15. So by the end of next week, I should have 25. So whether your friends are in true crime or House, GOP, Jim Jordan, Bulldog-led Select Committee fans, stop on by. Follow. Have a wonderful weekend. And thanks again.
Thank you so much for spending part of your day with me. If you enjoyed the content, please hit that like button. Share this video on your social media. Subscribe to our channel. Turn on those important notifications. Follow us on Twitter. This channel is new, so that means we work for free. Any support is most appreciated through Rumble Rants, Venmo, or Buy Me a Coffee. All links are in the description box below. I look forward to your next visit to Crime Spies. Thanks again so much and have a blessed day.